content is bursting the seams. Politics being plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing? Hello. How we doing? Hello, VCC TV. Hello, hey, it's Lemon Drop. Hello, Hail Soybeck, or should I say BBBBBBB. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Kermit Thorson. Hello, Gwennifer. Hello, Priscilla. Hello, Lillibroor. Hello, Mattatyahu. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Salmon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, Simply Jason. Hello, Femboyo. Hello, Juniper. Hello, Alex JT. Hello, PC Schwartz. Hello, Periwinkle. Hello, Hundo. Hello, Malachi. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello. Hello, Mattatyahu. Hello, Aniko Sam. Hello, Foxbat. Hello, Stout Man. How we all doing, folks? How we all doing? About to go for your daily walk? Hell yeah. I got back from one of those not too long ago. Gotta say, it does really help. I know a lot of people might be sick of hearing about it, but like, genuinely, if things seem really nasty and bad, go work up a sweat. Go take a walk. I promise it helps. Hello, Uncle Tony. Like, I'm kind of on like a fitness arc, you know, Monster Energy with calories in it, notwithstanding. But like, I went and ran like 4.5 miles on the elliptical, and then like I went and took like a 5-mile walk to get snacks. And yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Last time I went on a walk, I smashed the upper part of my arm. Okay, we'll try going on a walk without that last part. Sorry about that. Hey, Mr. Anderson, how you doing? How far are you supposed to walk? I'm genuinely unclear. Like a few blocks? Oh, no, Foxbat. I usually just walk like around the nearest body of water to my like apartment. You know, you don't have to do 10 miles every day, but like, even if it's just like on like a little like 1-mile walk or like, you know, around the block, it helps. Like getting out in the sunshine a little bit. How did you do all of that? I went to bed the same time as you and just woke up. My anxiety is in like complete overdrive lately, so I woke up at like 11 and was just like, I gotta go do stuff. I gotta move my body. Yeah, like it doesn't have to. I went on a really long walk today because I did my little walk and then was like, but what if I walked to get snacks? So I walked to get snacks. So that's yeah. 1 mile through New York City is like way overwhelming. That's true. Depending on which part of New York City you're in. I don't know which borough you're in or anything, but like, you know, to hop on like a treadmill or something. Move. That doesn't have to be a walk outside. It's just nice to be outside. Like moving your body until you sweat a little bit helps a lot. If you know you don't feel comfortable going outside, like I don't know, body weight squats can do the trick, or something like that. Get like a dumbbell. Move your arms until you're exerting yourself. 8 million people on this fucking island, all of them are yelling. Wear some headphones. I've been to New York. I've heard them yell. It's charming. But I also understand anxiety, and that is not charming. If the world was more walker-friendly, I'd be unstoppable. True! Hey, Eddie Spencer. Hello, Simply Jason. Walking isn't the only option, too. I've been swimming a lot. Swimming is great if you have access to a pool or something. Yeah, swimming is like the best exercise you can get. Hail Soyback, thanks for keeping your streak up. Yeah, I can't do normal running. It ruins my body. But I can do an elliptical. I when I'm on the elliptical, I play Teamfight Tactics. And if I have a really bad round of Teamfight Tactics, then I just play a second one. Or if I have a good one, then it takes me like 40 minutes to like an hour to like finish up the game. Which is a good amount of time to be on an elliptical. Hello, Jeanette Brown. Also, Kermit Thorson, why are no headlines calling for Trump to step down? Because Trump's insanity and dementia are a feature, not a bug. They are something that his base likes about him, not something that they view makes him unable to be president. So no one in the Republican Party in a position to pressure Trump to step down wants him to step down at all. The exact opposite is true of Democrats and Biden. Biden is viewed as unable to do his job. Whether or not that's true, that is the public perception. And because most Democrats want him to step aside, politicians are currently freaking the F out. And so the people in positions of power to pressure Biden to step aside are trying to make him do that. So headlines run south from that. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, the RNC literally invited their leading governor candidate in North Carolina to come speak. And dude, like, just got off a week-long tirade about wanting to kill liberals. So, like, I don't know. I think the insanity is appealing to the base. Elliptical, my beloved. I know, it's so nice to have knees after I finish working out. Like, my feet hurt, my legs are tired, but my knees don't feel like they're about to disintegrate, which is great. Lost a lot of weight eating 1,400 calories 4 days a week. Want to eat more during the week, and exercise is the only way I will allow myself to do that. Yeah, like, it's nice to be running at a deficit eating like a normal amount, you know? Yeah, Alex JT, a lot of the polling coming out does seem to favor Kamala. Though, again, your mileage may vary depending on the polls you see. The polling on average kind of has them, like, from what I've seen, the polling on average has Kamala doing slightly better, Joe Biden doing slightly worse. But, like, the issue is that this isn't really a problem that's going to go away or has any fixable thing that can be done about it. And, like, the more Joe Biden is in the eyes of the public, the worse it's going to get, kind of thing. Like, yeah, we're gonna watch the 30-minute NAACP speech he gave the other day, because I saw like a minute of it and I got real worried. So, but I guess this ties right into what we're about to talk about. So, guys, I think the Biden countdown is back on. The attempted assassination presumably was going to basically change the entire narrative. Democrats would be too cowardly. They would forget that they wanted to get rid of Biden, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That does not appear to be the case. Today, Adam Schiff called on Biden to drop out. Now, one thing that you need to know is that Adam Schiff is one of the most powerful Democrats in the Democratic Party. Like, he's right up there. He's like a close inner circle ally of Nancy Pelosi. He's big time. It's not one of the rank and file Dems. And another thing to point out is that if the Democratic Party and the people in power in the Democratic Party wanted to clamp down on these, they absolutely could. But they are not, because the entire Democratic leadership has effectively turned on Biden. So this is kind of where we're at. Adam Schiff calls on Biden to drop out of the race. Wednesday, the announcement by Schiff, who's running for U.S. Senate in California, makes him the first Democrat to urge Biden to step aside since the failed assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump over the weekend. So, yeah, again, he's re-kicking this into gear. Yeah, like, it's actually kind of insane how little effect the attempted assassination on Trump had on polling. And I do think we have to give it to the fact that the shooter was a conservative. Like, all of the digging on this conservative is like, on this guy, is that, nope, he was a conservative in middle school. He was wearing Trump merch since he was, like, pre-high school. Like, that's probably why the narrative machine didn't kick into overdrive and completely change the narrative regarding, like, Joe Biden and all of that. So this is a saving grace, I guess, of the whole event. But, yeah, Adam Schiff, while the choice to withdraw from the campaign is President Biden's alone, I believe it is time for him to pass the torch. And in doing so, secure his legacy of leadership by allowing us to defeat Donald Trump in the upcoming election. A second Trump presidency will undermine the very foundation of our democracy, and I have serious concerns about whether the president can defeat Donald Trump in November. Like, again, I can't even imagine what the internal polling that the Democratic Party has access to looks like, but it must look absolutely abysmal. Like, absolutely miserable for people to continue to come out against Biden. We're like 3.5 weeks. We're almost a month out of the debate. And they're still coming out against Biden. It's crazy. And also, like, to kind of further solidify the fact that the Democratic leadership right now are kind of in lockstep against Biden, continuing to be the candidate. Here we have multiple stories. So, apparently, what's going on behind closed doors right now is that there was going to be a massive letter of protest publicly posted about the virtual DNC meeting. that virtual DNC meeting, which would have been to do a virtual roll call of delegates to essentially hold like the nomination process early to lock in Biden as the nominee. There were a ton of sitting Democratic Congresspeople who signed onto this letter, and that was going to be released today. It's not being released today, largely because apparently the internal pressure successfully convinced the DNC to delay that until August 1st, because the voting again was going to start like in 3 or 4 days, like start this Sunday night. That appears to not be happening. And apparently it is not happening due to maneuvering by both the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, and the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer. So, not to be the person who continually cries wolf here about this story, but it seems that internally Democratic leadership is presenting this as some kind of victory, that they delayed the voting by about a week and a half. And I gotta tell you guys, to me, that sounds like they laid the groundwork for an opportunity for Biden to step aside. Meaning that if he doesn't step aside in like the next week to week and a half, by August 1st, he's going to be the nominee of the Democratic Party. But it also kind of sounds like they might be trying to get him to step down very soon. I don't think Biden is stepping down. Well, then I think it's really fucking weird that he put out a statement earlier today saying that the only way he would step down, so far he said the only way he's stepping down is if God tells him to step down. The only way he's stepping down is if the people tell him to step down. And now he's saying the only way he'll step down is if he's diagnosed with some kind of medical condition. And I gotta tell you guys, I think that kind of thing would be extraordinarily easy to do. I think it might be extraordinarily easy to diagnose him with some kind of elderly condition, and then he could step down with some kind of dignity. Yeah, exactly, GamerG. Exactly. So, where is it? I think it was in Washington Post. Or CNN? Yeah, I think it's CNN. Oh, come on, CNN. You piece of shit. I had the story ready to go, and now it's not ready to go, and that's irritating as hell. Sorry. Cool. I love when I click a link on CNN and it just takes me to a rolling feed and not the thing that was supposedly linked. So fun to just sit here scrolling. There we go. Found it. From 2 hours ago. Biden says only a medical condition would push him to reconsider whether he should stay in the race. President Joe Biden said the only thing that would push him to reconsider his re-election bid would be a medical condition, as he continues to fight off continued concern from Democrats over whether he should step away from the ticket following his disastrous debate performance last month. If I had some medical condition that emerged, if the doctors came to me and said, "You've got this problem, that problem, but I made a serious mistake in the debate," he told BET News Ed Gordon in an interview. So, yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just saying here that, like, dude might be trying to lay the groundwork for a peaceful exit. You know? Again, I don't think this is cope. Like, Adam Schiff doesn't just come out in the middle of a hopeless endeavor to call on the president to step down. That's not how this game gets played. This is high stakes politicking. Adam Schiff doesn't just like damage his political career and chances of winning his election by coming out like this for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, exactly, Dragonfly. Like, one would expect that Biden would be consistent in his reasoning to not step down. Oh, the people don't want me to step down. The people don't want me to step down. Or, only God can tell me to step aside. But this is a very conspicuous pivot. I'm still coming out against Biden. I'm coming out against Biden! Let's see. Schiff is doing this because he's Pelosi's left hand? Absolutely! But also, like, he doesn't stand to gain anything by being in Nancy Pelosi's good graces now. Like, that doesn't benefit him. And if there's no wider plan of action, then he wouldn't just do this for no reason on Nancy Pelosi's elderly whim. Like, Nancy Pelosi also wouldn't just, like, send them on a hopeless endeavor. I don't believe that. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Dragonslayer. I just find it disappointing how the debate is what made a lot of so-called leftists turn on Biden, but not his support of genocide. To me, just shows how meaningless the left is. Well, yeah, like, liberal politicians are spineless cretins. And, like, it's really only when faced with the, like, very real possibility that his elderly age might prohibit him from, like, doing his milquetoast neoliberal job that they are springing into action and suddenly trying to become competent politicians, Yeah, Gamer G, that was VCC TV. I mean, at least Pelosi is retiring. Like, fuck. It's not like she's clinging on to power long after she knows she's going. No, she's going. Yeah, okay. Biden does have COVID. As of, like, an hour ago. Huh. This is coming from the organizers of Unidos US, where he was supposed to be giving statements. Interesting. Didn't he, like, just have it? No, he said that he had a cold. So, yeah. Guess he should step down because of a medical condition. Honestly, he could probably claim long COVID or something. Yeah, also, yes, liberals are also cooked because they've been taking money from APAC for like a decade, not realizing that there were actually strings attached to that money. Did I miss all the fun? Not at all. Boomers don't believe in long COVID. Well, the morbid part of me wants to say that's because they don't got long left, but you know, whatever. Anyway, I think that whatever happens by the time the nomination process comes around, August 1st, we will know which direction we're going in. At the very least, guys, at the very least, this early digital like delegate nomination process that the DNC is doing, at the very least, it will wrap up this entire question of whether or not Biden will be the candidate, and that will benefit the race because we don't want to be arguing about this for another month. We've already wasted like practically a month on this. It's crazy. No, Haruko, the voting got delayed until August 1st. Hey, Boy Meets Minnie, how you doing? Hope you're staying unstressed. So, yeah, it's a weird time right now. Bernie Sanders wrote a piece in the New Yorker, like aligning himself with Biden. Like Bernie is going all out for Biden, and I think it's actually a pretty great political play. Like I think it pisses off his progressive base something fierce, understandably so, because he can't just come out and explain like the plan, like the political plan he has, or why he's doing what he's doing, because it's not like a thing you can articulate in public. But I think it's a good way to curry favor with the Biden administration, push them farther left, and it really loses him nothing. So, and the rest of the progressives nothing. I think it's a good play. Is he trying to move Biden to the left? Yeah. And honestly, it's kind of working. If you've listened to Biden's rhetoric over like the last couple days, there's some talking points pulled directly from like Bernie Sanders. Now, that's kind of moot if Biden can't win, but if Biden is replaced by Harris, he loses really nothing. If Trump wins, we're all screwed. So like he loses nothing in that regard. Except he could have gotten concessions on Palestine. How? Explain the mechanism by which he would have done that. Like Biden literally did an interview that we covered yesterday where he declared himself a Zionist. Like what do you think playing hardball with a man like that would result in? With a man whose ego prevents him from stepping aside from the presidential race despite half his party calling on him to step down. How do you think playing hardball with him to get him to embrace progressive policies and positions would go? The answer is poorly. Anyway, yeah, also there's the possibility that Harris just adopts Biden's entire platform wholesale if it does go to Harris. So, yeah. Hola, Metal Kitty Mom. How you doing? Yeah, also we're up to 23 Democrat politicians to call him out. It's crazy. All right, I'm going to play some Elden Ring and we're going to go over this Biden speech. Yeah, there's no way if Biden drops out, we're going into this situation and winding up with like a Bernie Sanders candidate. You know, like we're not like that's not how this is going to shake out. Like it's either Harris or nobody at this point. Like I maybe like Gretchen Whitmer for like VP or something. Like I don't know. But like it's not going to be anyone in the presidential seat other than Kamala Harris. Dems are too married to formula for that. Hello, Rhombus. Next. Also, I hate seeing myself on camera so much. I don't know how you guys stand it. It's awful. Hey, Build a Dog. Gotta say, personally, Harris is weird to me because she's our first woman VP, but I've never seen them marketing her like that. She's just kind of been in the background. Well, yeah, I mean, that's one of the interesting things about Kamala Harris, right? Like, they've always given her the shit jobs. You look marvelous. I saw myself in a very unflattering progressive victory spot. Ugh. Looks so bad. Oh, that's right. I got to this area, and I got this neat little sword. Huzzah! It makes a disco ball. Did you see Biden has COVID? I did, though I gotta be honest, I don't know exactly what that means for anything, except that, like, maybe it's good? I don't know. Maybe it will be used as, like, the premise of him stepping down, like, oh, he's just so sick, he can't go on the campaign trail. Oh, no! Like, that's kind of where I'm at here. Does it go abraca fuck you? It does. Also, can I do have to say, while I have said that a lot playing Elden Ring and the Dark Souls games, I did get that from the McElroy bros. So, or McElroy. I don't think they're gonna 25th Amendment him. Hey, Paladin Jukes. All I see is a hollow square. Is that some kind of metaphor? No, I'm just talking with you guys first, you know? Might fuck him up at this age? Yeah. Oof. I love the lighting in this game so much. It's so cool to be able to look down and be like, oh yeah, vertigo, huh? Oh, there's a guy. All right. Guess we're gonna fight.
across America. One of the most important organizations in our country. The special thanks, I mean sincerely, the members of Congress are in here, including Nevada's own Stephen Horster, chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. I know where he is, I know he's out there. And so many members of the CBC members defended freedom, like Benny Thompson of Mississippi, chair of January 6th Committee. And the best friend anyone can have, Jim Clyburn of South Carolina.
Jim Clyburn is also called on you to step down. This is crazy.
In case you didn't notice.
First try, baby.
Look, in June of 1947, Harry Truman became the first president to speak at this convention. And he was remembered for a lot of things. With the help of the NAACP, he desegregated the military. He laid the groundwork for the civil rights agenda. He built upon President Kennedy by that. President Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 64, 60 years ago. Harry Truman was president.
This isn't live.
Was often counted out. He was also known for something else. Story goes, Truman said, "You want a friend in Washington? Get a dog." And guess what? Last couple weeks, after the last couple weeks, I know what he means. But that's why it's so good to have girlfriends. I'm not being solicitous. I have girlfriends. So many.
I cannot understand. Like, this is not. I'm not trying to be difficult here. I can't understand what the hell he's saying. Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole. Yeah, my character does got the drip. I like it. Okay, it's not just me. Like, I'm not the only asshole here.
You've had my back, but I think I've had yours as well. I see a couple Delaware folks here still. One of my best friends, when I was a lifeguard in the projects, he was, his nickname is Mouse. I'll see you there.
Mouse is here?
Loyal as hell. I'm truly honored to be here.
Wait, new lore just dropped. Corn Pop and Mouse? Was Mouse involved in the Corn Pop incident? I have so many questions. Calling me an asshole? No, I don't mean to call you guys assholes. Yeah, there was a guy in the projects at the pool where he used to lifeguard named Mouse. There was a guy at the pool in the projects called Corn Pop. I need to know more about the adventures of Mouse and Corn Pop immediately. He sounds drunk. He's not. Apparently, he's never had a drop of liquor in his life.
This tense moment in this country, it is a tense moment. Just a few days after the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, we're grateful he was not seriously injured. We continue to pray for him and his family. It's time for an important conversation in this country. Our politics has gotten too heated. I said in the Oval Office last Sunday night, as I made clear throughout my presidency, we all have a responsibility to lower the temperature and condemn violence in any form. You gotta remember.
I gotta be level with you guys. This level of slurring is really bad. Like, really, really bad. Like, you know, sometimes after I've not been, like, watching him speak for a little bit, I'm like, oh, well, you know, maybe that was the one-off thing, you know? Maybe he'll be better next time. And, like, he's had, like, a couple of okay-ish for Biden-type interviews, but, like, none of them that have really made me feel decent about this. Yeah, but that's exactly the issue, Gamer G. Like, this is the kind of, like, slurring and, like, mishmashing of words that, like, I would be okay with if, like, it was my grandpa telling me a story. Like, I remember when my grandpa was, like, 94 years old and, like, telling me stories about how he flew, like, P-51 Mustangs in World War II over China. And, like, it's just kind of like, I didn't mind him slurring words and forgetting some words sometimes. The content of what he was telling me was good. But the issue here is that, like, he's the president of the United States, not my grandfather, you know? And, like, that's a really big distinction that makes this a bigger problem than just like, oh yeah, he's just old. Like, yeah, of course he's just old, but that's kind of the PR problem. You know? Like, that's an issue. And it's not an issue with folks like us who are, like, you know, politically tuned in and we know the stakes, but, like, for middle America median voters who, like, will vote on someone because, like, they're slightly taller than their opponent, like, this is a thing that matters. This is a thing that, like, plays into their decision making, and it sucks that it is that way, but, like, I can't. That's not really something we can fix right now, you know.
We're not enemies, we're friends, we're neighbors, we're fellow Americans. Most importantly, must fully and firmly reject not only political violence, but violence of any kind. Period. No exceptions. I have to say with one voice, the violence is not the answer. That's what we should rally around as a nation. That's the unity I'm talking about. Two organizations know that better than the NAACP. For the race riots in Springfield, Illinois in 1908, the NAACP was formed. That's what started it. You know the pain and the price of violence. You understand, if you're going to talk about standing against violence, you must stand against all violence. You must stand against violence perpetrated against presidential candidates in Pennsylvania. You must stand against all violence. Violence perpetrated against George Floyd in Minnesota.
What? Man, like...
Candidates in Pennsylvania are standing against all violence. Violence perpetrated against George Floyd in Minnesota.
I think he's saying the violence perpetrated against George Floyd in Minnesota. I think that's what he tried to say.
Violence perpetrated against George Floyd in Minnesota.
Yep. Okay, there we go.
Against black veterans like police officers Eugene Goodman on January 6th. Black election workers like Kirby Freeman and Shane Moss in Atlanta. Like to stand against the violence and intimidation of white supremacy, the murder, innocent lives in the grocery store in Buffalo, New York when I went up there. Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, South Carolina. Standing against the violence and murder of children in Sandy Hook and Uvalde. Concert goers in Las Vegas. Innocents on the street all across America that never make the news. Because Uvalde every day in the communities across the country. You're going to be outspoken on one, don't be silent on others. We're going to speak about violence. We're going to speak about guns. More children in America die of a gunshot wound than any other reason. That's stunning and that is sick.
Okay, what was encapsulated in that past 10 seconds of him talking about gunshot wounds, that should be the level of energy and, like, rhetoric he brings every single time. Every single time he talks. But it's not, and it can't be. I don't think he's capable of it.
And it's sheer cowardice if we do nothing about it. So,
Well, I'm sure a lot of people in the audience are like, oh, it's just bad sound equipment or something. But, like, it kind of is bad sound equipment, but, like, it's not. The sound equipment isn't making them mumble.
Against violence in America, and join me in getting these weapons of war off the streets of America. An AR-15 was used in the shooting of Donald Trump. This was an assault weapon that killed so many others, including children. It's time to outlaw them. I did it once and I will do it again.
Honestly, this doesn't need to be, like, the main narrative around, like, Donald Trump's assassination. You know, like, right now, Republicans are in such a hard spot. If you bring up, like, the assassination and gun control in the same breath, like, that's a really hard rhetorical corner to paint a conservative into, guys. That's a real hard position for them. So this is savvy.
Now, just because we must lower the temperature, our politics and rage of violence, it doesn't mean we should stop telling the truth. Who you are, what you've done, what you'll do, that's fair game. As Harry Truman said, I've never delivered or given anyone hell. I just told the truth and they thought it was hell. Here's the truth about why Donald Trump's presidency was hell for Black America. He tried to repeal Obamacare. He kicked millions of Black Americans off their health insurance. And a $2 trillion tax cut will overwhelmingly benefit the super wealthy, the biggest corporation, and exploded the federal debt larger than any one president has in one term. They left no room for us to do what we should be doing. Invest in things that affect people's lives, like child care, elder care, and so much more, that grow the economy to help people.
Yes, I'm funky.
Because this management of the pandemic was especially devastating to Black communities. Oh, I know that other countries, other communities would call it. That economic crisis drove up Black unemployment, decimated small Black businesses, and you peacefully protested. George Floyd's murder, Donald Trump called for the National Guard to go after him. What the hell's the matter with this man?
This is... Guys, this is bad. He can't... This is why Adam Schiff came out today, okay? Like, there is absolutely no indication right now that Biden is capable of turning this around. He's just physically incapable of the task. At the very least, if he is capable of doing the task, which I'm happy to acknowledge if he is not capable of accomplishing the task in a way that will satisfy voters and basically assure them that he can do the job. You know? Did he have a stroke, or is this his stutter coming up? No, this is just old. This is just, he's old. He's 81 years old, guys. The presidency is a hard job on, like, younger, able-bodied people. Like, Obama aged like 20 years over the course of 8 years in the presidency. Like, it's a hard job. And yeah, a stutter is way different than what we're seeing. Like, that's not this type stuff that we're seeing. Like, I can't understand him.
A guy who spread the birth of the lie against Barack Obama saying he wasn't born in America and he wasn't.
I'm not kidding when I say when I'm listening to this, all I hear is blah blah blah, blah Barack Obama. Like I don't know what he's talking about.
U.S. citizen. Of course, here's what he thinks of black jobs. I love this phrase, black jobs. It tells a lot about the man and about his character. Folks, I know what a black job is. It's the Vice President of the United States. That's who we are. These guys don't get it. That's why we're so successful. I'm serious. That's what makes us the greatest nation on earth. It's not hyperbole. Folks, it's because of you that I'm president and Kamala Harris is vice president. By the way, she's not only a great vice president, she could be president of the United States. We've gotten so much done. Seriously. Presidential historian said we've gotten more done of consequence than any president since Franklin Roosevelt. Just think about where the black community was when I came into office. Think about how far the black community has come. We still got a long way to go. COVID no longer controls our lives. Our economy is not free to be literally the strongest economy in the world. Historic low black unemployment. Record growth of black small business. Let me say this again, because Trump is lying like hell about it. Black unemployment hit a record low under Biden-Harris administration. First Locke asked for $1,400 checks plus $300 checks per child, per family, per month in the pockets of people in this country.
He's doing pretty good now.
To get them through the pandemic. Not Trump's administration. Kamala and I do that. We put more money in the pockets than anyone. We cut black, and in consequence, we cut black child poverty in half. And when we finally get through to people, my economic policy grows the economy when we spend money. Grows it. We grew the American economy to the strongest in the world. And I'm determined to make that tax cut permanent. No child should ever go hungry in America. And by the way, all the data shows that we can't let them tell us we drive up deficits. They drive up deficits, folks. When you have child care, guess what? Mom or dad can work. And the child can be safe. We're connecting black neighborhoods that were cut off from old highways and disinvestment decades ago. My city, Wilmington, Delaware, I-95 runs up through what used to be the black community, divided, 6 lanes wide. We're going to make sure that the state's wanted, we're going to be able to pave over the top of that and still have the highway. Connecting neighborhoods. We're removing, which is costly, every poisonous lead pipe in a house in America so every child can drink clean water without fear of brain damage. We're delivering high-speed and affordable broadband. No child should have to sit out in the parking lot with their moms in front of McDonald's so they can get online to do their homework. And because of you, not only protecting Obamacare, you allow me to increase it, making health care more affordable, and by the way, more than it's ever been, millions of African Americans now have health care because of it. We're putting home ownership within reach.
Well, yeah, but like the thing is, floofy, people age differently. Like once you hit like 75, all bets are off. And honestly, like some people like age very, very poorly. You know, like I don't know what to tell you. Like some people are totally fine. Like my grandma is like 95 years old, 97 years old, somewhere in there. She's sharp as a tack, okay? But like not everyone who's 97 is sharp as a tack. Why does he do the low voice thing? I don't know. I think he thinks it makes him sound tough or like personable, and he sounds neither.
How do you generate generational wealth, no matter what community you're from? I know how we did everything got stuck in Scranton with no jobs.
I'm sorry. Him being mealy-mouthed and unable to articulate himself and like sounding like complete ass, some of that I'm granting is the microphone, but definitely not all of it.
Delaware, Dad worked like hell to get down payment to buy a small house. That's how you build equity. As small as a 3-bedroom split-level home with 4 kids and grandpa siblings, but it was a home, and he was able to build some equity. Look, we're making the most significant investment in climate ever in all of history. Including the most significant action in environmental justice ever. Look, folks, think about this. My state of Delaware, not many don't know my state. My state of Delaware has a Delaware River runs up on Jack. But at the top of the state, there's a half moon. And it goes up along more oil refineries on the other side of that half moon in market-looking areas than anywhere in the country, including Houston. And guess what? Wind blows southeast. We had the highest cancer rate for the longest time. But you know who's affected? Fence-line communities. You know the fence-line communities are black communities. And I promise, as we make this legislation work, we're going to take care of those communities first. First. I mean it. Same way in Louisiana, same way in other places. Look, we received student debt for more than 4 billion borrowers. Significant amount of black borrowers. I don't know how many have called me to say, Mr. President, I've got phone numbers, I've called them back. Mr. President, thank you. I couldn't get married. The debt was so large. I couldn't have children. I couldn't think of, no, I'm serious, you know it. I couldn't buy a home. But what you did, you freed me of my debt, and you gave me $10,000 for a down payment on a home. This project, 2024, Trump, 2025, Trump deal. You know, he talks about education. HBCUs are as good as any other university. Guess what? I'm serious. Not a joke. Kamala and I have a constant fight. She says Howard's the best. I say Delaware State's the best. That's where I got my start. But my point is this. They don't have the endowment. So what are the jobs of the future? The high-tech jobs of the future. You're going to pay a lot of money. They don't have the money for the laboratories. They don't have the money for all that material. So that's why I've invested a stretch record $16 billion in HBCU. No HBCU student that's qualified for this school anywhere else. By the way, making sure that no one goes to jail for the mere use or possession of marijuana. The record should be expunged. Holds them back. All told because of you, NAACP, making the most significant investments in Black America ever in all of history. We've seen the results. The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years. Inflation is down. In 3 years, we're coming down further, and we're going to have, as they say, a soft landing. Folks, you're going to see us grow faster and faster. That's not just my view. It's the view of 16 Nobel Prize-winning economists. We put out a statement looking at my economic plan and Trump's. Is that my plan will continue to lower inflation, continue to grow the economy. Prices are falling. Cars, appliances, groceries. We're going to keep corporate greed at bay. But here's the thing, what I said about Trump. They said his policies will cause a recession. Oh, this is not a Democratic outfit. 16 Nobel laureates. Look, I come from...
Again, I do have to say, like, I think the substance of what he's saying is good. There's a lot of issues with how he's saying it, frankly.
The corporate state of the world, Delaware. I know how they work. There are more corporations incorporated in my state than any state in America, all combined. But guess what? We have to deal with corporate greed now. That's how it is. Corporate profits are double since the pandemic. They keep bringing prices. Now we have to bring prices down further. Look, folks, the idea that corporate-owned housing is able to raise your rent $300-400 a month or something, but I'm about to announce they can't raise it more than $55. That could be the thing in place. Bottom line is this case.
Is that true? I mean, if true, that's pretty based. That's pretty cool.
Well, no, it's not enough to talk about the past. We need a vision for the future. Here's my plan for the first 100 days of the second term. Tom and I are calling on Congress to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. I did all I was constantly able to do with the executive authority, but we need the act. And we need to pass the Freedom to Vote Act. I'll sign the book of the law immediately. And guess what? Come hell or high water, we're going to restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land. Y'all told me I couldn't pass the Inflation Reduction Act. Y'all told me I couldn't face it anyway. With your help. Republicans blocked police reform in Congress. So I signed a historic executive order on police reform. And I'm going to come back and we'll sign the George Floyd Police Enacting Law. I'm going to stop them in their program. 2025. I'm going to stop them from cutting Social Security and Medicare. I'm going to expand Social Security and Medicare by making the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. And the very next round, I said we're going to build 2 million affordable homes.
I mean, guys, you gotta move past like the "why the fuck didn't you do this 2 years ago" thing, because like it's a valid question. He's just never going to answer it.
Cap rent increases of 5% a year, so corporate landlords can't. God. Anyway, I'm going to get very upset. We're just gouging here. And we're going to keep relieving student debt. And medical debt.
He literally keeps forgetting what he's
medical debt
saying.
can no longer be put on a credit report. Our one mistake to waive our medical debt for pennies on the dollar, so it's not hanging over you the rest of your life.
This is absolutely a thing he cribbed from Bernie, by the way. Probably Bernie and AOC's, like, influence on his current campaign here. Like, yeah. No politician has been making this point outside of socialist circles.
Procedures at $35. Total drug cost procedure beginning in 2024-5 at $2,000. And some of those cancer drugs are $10,000, $12,000, $14,000 a year. But the second term, we're going to do that for not just seniors, for everyone in America. By the way, not only saves lives, it'll save taxpayers. Guess what I did on the first round on the Medicare? It saved the taxpayer $160 billion. They don't have to pay these exorbitant prices. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs in the market. That threats everything. That treats everything from heart disease to arthritis. In the next term, we're going to go further. Give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 50 drugs a year, not 10. That not only will save lives, this is to save the taxpayer another $200 billion a year. This is saving taxpayers. By the way, if you notice, all the stuff they said big spending by, we have lowered the deficit outlays. We increased economic growth. Folks, here's what else I'm determined. Determined to end Trump's tax cuts to the very wealthy big corporations. Make the tax code fair. It eases the burden on working people. I kept my commitment. No one making less than $400,000 I never saw in my life till I got elected president. They pay a penny more in federal taxes. But here's the deal. We have in America, since the pandemic, 1,000 billionaires. 1,000. How much in federal tax they pay? 8.2%. That's the federal tax, 8.2%. We're going to make billionaires pay a minimum of 25%, which is low. Billionaires should pay a lower tax rate than a teacher, a firefighter, a nurse, a janitor. That's simply ridiculous. And when we do that, that alone will generate $500 billion in revenue over the next 10 years, allowing us to lower costs for families and save the government.
There are a lot of really great policies being put forward here. I hope that he continues to advocate for them to the point where if Kamala Harris comes in, she can't simply undo them, you know?
Money. We can do more on elder care, child care, bringing down the federal deficit, so much more. It's not rocket science, folks. But they've convinced us that any spending of money is costly. It's saving money. Like God's truth, it's saving money. That's vitally important. You know, the next president of the United States could appoint 2 or more justices to the Supreme Court. Just imagine. I know the stakes. Folks, my vision for the future will continue to be all about working people in this nation. And my whole career, go back and look at it. I've not been perfect by any stretch of imagination. But a simple proposition, the family I come from, neighborhood. Everybody deserves a shot. Just a shot. No guarantee. Give hate no safe harbor. Leave no one behind. That's a stark contrast to my predecessor, the Mega Fisher. They'll do everything, undo everything the NAACP stands for. But now they're trying to deny it. They're lying about their Project 2025. They want to deny your freedom, the freedom to vote, have your vote counted, and impose a nationwide ban on abortion. New Vice President, if you ever any doubt, man, just take a look at what he's been saying. They want to prosecute political enemies. They want to cut Social Security and Medicare, rip away protection from millions of pre-existing conditions, over 400 million people. Stop Medicare from negotiating lower prescription drug prices, risking people's lives, costing the government more money. They eliminate the Department of Education. Oh, you ought to read it. Saying it's a state issue. Give me a break, state. You know how well we do with the states. It would cut school lunches, eliminate the Head Start program for lower-income children. It allow employees to stop paying overtime. Employers, stop paying, catch this one, stop paying overtime to hourly workers. They're such people. But give the very wealthy and big corporations move taxes. They've already eviscerated affirmative action. It also decimated diversity, equity, and inclusion all across American life. Already trying to do it by banning books. They're trying to erase Black history. Black history is American history. Dramatic, but we cannot let that happen. That's why it's so important to me. It's so important to me to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. We're going to know what happened. That's why I made federal lynching a federal hate crime in Emmett Till's memory, and that's what we've been reminded. You know what they're trying to do? As well as establish national monuments for Mamie and Emmett Till. So much more. So there's no doubt about what's happened. Look, folks, as I said before, we know Black history is Americans. It's as simple as that. Let me close with this. Mom tells us, I've been young and now I'm old. Yet I've not seen the righteous forsaken. Voices heard. They will determine America's future in decades to come. Folks, that's important. We must all be defenders for freedom, justice, equality, and the bedrock of democracy. There's been no more important voice in that truth than the voices of the Black community. America still live up.
I remember hearing about Project 2025 like forever ago, and him only wanting to talk about it now makes me wonder if it wasn't on the Dems' radar, or if they just didn't care till now. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Like, I think what ended up happening is that they saw that there was a lot of interest in Project 2025 from the Democratic base, and so they decided, if these sections on social media that are encountering Project 2025 are encountering it and speaking up about it and like turning it into a thing, Like, hey, let's turn that into a talking point. You know, it's a cynical PR ploy, but it's one that I'm glad exists, I suppose.
We say we believe. You don't give up hope, nor do I. No. We've always loved this country. Even when it has not loved us back. We work hard as hell.
What? We've always loved this country even when it didn't love us back? What are you talking about? I feel like this is in particular a crowd of people you wouldn't want to say that particular phrase to. Like, good God, man. We've always loved this country, even when it didn't love us back. And, like, you're talking to, like, a group of people whose ancestors were enslaved. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Oh, God.
Just think about it. Our children, your children, grandchildren. Ask yourself, what America you want to leave them? My answer is America of hope, fairness, opportunity, possibilities. Look, I spent more time with Xi Jinping of China than any other world leader. I was with him in China on the steps of the mountain. He looked at me. Xi Jinping of China than any other world leader. I was with him in China.
I've been with Xi Jinping more than any other world leader, and I was with him in China.
On the steps of the mountain. He looked at me
Steps
and
of the
said,
mountain.
"Can you define America?" It's God's truth. I said it recorded. I said yes in one word. America. Possibilities. Nothing is beyond our capacity.
Describe America in one word, and I said, America. Oh, man. All right.
America, where full of promises available to everybody. America, where racism and violence are no longer the ghost of too long haunted the nation. Folks just like you and your families. And everything the NAACP has stood for generations. Freedom, democracy, America. Always marching, always believing, always keeping the faith. We're going to do this. So they ask you, are you all in? I'm all in. Yes, I remember who we are. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. And let's stay together. God bless you all.
Oh boy. That didn't make me feel great. That did not make me feel good. Have you seen Trump's newest ad? I have not. Also, a difficult truth. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How are you all doing? I'm not excited. I mean, look, guys. We're gonna be hauling that guy up the like towards the finish line if he's the nominee. I just wish our job wasn't laid out so grimly before us. Hey, Rhombus. Just like, we'll do it, but I don't gotta be happy about it. He can't do it. I was gonna show that Bernie Sanders interview, but apparently it's paywall locked. But in that interview, even Bernie Sanders admits that, like, Joe Biden can't necessarily get out a sentence. Like, Bernie Sanders is, like, as old as Biden, if not older. And he's also being like, yeah, I can see how he can't string, like, 3 sentences together, and that's a big problem for his candidacy. Like, that's him in an op-ed supporting Biden. Does Biden have COVID? Yes. Or at the very least, he was supposed to go live with a speech to Unidos US, but his campaign said that he tested positive for COVID, so I would assume that's the issue. Does Biden really think he's doing well? Well, and apparently in a closed-door meeting that I think someone at Politico, oh no, not Politico, Puck News, was able to review the Zoom call of one of their internal meetings with, I think, the Hispanic caucus. And Joe Biden was yelling at one of the delegates, not delegates, one of the congressmen, about how no one has done more for U.S. national security than he has, because he basically built NATO. They say he's self-isolating in Delaware. That's interesting. Hey, Paladin, do you happen to know where the Unidos US event was supposed to be? Put it in the current events channel? All right. Current events are too interesting. This is the new Trump ad.
Trump has left the building.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency. What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
Harry Knifey Duck, thanks for gifting.
I will fight for
something
you
Dipster.
with
Also, hello,
every
Dipster.
breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down.
We have a president who actually fulfilled the promises he made during the campaign. Securing the border to foreign policy.
He now has a record as president that's pretty damn impressive.
Breaking news out of Palm
The
Beach,
FBI
Florida.
has executed an unprecedented search warrant at President Donald Trump's
Warrant against a
Mar-a-Lago
former
estate. The president has both sides of the political aisle up
Is
in
a
arms.
dangerous and unstable moment in American history.
The Justice Department has just indicted former President Donald Trump.
For 7 years, they hated him, they targeted him, they hunted him.
This is the epitome of the abuse of the prosecutorial power to preempt political decisions.
I never thought anything like this could happen in America. The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country, and we will make America great again. America will always rise to every challenge and overcome every danger.
Donald Trump seems to always...
Yeah, this is quite fashy. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, not only is it quite fashy, it's also quite effective. I would imagine that people who are kind of MAGA sympathetic would be pretty okay with this. Like, I imagine they'd be like, yes, this is exactly what we want. How did you know? My worst uncle is probably thrilled about this ad. Yeah.
Gets stronger when challenged. These types of things, I think, give him strength.
When I'm reelected, I will totally obliterate the deep state. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail.
First Trump Vance ad. Yeah, I gotta say that's pretty effective. That's a pretty good ad. Like, it says next to nothing outside of reiterating his most fascistic promises. Look at these weird guys. You mean people who want a daddy and don't want to think for themselves? Yes, the political bottoms of society. You're using that phrase? Go for it. Remember me when you're at the top. Oh boy, 4 hours ago, it's already been viewed 160,000 times. I wish this political cycle wasn't as hard as it is. This has been a rough go of it, guys. Not gonna lie. Oh no, Vi Sophia? No, it's been an open secret that when the RNC comes to town, like gay escorts do gangbusters, okay? Like it's not even really news at this point, it's just kind of a open meme. Like, yeah, here's Grindr open at the RNC. Just a bunch of people visiting. Everyone's present at the convention. It's literally just a minute of this person scrolling through Grindr hookup requests. Yeah, CPAC and the RNC are huge, and I want to just show you guys one more post here. Here's George Santos, disgraced former representative. When I say it, people think I'm being an asshole. And this is from Breaking the Halfway Post. An executive of the gay dating app Grindr says the Republican National Convention is, quote, basically Grindr's Super Bowl. Anyway, yeah, not actually a joke, actually a real thing. Yeah. Here we go. We're going in. It's Tim Pool time, baby. Tim the Tool Man. Pool.
'Twas 11 years ago. I was but a wee lad watching the internet when I came across a YouTube video from Sargon of Akkad. And his gentle musings informed me of classical liberalism in great minds like Locke. And today, this man hates liberalism and is trying... I'm kidding. But we're here to debate the limits of liberalism and post-liberalism, because now there are many people who, like Carl, I suppose, how would you describe yourself? Post-liberal?
I would call myself a traditionalist, but I am a post-liberal, that is correct.
Post-liberal. And I've been reading more comments from people on X, seeing a lot of these debates, and finding myself in agreement with a lot of what post-liberals have been saying. I mean, actually watching your show and stuff for a long period of time. So this is what we're going to do today. We have the Lotus Eaters gentleman here with us as well, and Phil Labonte. So why don't we just start? You can do a quick introduction of who you are and what you do.
Sure, my name's Carl Benjamin. I'm the director of LotusEaters.com. I'm one of the hosts of the podcast The Lotus Eaters. And I finished a degree in philosophy last year.
Yeah. Like, that's the only thing you're famous for, right? The only thing you're famous for is running this Lotus Eaters website. By the way, this is the exact same thing Tim Pool has done with every white nationalist that comes on his show. He's like, oh yeah, Richard Spencer, you're famous for being not a Nazi, right? And like, Richard Spencer's like, yes, Tim, I'm famous for not being a Nazi. Mm-hmm. Like, man, Tim Pool carries the white supremacist water so hard, it's ridiculous.
Because I wanted to get to the bottom of what it is that is actually causing all of the trouble in our political system. Because you'll notice that most countries that aren't...
Man, I bet you'll be, like, floored by what he's found as the biggest problem in our system. And I'm just... I haven't watched this or anything, but I'm going to call it right now. The problems in our current political system are women, gays, trans people, and anyone who's not white. There we go. I nailed it. Just watch.
Liberal countries just don't have the problems that we have. And so I wanted to understand why we have the problems that we have. And I've come to the conclusion that I think it's liberalism itself that is at issue, because it's trying to bring about a world that has never existed and can never exist. And so we're constantly finding ourselves butting up against reality, against the ideals of liberalism. And I think there is a reasonable way that we can simply modify the ideals of liberalism to change the nature of it to more fit what we are and where we want to go.
All right. Connor's here as well.
Yes, Connor Tomlinson, also co-host over at LotusEaters.com. Host my own show, Tomlinson Talks, on Wednesday afternoons there. Occasionally pop up in various magazines and on the New Culture Forum and the like. If I were to describe myself, check my Twitter bio at Zoomer Catholic Reactionary, in that order. And my main critiques, I think, will be levelled at the false anthropology of liberalism, namely the blank slate and state of nature, and how its attitude towards technology causes a antagonistic relationship with culture and creates a kind of revolutionary dynamism that mandates it homogenise everything to be undifferentiated human mass. As you can tell, I've got real joy about this.
And then Phil's here, of course.
I am Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I am an anti-communist and a counter-revolutionary, and I am trying to understand why these two gentlemen, who I so strongly agree with on many points, believe that the seed of liberalism's destruction is in liberalism's birth, and it is something that I'm struggling with. I'm not here to actually we cast this as a debate, but I'm really here to try to understand why they see the liberalism as they do, because I don't see the same promises in liberalism that you were talking about. So we can go ahead and get into this.
I think one way to really kick this off is that the other day when Carl first showed up, and I mentioned I was really excited for this conversation, Carl said he was excited to explain to Phil why.
Can we just take a moment to say, again, I know I just pointed it out, but like, Carl Benjamin's biggest contribution is not the Lotus Eaters. It's not his failed political career that isn't even worth mentioning on the show. It's not even like his YouTube career, which I would say is like his most notable accomplishment. It's really weird. Tim, why might you not be bringing up Carl Benjamin's YouTube history? Why might you not talk about that? I wonder. Why not? Oh, that video's unavailable. That's so strange. That's such a strange happenstance. The video of this is actually not available. 1 second. I need the video.
I think it's, yeah, it depends on the child, really, doesn't it?
I was well under the age of 11 when I started having sex, and so what I like to do is put people on the other side of the argument. It's like, what you have to do is you have to say that someone like me, not anybody else, but me, that I was too stupid to appreciate the nature and quality of what I was doing at the time. So please convince me I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah, I think it's, yeah, it depends on the child, really, doesn't it? Because
in case any of you don't understand the connection, the ancient statuette person here is Carl Benjamin, also known as Sargon of Akkad. Yeah, this is why, one of the reasons why he kind of dropped off the face of the earth for a little bit.
Some kids.
That's what the Catholics say.
Well, it's true, and it's true though. It should really be a case by case basis. But I can see why the whole thing. But it's not really something I'd ever put too much thought into, to be honest.
Oopsie doopsie. Did someone just justify violating the age of consent? Oh, that's crazy. Was that someone Sargon of Akkad? Hey, Tim, was that why you didn't want to talk about Sargon of Akkad's YouTube career? I wonder. Oh, and why would someone not mention his political career, his glorious UKIP political career in the UK? Well, my guess is that it's because one of the first results that comes up when you Google his political career is something along these lines. UKIP's Carl Benjamin claims criticism over child sex comments is just jealousy. Yeah, I wonder why Tim isn't bringing up these facts. Maybe he just didn't research his guest. Maybe he just forgot. Someone dropped the ball on his team.
Why he's a communist.
It was me that actually said that.
Oh, that was you?
Yes, it was.
Oh, sorry.
Cole's much more polite than I am.
Yeah, I'm much kinder about it.
So I know you're joking, but only half joking.
Yes, only
how is someone who believes in liberalism actually well, first, the American word liberal, as it's often used, has nothing to do with liberalism. Yes. Only on the surface.
In what sense? Because I don't know if we agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think I agree with that.
No, well, look, I can already see in my mind, you are correct where this goes in the long run. What I mean is if you go to the average person and say liberal or conservative, they're thinking a gray-haired woman wearing a Save the Whales shirt and a guy in a MAGA hat waving an American flag, and they have no concept of the underlying ideologies that bring those people to those positions. So when we say in the media a liberal, they're basically saying someone who voted Democrat. And you could argue that is a function of what liberalism brought about. I'm saying that most of these people have no idea about the ideology, the underlying principles, and many of them would vote for Donald Trump, as we've seen with these man-on-the-street interviews where they say, how would you feel about someone building a wall to secure the border? And they'd say, I'm for that. And you're a Democrat? Yes, I am. And okay, well, that was Trump's position. Yeah. And so people really, it just means tribe. But in the true sense of liberalism, how it got us to this point, the word actually, like, these voters do have a root in that. So let's just start from the beginning then, and why does liberal lead to communist, or where we want to begin?
So the issue is that liberalism makes two promises, which is liberty and equality. But the thing is, these are, of course, contradictory states.
Are they?
Any amount of liberty destroys any amount of equality, and any amount of equality destroys any amount of liberty. And so you would normally have to choose.
I feel like this is a false distinction he's making.
Choose one or the other. But the problem that the liberals have is that the original liberals managed to harmonize these two things into the same position by creating a thought experiment called the state of nature. So in the state of nature, it was theorized by Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, Montesquieu, like Hegel, various others, that man must have existed at some point in a pre-social state. So it was individual men and women running around the woods, fighting off animals, eating acorns, things like that. And then they bump into each other, and depending on the sort of disposition of the theorist, would decide what they thought would happen in those interactions. And then each one has their own reason for why man decided, actually living in the state of nature is difficult or undesirable. Let's all get together and consciously choose to form a society. And from that point onwards, we can start deciding what kind of government we're going to have, what kind of constitution the state should have, and things like that.
Let me pause and ask you a quick question to elaborate. You said that liberty and equality contradict each other. Could you just give us a simple elaboration of what the question is?
100%. So if I give everyone in the room $10 and I say, right, okay, now you're all equal, well, any amount of economic activity will make you unequal.
So what is it about, how is it that liberalism makes a promise of equality? I understand, and it's my conception that the concept is equality under the law. I don't see where liberalism is making a promise of equality of results.
Because it has a false anthropology of fundamental human sameness. I mean, the direct quote from Locke is that before civilization...
You guys understand, like, they're talking nonsense, right? Like, they're like... He's saying, oh, well, liberalism is predicated on the idea that everyone is the same. And, like, no, it's not. That's just nonsense that you made up. Yeah, like, they're operating with, like, abstraction and misidentifying political ideology so that they can, like, bend it to kind of meet their purposes. They want to make it seem incoherent so they can be like, but you know what is coherent? It's this little thing called fascism, you see. Like, it's just a trick. It's just a rhetorical shell game to them. Gonna go rollerblade for the first time in 10 years? Have fun! Yeah, exactly. It's pompous, shallow nonsense.
Human beings existed in perfect freedom and perfect equality. So the idea is that
no one has ever claimed
until
that,
culture, until different states, until geographies, frankly, intervened, human beings, if they run out the same experiments, would produce the same outcomes. And so this sets up an antagonistic relationship with the liberal state as a kind of compromise. As Carl said, it depends on the disposition of the theorist as to why the state was formed. Rousseau thought it was out of envy. Locke thought it was out of a necessary compromise to secure property.
So then my disagreement would be that I don't agree with the preconceived notion in liberalism that there was a perfect state of nature where man was all equal. I do understand the idea, as in, if men were running around in the woods alone, all men would be
basically equal. Yeah.
Because of the conditions of reality. But that doesn't change the fact that even in that context, there would be different heights, different strengths, different abilities, and so the fundamental, if the argument is that was the preconception, then I would say I reject that. That's wrong.
Well, so the liberal theorists agreed with you as well. They'd be like, well, yes, there would be different physical powers, but those physical powers would not be so great as to enable one man to, say, monopolize natural resources or something like that. If it's just one guy on his own in the woods, even if he's 10 feet tall and is capable of tearing down trees, he's not really any more, he doesn't really have access to very much more than a guy who's 5'5" and, just has to climb trees to get fruits or something, right? Because equality in the pre-modern sense isn't really about physical equality, it's really about social equality. Because the pre-modern societies are very stratified, very hierarchical. You're born into a social class, and that class comes with obligations and restrictions, limitations, and you will be born in the class and you will die in the class. And you are sort of held in this web of social relations, And I don't doubt that in its time that felt very oppressive to especially up and coming, intelligent, active, educated middle class.
I want to interject one thing. I like the idea that society was created by man. I would reject that idea as well, because
this is a core theory.
What? You would reject that society was made by man? What are you talking about? See, this is what I love about watching a Tim Pool show. I just get introduced to so many nonsensical arguments that I've never heard before. It's really wonderfully stimulating in that regard. Doesn't make sense. Meteors landed in the Shadowlands? They did indeed. I will be right back. I need to pee. More BRB? More like PRB. Haha, got him, BRB. my body. Hello. Folks, I realized that I got really badly sunburned while I was walking around today. So I went and put on some cream to help the burn. Hello, everybody. Also, if you're enjoying the stream / me being AFK, consider hitting the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos. Okay, let's go, folks.
Theory of liberalism. The state of nature is that society is something that's rationally consented to.
I don't
which
know,
is why
Sunburn.
it's
I don't go outside.
called a social contract.
Yeah, but I mean, great apes have societies.
Yeah, no,
whether
I
or not
totally
they're,
agree. I totally agree. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
This is where you get onto what Connor's saying about the false anthropology of it.
Okay.
It's not true. Man has never been a solitary animal.
And I agree with you guys about that. Then, so I think that maybe my disagreement here is my understanding of liberalism as opposed to what the way that you guys are linking. So it would be an incomplete understanding because I'm not as versed. I haven't read as much Locke and stuff. So,
but you're completely correct that they're wrong on that, right? And the thing is, they didn't know that they were wrong on that because, of course, we've got the benefit of 300 years of archaeology.
Yeah, they
didn't. So they had to assume, well, society can't always have existed, can it? Well, it turns out it actually has.
At least since before man.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever proto-humans existed also existed in groups.
And I would say very likely even before proto-humans, the organisms that eventually come to be human existed. And we can actually frame this two different ways. The first is the 3 million years ago, whatever weird monkey-like creatures were social creatures. And more importantly, you can also make the religious argument, if you believe in creationism, man was created as a social entity
in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
Well, so this is actually probably the easiest way to understand the anthropology of liberalism. They all kind of think of it as a Garden of Eden narrative.
Yeah.
I mean, Locke, if you think of the state of nature of man roaming around with perfect freedom and equality, it's essentially that nature provides. Locke thought it didn't provide enough, so therefore we had to enter a state which would guarantee your private property rights. Rousseau believed that Eden basically existed, even though he wasn't a Christian, and that the first time man conceived of, he picked up this rock and said, "This is my rock," it introduced a kind of contaminated element into the human psyche, and so all of civilization was created to manage that envy and keep property unequal.
Many progressives and leftists, and they don't consider themselves liberals, have this belief that man was better off in the wilds because the system was created by evil to oppress and control.
So Rousseau believes that civilization kind of happened to man. So you got Hobbes and Locke and various others who believe that man consciously came together. But Rousseau believes that it was an evolutionary process where it kind of just started accumulating without any kind of understanding. And this is why the sort of modern progressive left, the sort of Rousseauian left.
Can I just say, like, it's insane to me how these people manage to continue to spread such lies. Like, I'm sorry, what exact segment of the left is like, yeah, human beings never should have built cities? Like, what are you talking about? God. Yeah, no, Punky Gal, we already reported that Biden was heading back to Delaware from wherever the Unidos US conference was being held. He's gonna be staying in Delaware for a bit while he recovers from COVID.
They believe man is essentially the victim of society because that's Rousseau's framing. Society happened to man. He didn't actually choose it. It just grew up around him, and now he's trapped in an evil society.
Rousseau's terrible.
Oh yeah, he's awful. But the point is, like, it frames modern social man as the victim of society, which isn't true. Of course, it's the complete opposite. In fact, we're the beneficiaries of society.
Have you seen the argument from the leftists where they post these memes? Did you know that peasants in the medieval era had 100 days of vacation and only worked 4 hours a day? And plumb not true.
Yeah, obviously.
And absurd. And they also didn't have antibiotics, air conditioning, and helicopters.
So they act as if the peasants lived in a post-industrial society.
They didn't have helicopters? Who gives a shit? What? What does a helicopter meaningfully do that improves your life, Tim?
Like there was in the 70s there was a TV show where they took like a dozen people and were like, right, you're going to live like someone in like 700 AD or something like that, and all these people did is work. They've got to stitch their own clothes, they've got to constantly look after the animals, they're constantly cleaning, they're constantly sewing, they're constantly preparing food, whatever it is. Everything takes a long time. There's no such thing as a holiday. There's no such thing as time off. Things need to be done even if you're not just plowing the fields. And so anyway, but yeah, so this is the fundamental problem with liberalism, is that it creates a mythology for itself, which is false, right? It never.
You literally have a YouTube channel called Sargon of Akkad, where you cosplay as a historical despot. Like, what are you talking about? False mythologies? That's been your entire career.
Happened. It was never the case that man lived in this Garden of Eden state of nature. But what the problem with mythologies, well, not a problem, but one of the functions of mythology is that it sets the values of the civilization. It tells the civilization what is good. And that's why liberalism is constantly harping on about freedom and equality. These are the values of liberalism because they're set from the state of nature in the original position that man was supposed to be in.
Would you call Rousseau a product of liberalism?
He is 100%. One of the architects of liberalism.
Really? Because I feel like he's far closer to a romantic.
Well, it doesn't mean he's not a liberal.
The Romantics did come from.
Well, hold on a second. How can you be? So it's my understanding, and I'm just trying to understand. It's my understanding that liberalism, as a product of the Enlightenment, says that we can contact reality, that we can reason. If Romanticism rejects reason, Romanticism says that you should go to your emotions, and that's a better way to understand the world. Your reactions, your emotions, these are more real to people than reason. Because even Nietzsche was saying that his man's most fallible faculty is reason. Because when you reason, you are, without a doubt, capable of being wrong because you don't have enough information, you don't have the capacity to reason properly or whatever. So from my understanding, Rousseau as a romantic, and this is something, and this is the way I'm only talking about what I see it. So Rousseau as a romantic is far closer to what we see today on the social justice left than would be any other kind of Enlightenment philosophy, because the left rejects the ability to. They think that power comes from words as opposed to being able to reason and being able to argue from a place of charity.
So Rousseau is 100% a liberal. He begins with liberal priors. He constructs his philosophy rationalistically. He just has a different interpretation. And I don't know what definition you're using for a romantic, but I would say he was more idealistic about what he thinks the state of nature would have been like. It's He
wanted savages made to live in cities. I understand that part. Yeah,
but
Rousseau's groundbreaking idea here that they're talking about was black people from the jungles of Africa being able to live in a modern Western society, and guess what? He was correct. Does turn out you can in fact go from living in a jungle to living in a city, and human beings are adaptable in that way because we're not separate creatures just because we have different skin colors, which is, by the way, what people of Rousseau's time assumed about black people. They assumed they were a subspecies of human. So, they're literally complaining right now about Rousseau advocating for treating, people of all races and ethnicities as human beings.
But he thought that the state of nature was a lot more kind than it actually would have been to mankind, right? Hobbes would have been, if man had lived in a state of nature, Hobbes was the one who was right on the money on this. Or what's the other guy's name? Not Montesquieu. There's another chap who basically came to the same, a French chap who came to the same conclusion as Hobbes, where man would be flighty. Every time he'd heard a stick snap in the woods, he'd just run away because he'd be afraid, right? And it was very much with the Hobbesian, you know, his life would be nasty, brutish, and short. It would be violence, it would be death, it would be difficult, because that was what living on your own in a woodland would be like, right? Rousseau, for some reason, thought man would just be wandering around, plucking fruit off the trees and, you know, living in idle...
By the way, what you are seeing happen in real time is the fascist tendency to reject Enlightenment values. That's what they're doing on this show.
Contemplation.
Everything was the garden.
Sounds like every leftist.
Yeah, exactly.
Neckbeard
But
just
they
say
still
savages?
begin
Yes.
from the same thought experiment, with the same a priori assumption that this was how things were. And since this must have been the man in the pre-social state of nature, why did he come together into a society, and what should that society look like from those presuppositions? So Rousseau is 100% the liberal.
If I can go off that a little bit, so I did actually study the Romantics because I was silly enough to take English at university.
It's important, though.
You know, it is, yes. We shouldn't have abandoned that field to Rousseauians, funnily enough. The Romantics saw the epistemology of emotional intuition as the way to repeal what was getting in the way of man's authentic consciousness. And so if Rousseau starts with the same anthropology as Locke, that they were in the state of nature, he's just a bit more optimistic about it.
Again, they just hide their bigotry behind, like, philosophers. That's all they're doing here. Like, it's kind of incredible, actually, that Sargon's big-brained move was to get, like, a master's in philosophy so that he could more effectively hide his racism. Like, that's actually, you know, I gotta give him props. That's a big boy move. That's a big boy move. Holy shit, what is this? Okay, wait, no, this is actually great. This is 10 out of 10. I'm sick of Elon Musk and his rich buddies trying to buy this election. If you agree, pitch in here. Nah, that's great. That's 10 out of 10. Good job, Biden comms team. That's absolutely not Joe Biden tweeting that, but that is very funny. Amazing stuff. Wait, no, it's not that. There we go. No? No? There we go.
Then that means everything that's come after the state of nature is a deterioration from source. And what he's seeking to do is have the state emulate the same conditions as the state of nature. And so he thinks that if we've grown up in the state and that's moved us away from our original pre-civilizational existence, then reasoning based on those priors isn't going to get us anywhere.
Hey, what if I just made out my opponents to have a nonsensical ideology because I just can't acknowledge their positions accordingly? Precious item ahead. Gesturing. I love gesturing.
It's just that emotions and intuitions are the more authentic apparatus for getting back to the same anthropology he shares with Locke. And I think what you're identifying is, it sounds a lot like Marx. It sounds a lot like forced consciousness.
Absolutely.
It's because Marx basically plagiarized Rousseau. There's a reason why the final line of the Communist Manifesto, the workers have nothing to lose but their chains, apes the opening line of Rousseau, which is that man is born free and is every...
Also, just want to point out, are the finger creatures signing? What does that mean in sign language? I know one of you guys speaks ASL. It's fascinating. Hey, Valerian, how you doing? Rousseau, Locke, and Hobbes would challenge these people to a duel in order to, like, kill them legally. Sargon would deadass whine about blue hair at a philosophy degree, and yet here he is. Yeah, right? But well, Alex JT, the issue is it's perfectly fine when a man gets a philosophy degree to be conservative, you know? Goldmask speaks in finger signing too, yeah, and the finger reader crones read the fingers' movements, so, like... I don't know, I wonder if that has any meaning.
Everywhere in chains. They share a lot of those similarities, and this is why, and this is something we'll get onto later, that's why the communists are always nipping at the heels of the liberals, because fundamentally they share the same anthropology, that all underneath, we're fundamentally equal, we have the same fundamental natural rights, and it's civilization that is getting in the way of us realizing our egalitarian natures.
I agree, man is born free, but there's...
It's not.
But that's not true, though.
But...
Oh, man, Tim. Tim's trying to do his libertarian bit. I agree, man is born free. What? No, he's not. Man is born a slave to his betters. Like, that's the ideology they're pushing here. Like, they genuinely, like, philosophically believe that man should have a dictator to tell him what to do. That your average human being is too stupid and spiteful to actually have meaningful relations societally. What is this? The two fingers gesture. Wait a minute. Sorry, 1 second. Got a two fingers gesture. Let's try it. This is the core of conservative intellectual thought. It is, for real. Like, no, this is, like, unironically, like, it's nonsense, but it's important nonsense for us to understand and be able to decode, you know?
Well, it just depends on what you mean by free. And what I'm going to say is, when Marx says they have nothing to lose but their chains, what it means to be unchained is to be separated from society, the privileges, the benefits, and the responsibilities. To be born free of those things also means to be in a downward state where you will likely succumb to death. So the way I tried to explain it, certainly outside of the confines of philosophical understanding and great writers, when I talk to my friends, because I'm like a teenager, I'm like, dude, why don't you go try living in the middle of the woods buck naked and see how you like it? Like, be free. Be free as you want to be. No support, no help, no making your clothes, no plastics, no computers.
Bro, I don't want to walk outside barefoot half the time.
And so what I would say to them, for a lot of my friends who are always complaining about something, I said, you need to understand that you live in this great privilege of society with roads, with protection, with police, all of these things. Go in the middle of the woods, buck naked, you're at zero, and without society, without family, without community, you are slowly going to die. And actually, very quickly, I should say, slowly, but now imagine you're in the middle of the woods, completely buck naked, but you have a pointy stick. That is a step up from being totally nothing. To separate the worker...
Tim, what the hell are you talking about, man? Yeah, oh, go into the woods buck naked and you have nothing and you're in a bad situation, huh? Man, who would have thought of that one? Oh, if you go to the woods with a stick, it's more than you had if you were buck naked. Wow, thanks, Fivehead.
From their chains is to say, go into the woods with absolutely nothing. That's your freedom.
What?
The chains are the social bonds that tie us together.
No! They're the chains that tie us to capital. It's not the bonds between you and your mother-in-law. Like, what are you talking about? It's not the bond between you and your neighbor. Marx isn't saying, like, go out and, like, remove yourself from society. No, he's talking about the oppressive relationship of wage slavery that people have to their bosses, to capital. What is this, like, this alternative myth of Marx is silly. Like, they can't argue against the baseline point of Marx, so they just make up some secret third position that he never had.
So when Rousseau says man is born free but ever isn't changed, what he's saying is man is an atomized individual who should be alone in the woods, but for some reason he's born into the civilization. But in reality, that's...
No, when Rousseau's talking about that, he's talking literally in chains. Because when Rousseau was writing, people were still en masse enslaved. God.
It's just not the case. You're born as the son of a pair of parents. You're born in a country. You're born in a community. You are born to a social network. You are not born free. Nobody is born free. And what good would freedom do to a baby anyway? You know, it would be the freedom to literally starve or freeze to death, right? It was
in a day, not even.
What are you talking about? What would freedom mean to a baby? Actually, you know what? You know what? Real quick, fine. What would freedom mean to a baby? You know, this is actually showing a weakness in Tim Pool's ideology and Sargon's ideology, because guess what? My conception of freedom is one that is predicated on positive freedoms, not negative freedoms, okay? The freedom to do something, the freedom to live, for example, being valued in a society would be that baby not just being abandoned alone in the middle of the woods as like they seem to conceive of freedom. Like in their world, a baby being abandoned in the woods is maximizing the baby's freedom. I don't believe in that. Okay? I don't believe in that. Instead, I believe in the idea of freedom in order to do stuff. You know, living in a society that empowers you to do what you will. And so what I mean by that is the baby in the middle of the woods isn't going to be able to fend for itself, guys. But if we socially have a policy that maximizes one another's freedom collectively, then, well, that baby gets raised, that baby gets fed, that watered, clothed, etc., grows up to be an adult. And then that adult is then empowered by our societal, like, policies in order to pursue whatever they're interested in. Art, you know, science, literature, politics, video games, whatever. Society empowers them to follow their dreams and to perform that labor. You know, like, that's freedom. Without, like, the manipulation, the extraction of profit from that labor. That is an ideal amount of freedom. Without the threat of destitution, without the threat of homelessness, without the threat of starvation. This is freedom. And I seek to give that freedom to every single man, woman, and child on this planet. But their conception of freedom is a baby freezing to death in the woods. I feel like that's a pretty clear distinction, actually. We've accidentally stumbled into a scenario here where their hypotheticals just reveal the weakness of their ideology and the strength of mine. And actually, I'm kind of thrilled that we reached this point. Does that make sense to you guys? Like, the reason I'm in favor of democratic worker co-ops is because it gives workers more freedom, more agency in their workplace, ownership of their workplace, ability to dictate what they do with their lives. You know, when we have decommodified housing or decommodified basic foodstuffs, you know, this allows people to take more risks, to do the things they will. And I think that's beautiful. And I want that for everybody. But they can't even conceive of a world like that. Because their freedom is the freedom of the frozen child.
Not even
like Rousseau and Marx's own children.
Well, one quick point too. Don't babies die if they don't get touch?
Yeah,
human contact. This happened in Ceausescu's Romanian orphanages. Loads of kids died of neglect, not because they weren't fed or had water, just because they had no adult contact.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I think usually if a child dies of neglect, they're dying because they don't have the food or the water or aren't getting it for some reason. Go on, Chief.
As a somewhat aside, I wonder what causes that. I would surmise perhaps evolution.
So obviously some sort of evolutionary necessity. But the point is, like, everything about liberalism's presuppositions about what it is to be a human are just wrong. They're just wrong, you know.
I think it's interesting because we see one of the highest rates of mortality is just after retirement. Babies that don't receive human contact also die. Humans as social creatures, I wonder if this is a component of evolution where if a society, if a person had aged to a point where they were no longer contributing, their survival would be a detriment to the remaining tribe, who would have to do extra work to maintain something that is not doing anything in return. And a baby without touch is also it's like self-terminate essentially. This is a net negative. There's no positive.
Wait, what?
I wonder if that's an evolutionary thing about social construct.
I'm sorry. What? A baby will self-terminate? What are you talking about, Tim? Yes, you know, the babies. They have their post-birth abortion ability. What? Oh, yeah. These babies are just choosing to die. They're suffering from the same disease that Amidala suffered from in Star Wars, Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. They've simply lost the will to live. All these babies are self-deleting. What the hell are you talking about, Tim? Come on. How do people watch this? Almost over 150,000 views on this in the last week. How do people watch this? The brain damage today is incredible. Yeah, this is like a 2x4 repeatedly to the noggin. God. You know what? I actually forgot that this was giving me a headache. I need to take an Advil. I'll be right back. Also, guys, my feet hurt really badly. Children watch this to feel smart? I really hope not. Hey, plain old toast, how you doing? We need plain old toast. We need our two toast chatters in the same room so I can make sure they're not the same chatter. Yeah, when a hospital's out of, like, the anesthetic, they just put on a Tim Pool video. It knocks you right out. I feel like I'm a lot smarter than Carl, but the notions he parroted were the ones I built an ideology around. Yeah. Sure, plain old toast. Sure. A likely story. Toast? Chat, you're not allowed to eat fellow chatters, okay? I'm sorry. I worked in a coffee shop co-op, working with coffee growing co-ops in South America. And those co-ops are doing very well. My co-op is another story. What happened to your co-op? John Bainbridge? John Bainbridge. I propose a toast to Riverboat Jack. I agree. Huzzah! Huzzah forever! And also, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Huzzah! Huzzah forever! Mr. Miyagi, I can't stand marmalade. I wish I did. Paddington makes it look delightful, but I can't do it. What if my SO is in the chat? Can I eat her at least? Only consensually. Only man-children watch them? But, like, the thing is, I understand man-children watching, like, overt reactionaries like the Quartering or whatever, because, like, it's a catchy, like, oh, someone's ruining something you love type title, and then, and it's about, like, Captain America, and so, like, people will click on that and watch it, and, like, I understand that. I understand how, like, a younger person could get, like, roped up in all of that, you know? I don't understand what the appeal value is for Tim Pool, because he's not catchy, he's not interesting, and he's also, like, he's got nothing going when it comes to grabbing younger viewers, you know? How about Vegemite? Oh, fuck no. Vegemite is foul. What if it's the state of nature? Hey, Mandacorian, how you doing? Foxbat, I would love that. Also, folks, consider dropping those subs and donos, because I need them to live. I want to hear you talk about your philosophy and socialism more than these posers. I mean, I'm absolutely happy to. You just gotta ask me questions, because, like, otherwise I'm just gonna ramble about, like, the benefits of worker cooperatives. Which, by the way, is not to say that worker cooperatives always succeed or are always, like, good. Like, obviously, if we shifted to a predominantly co-op-driven market, co-ops would fail, and we would need, like, you know, like, a mechanism that tolerates the failure and allows people to try again. What about lemon curd? I'll go with lemon curd. We eat that shit without flinching? I don't get it. I don't get it. Batty! Thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in hard to support Riverboat Jack and Riverboat Jack Enterprises. But my favorite anime character, Alita, loves Vegemite, but I'm only an anime character part-time. What would you say the nature of man is, or whatever counter to these wannabe philosopher kings? I mean, I think that generally, like, it's pretty obvious what the state of man in nature would be, because we're here, right? Like, we've built societies. We've become, like, the dominant life form on the planet. And we're the top of every food chain. So, like, it seems pretty clear to me that the thing that allowed us to do that is socializing and society and being able to work together. Fundamentally, we are not selfish creatures, because that's not, if we were, like, we would not have a success as a species. We would not have, like, these complex societal structures, because fundamentally we have this drive to work together.
Hi chat. Hi Jack.
Hi Betty. So, like, we aren't better than nature. We aren't, like, beyond nature. We're still in a state of nature. You know? It's just that because of our tenacity, because of our commitment to teamwork, this is what our state of nature is now. We have video games. We have the internet. You know? So what I'm trying to say is their contention is that man is fundamentally selfish, that man in a state of nature craves subservience, and I disagree. I think mankind is fundamentally good, fundamentally geared towards social and societal development. And, like, I reject and repudiate their claims to the contrary, frankly. Bissellus, I have no idea. We're just going by whatever time I get to things.
Our social connection.
Yeah, it could well be, but I don't know. But the point being, though, the liberal assumption.
Oh, or if anyone has any other questions for me, I'm happy to answer those. Man is both? Well, yeah, of course, man isn't, like, wholly, like, selfless. Same way man isn't wholly selfish, but, like, on the balance, I would say that human beings are, geared towards working with one another, towards the greater good, whatever that might mean. Man naturally longs for subservience. Man might naturally long for it, but I know chat desires it above all else. Okay? Nothing else will do but to sub to Riverboat Jack. Good, I'm in the Finger Ruins. Oh no. Oh dear. No, this is not great. Alright. Oh god. Oh god! They can teleport! Man longs for the asbestos mines, yeah. I don't think things like 100% anarchy would go well. I mean, the thing is, 100% anarchy as a concept that... Oh god, why? Things like 100% anarchy, like, that's like thousands of years in the future. Like, we can't even conceive of what a world with, like, socialist businesses would be like, let alone what a world without nation states would be like, So, it just kind of seems to me that it's a largely silly thing to advocate for something so far... Oh god, for something so far in the future that we can't even properly conceive of what it would be like, Sorry, a cab includes Tone Police. Silly as being a sovereign citizen. There are few things sillier than that.
About all of this was just incorrect, right?
Right.
Man is a deeply social creature and needs social contact, and we know this. We know this because what's the second worst punishment you can inflict on someone? Ostracism.
Solitary confinement.
Solitary confinement. It is the worst thing you can do, other than simply hanging them, right? And we know this. So we know that everything about liberalism being like, right, okay, well, actually, we used to live in the Garden of Eden, and we used to be on our own, and that's where things were perfect. That's not correct. And it's also not a desirable goal at all, because this is why the mythology of liberalism is the poison that is the problem, the constant liberation from contingency. Everything you should have all the time, whenever you feel like it, regardless of what anyone else thinks. That's actually terrible.
I agree. And I would say the way you've explained not being born free, I would completely agree as well, right? You are born into a country with laws, and there are responsibilities to you, and you reach a certain age, you then have responsibilities back. Those chains of society
100%.
have always been there.
Yeah.
Unless you were born in the middle of the woods and your mom ran away, and then you got eaten by wolves.
Yeah.
I believe it was St. Augustine who said it's not that we're born free and equal, it's that we're born in urine and excrement. In the sense, we're born inextricably contingent on everyone around us who is compelled to make sacrifices to take care of us. This is why when you had Katie Faust on your show a while ago with my good friend Jeff Younger, she said civilization is healthiest when everything is reoriented around caring for those who get the absolute least say into the position that they are born in. Because they cannot consent to the parents that they choose. They can't choose their parents. Therefore, the parents must act as if they could have chosen, and they would have chosen them.
I maybe a simpler way. I suppose society it grows great when it is built around caring for for children.
Yeah.
And we are now here in the United States, and to what degree in the UK or Europe, I'm not. You guys can answer that one, but we are society for the elderly now.
Yeah.
Our government is run by the oldest, for the oldest, who refuse to give up power. The advocacy is do not have children. Children are bad. Children should be aborted. It is no longer a society being oriented around children, and thus it's going to implode.
You see, we're in exactly the same position, and you see this most right and this is Jack Posobiec's favorite thing, and he's totally right about this. The fact that McDonald's is not a family restaurant anymore. No, I'm not even joking.
I know.
Think about it when you were a kid, right?
Yeah.
It would be very bright, very colourful. You know,
you put your shoes in the thing to go in the...
We had birthday parties.
They still have McDonald's play places. What are you talking about? This is literally just old men yelling at clouds, but it's about McDonald's play places. What the fuck? Okay. Gonna read Foxbat's comment here. Basically, this is the trappings of intellectualism and nice clothes that make it feel more refined than the sort of really obvious gross fascism. So if you're somebody with more functional ethics and less intrinsic hate, but you want to justify your prejudices, you can be deeply and fundamentally privileged and prejudiced and hold preconceived notions without having, like, the deep psychotic hate, or at least have enough social skills to understand that open 5-minute hate ape screeching is not correct. It happens when pseudo-intellectual smarter people come at fascism. This is the evolution, most crucially, of neoconservative thought, which was often described by Norman Podhoretz as liberalism that has been mugged by reality, or more accurately, intellectual middle-class liberalism that has come in contact with realpolitik thought, and, this is really, really important, the evil actions necessary to maintain the imperialist system that benefits you, and can't justify those actions through a framework of liberalism, but still retains certain notions of, like, not being grotesque, so it layers a created philosophy over the horrible machinery of capitalist imperialism to reverse justify it, until you get to the point that you hit Charles Murray being unwilling to say racism benefits me and I want it. So he creates an entire ideology with that the real reason for disparate racial outcomes is some horrible biology. Basically, it's all Norman Podhoretz and Henry Kissinger's fault. Yeah, but also crucially, it seems. It sees that there is something wrong with society, but totally misidentifies the problem. Yeah, it's kind of like... I agree with you there. It's kind of like when we say... When we criticize folks at, like, TYT, for example, or Jimmy Dore, soy-facing about, like... Boogaloo Boys, you know, like, oh man, this guy's great. He identified all of the same problems I did. But the issue is, it's not the identification of problems that's wrong. It's their proposed solutions. It's the ideology that then creates the environment for their proposed solutions, you know? And it's totally and fundamentally twisted and wrong, you know? These guys are doing work right now of twisting that ideology to create the environment that produces the outcomes they desire, you know? So it's not like, you might notice these guys are like, yes, you know, horrible problem identified. And you're like, oh, wow, that problem is actually a thing I think is also a problem. The issue is their entire underlying ideology is going to lead you to an incorrect solution to that problem. Exactly, Mr. Anderson. Like, another one of these things, it's an important reason to understand why folks like, oh God, what is the name of the guy who popularized CRT and trans sports? He's like a paid Republican operative. I'm forgetting his name. But what's important here is that they introduce, like, a core problem, or at least something that seems like a core problem to middle American conservatives. And that's, man, all these, there's a lot of gays. Thank you, Feistiest Bard, Christopher Rufo. So, like, a lot of Republicans will be like, I don't like gays, and I'm seeing a lot more gay stuff. And so, like, Christopher Rufo will go like, wow, yeah, it seems like they're teaching a lot of this leftist Marxist rhetoric in all of these drag time story hour events. And, like, again, it's like, they're like identifying something real, that there are more gay kids, and then they are proposing an insane reason for it and an insane solution to it, you know? It's also diversionary, so, like, that's not really a big deal. You know, the fact that there are more gay kids, that's just kind of natural because it's safer to be gay now. But the issue here is, like, the underlying ideology leads in certain given directions. And they know that. You know, they're not... you can say a lot of things about Carl Benjamin, but, like, he knows he's full of shit. He just doesn't care. Yeah, no, like, they're doing the same thing Richard Spencer did. Richard Spencer cleaned up the Nazi image, the white supremacist image, in the modern era by wearing suits that actually fit him. And, like, well, I don't know if this guy's suit actually fits him, but, like, it's slightly more tailored than, like, your average, you know, gamer bro. So, like, they're doing something specific here.
He's in the downstairs basement bit.
Yeah. You know, and you'd have like an outdoors bit with the slide and stuff like that. And now it looks just like, it looks some sort of dystopian black monoliths.
Brutalist.
Yeah.
Burger facility.
Yeah, exactly. Come and get your burger, you useless eater number 3,1,272. You know,
look, useless
it's like
eater and Rand.
It's a
Pizza Hut.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's
Jack talks about Pizza Hut nationalism.
Yeah.
He's completely correct.
I'm completely on it. I'm completely on it. The civilization used to be focused around families with children.
Yes.
Right? That's what it used to be focused around. And now it's focused around single adults who have got just, you know, wage jobs, who hate their lives, who just want to get their burger just before they kill themselves.
Not just that, there's a proliferation.
Like, we recognize that this is silly, you know? Like, right? They're making an entire argument about the downfall of Western civilization because they don't find McDonald's to be as fun to play in as they did when they were kids. You know, like, that's insane. That's a crazy thing to think. It's a crazy argument to make. But, like, they don't care. They know that. They like it. They're taking advantage of it.
perception, this is something I've noticed particularly about America, of sort of homeless, vagrant drug addicts. I wrote about this recently for the European Conservatives. They are the last man of liberalism. I think this is why you're seeing anarcho-tyranny on American streets. It's because, as you said, if you have an on-demand desire all the time, that is the true and authentic expression of your individual freedom. And anyone asserting a standard, even if it's loving concern for the addiction you have, is an incursion on that freedom. So what you need is like a TSA-style government that oversees all relationships and ensures that at no point are you impinged upon by someone else's expectations. So the government, and this is how it mutates from Locke to Rousseau, from limited government as the founders intended to a totalitarian government. It's that on the premise that we are born free and equal and that our very own relationships and our own parents and their expectations are incursions on our freedom, the government has to step in to ensure that no interaction ever stops that. And so you sleeping on the street or in the...
This guy's crazy. Like, the thing he's arguing about right now is nonsensical. We need a TSA-style government? Oh, so, like, just a fascist government with secret police? Like, what? Come on. Lives unworthy of life. He's arguing for life unworthy of life. Yeah, no, like, that's what they're talking about when they talk about useless eaters. They don't believe that people have a fundamental right to live. They want to take that away. There's a reason why they made that argument at the beginning, you know?
doorway of a CVS shooting up heroin and ODing and no one caring for you is actually the vision of your total freedom.
Yeah, there's no one more free than that to indulge the desires of their own will.
To their death.
To their death. And it's from a non-liberal perspective, it's complete evil. But it's not a coincidence that in every place that the Democrats end up running, they end up going, well, we need to provide those people with needles.
And the Taliban walk in,
yeah,
and then they withdraw.
Democrats advocate for that because it is scientifically and empirically proven to help people who have addiction issues. Like, Democrats don't want that for no reason, or Democrats aren't advocating for it because they think, like, ah, yeah, man, it's so great when people shoot up with drugs. That's not a thing. That's not what... I feel like I'm on crazy pills right now. Yeah, we're doing Sargon KBS.
But that makes the Taliban in the right on this issue. No, responsible adults who care about the people around them should step in and say, no, we're taking the drugs away. You don't need this. You need rehab. You know, you need to get your life back on track. You know.
Hey, Sargon, maybe it would be effective to do that. I don't know, like, and easier to do that if, like, a safe injection site, say, had services around, like, addiction counseling and getting off of drugs built into it, so that then it's always present and people are also safe, you know, so people don't overdose. Like, the entire point of safe injection sites is that you aren't proliferating, like, HIV through dirty needles or any other host of blood complications. Plus, it allows for easier access to services to get people off of drugs. Like, the entire point of those things is to get people the counseling that they need, but you're against that premise. They're saying the Taliban are better than Democrats? Yes. Again, keep in mind, their conservative ideology and the ideology of the Taliban are very similar. They're not exactly the same, but they are incredibly similar. They're, like, religiously, politically fundamentalists. They agree on a lot. The only reason these people have been against the Taliban are because the Taliban are Muslims and they're bigoted against Muslims. That's it.
That's the non-liberal perspective.
This is an interesting argument in that relates to gender dysphoria. Matt
great.
Walsh, his position has been there should be no sex change surgery for anyone, doesn't matter how old you are.
Yes.
And many of the classical liberals, the middle-of-the-road disaffected liberal types who have now said, I'm voting for Trump, take the position, well, no, if you're an adult, you can choose to do what you want to do. And I think that makes an interesting argument. And I've asked people this question as well. I mean, if someone went to a doctor and said, I'm body dysmorphic, I want my hand removed, would you remove it? And everyone says no. I said, okay, then what's the moral difference between someone's reproductive organs and their hand?
Should we let an anorexic get liposuction? Or should we say, no, you're deluded, and we should save your life and prevent you from making this irreversible decision? And
Simply, no.
Yes.
You should not say you're deluded. We have to say... You get my point.
Well, you have a mental...
Exactly.
You have a mental disorder.
You have a
you need help.
miscalibrated perception about yourself. And this is quite a deeply personal issue to me, because I've had...
Again... Body dysmorphia and gender dysphoria are two different things. That's why they're categorized differently, because they're about different aspects of your ability to exist in public. Like these are both two different things. It's why they're categorized differently. Like the same reason, how do I put this in a different context? It's different in the same way, like, you might need a surgery on your leg, and you might need a surgery on your other leg. But guess what? They might both be different surgeries. They might seem similar because they're both surgeries, but they might be for very different things. And in this case, they're for different things. Different words mean different things. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Profound statement by Riverboat Jack. Cave ahead, seek underground. Okay.
Had friends that have fallen afoul of this and are now sterile and fertile and have complications. And they themselves said, okay, I was above the age of 18 at the time, but was I compos mentis? No.
This is really interesting as it pertains to the idea of chains of society. What are the chains of society? When you are born, you will be fed. You'll be taken care of. Either your parents must do it. We have an apparatus of the state to try and step in when that is not the case. Yep. But you look at everything that is coming about through Democrats, the left. I'm sure it's the same in Europe. It is breaking the chains, quite literally, to the point where children are being aborted and killed and treated as things. Prominent leftist YouTubers. I asked Vosh, when does a baby become a human? He said, some point after birth. It is quite literally removing the humanity from a person and taking away... to what end?
That's all liberalism can do, right? Liberalism is the breaker of chains, the breaker of these relationships between people. I mean, this is so contingent in its DNA that all it has is a negative vision for when essentially you will be completely on your own. It can't build anything.
This is really fascinating. The way Mark...
It's really rich to hear Sargon say liberalism can't build anything when it's literally the driving force of like the last several hundred years. Like, what are you talking about? Literally all of modern society has been like spread by liberal ideology. What are you talking about? Silliness. Doesn't he want to go back to feudalism? I mean, no, they want despotism. They want authoritarianism. They want a dictatorship. And again, I've talked with tons of people like these guys. They just think, and they'll deny it, by the way. They will deny, oh, I don't want a dictatorship. I love you. they won't say they love democracy, but they will say they don't want a dictatorship, but it's mostly because they know it's not advantageous for them to come out as like pro-authoritarian, you know? And on top of that, they'll deny it, but they want an authoritarian daddy. And that's what they want at the end of the day. Yeah, it's very much Palpatine saying that he loves democracy and the Republic. Exactly. Wait, is Carl did Carl actually come out as being like a dyed-in-the-wool monarchist? Is that so? It's pretty funny. They all have daddy problems? Hell, I have daddy problems. I just don't make it anybody else's problem. Because we agreed we were both basically extremists who hated the society that currently existed and thought it was brutalizing humanity. Yeah, like, they think genuinely that they will be able to get the right one in charge. They acknowledge that under fascism they wouldn't be able to ensure like the right candidate, but they just think like, oh man, we only got to get it right once and then we're set for life, baby. That's literally their line of thinking. They just got to make sure they get the right guy in.
Marx describes chains, the way the left describes chains, is they want you to imagine a slave master having you chained.
Yeah.
As a
No, Marx dedicates most of his writing to describing what capitalism is. And he talks about wage slave. The reason that it's called wage slavery is because you are being forced to do it. You are being coerced into doing it. Through deprivation, through the threat of like homelessness and starvation, you are being forced to do these things. You know, you're doing labor you wouldn't otherwise choose to do. And not only that, you are not getting paid the full value of your labor. You are getting, in fact, paid less than the value of your labor. So something is being taken from you while you are being coerced into performing labor. In this sense, it is very much similar to slavery, which is why it is called wage slavery. It's not that complicated.
Opposed to chains holding up a bridge.
Yeah. That's a great analogy actually, because I mean, they use chains, but like you say, chains have got a constructive function as well, right?
Yeah.
They literally lift things into place, and all of the moral good in society is really found in our relationships. Right. I mean, what does being a moral person mean when you're not interacting with other people?
The coma test is a useful way of saying that so you can't commit rape, theft, assault, and murder if you're in a coma. Brilliant, but does that make you a moral person? No, it makes you neutral. It takes proactive, virtuous action to be considered moral, and you can only do that if there's another interlocutor.
Yeah. I mean, if you were stranded on a desert island, being a good or bad person just doesn't make sense.
Mental note, never get stranded on a desert island with Sargon of Akkad, okay? 10,000% he would engage in, like, sexual degradations? That's the word I'm thinking of. Predations, maybe? Anyway, yes, he is the bear. Do not choose the bear. I'm saying he'd get creepy and weird on a desert island, okay? That's all I'm trying to say.
There's no one to be good or bad towards, right?
Yeah.
So this is the problem with the social contract society. Who was it that described it as a society of rational devils? Can you remember?
I can't remember. It might have been C.S. Lewis, but I'm not sure.
No. I think it was.
I thought it was a Screwtape left his quote.
I think it was like Voltaire or something. But one of the liberal thinkers said, look, what we're going to do is we're going to create...
Kant.
That was Kant. There we go, right. So Kant, again, is a great example.
They can't say that philosopher's name right. I'm pretty sure he's called Kant. 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 They're shortening it a little bit. Depravities. Thank you, feistiest bard.
Of this, where he's trying to create a framework that is a rational framework.
Yes, but Sargon, if you woke up on a desert island, and someone had woken up there before you, and collected all of the coconuts, and you know, people on desert islands are so committed to neither being good nor bad, like you're saying, and that other person demanded you suck his dick for a coconut, would you do it? Would you do it on Coconut Island? We need like a mock-up trailer for a reality television show called Coconut Island. It's a gay dating show. Every episode like takes place on an island. All of the contestants are like gay or bisexual. I think it's a great idea. You can't serve any Kant? Wow, that's hurtful. No, trains of bullshit. Nothing gets done on Coconut Island. I thought it was a good joke. I would suck his dick, then bash his head in with a rock while he slept because he violated the nap. Okay, fair. Oh god. They're so speedy. There we go. You thought you were in regular ruins, but it was me, Dio! Yeah.
Any rational being should be able to consent to. So, okay, I've got a series of rights, series of restrictions on myself and obligations to the state, and therefore I could have a society of rational devils who could all live peaceably because of the social contract. And this, I mean, the United States is a social contract society, right? So theoretically, you should have a society that could function from, a society of rational devils. But I actually don't want to live in a society of devils, actually.
I agree.
Why would you want that? So what?
What does that mean? Sargon, in real terms, what does that mean? Because we're not talking about devils. Devils aren't real. We're talking about human beings.
Is the goal here? Why do we want to make devils someone we can live alongside? Can't I live alongside good and virtuous people?
And this is why the French Revolution failed and the American Revolution succeeded. One of many reasons is because actually the American Constitution, the social contract, is subordinate to the fact that you were formulated from a time, a place, a particular people, and a faith. And all of the underlying assumptions of the Constitution were baked in by the authors, but as the demographics change, as religion wanes, you're no longer living by these thick bonds of sentiment and Christian faith. You're living up and according to the letter of the law. And if they don't believe in the original sentiment that wrote the law, then it just becomes, how do we quickly circumvent this and establish an elite class that can apply the law selectively?
There's like 800 layers to go through right now that I'll try to get as quickly as I can. Are you familiar with cut flower politics?
Yes.
Coined by Dennis Prager.
No, I'm not.
Oh my God.
He says you have this beautiful flower and you cut it from its base and hold it in the air and everyone can see how beautiful it is. But it has been cut from its root and it will die.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening to us now. And so I one day decided to read about the Bill of Rights, why the Constitution contains them. And and you should know this, do you know why we have the 4th, 5th, 6th amendments?
I had to read about why...
and what those are to the Bill of Rights?
No, go.
No.
Law for certain seizure, isn't it?
Right to a speedy trial, right to confront your accuser, things like that.
But these are all just from English law.
But do you know what the actual the root idea from the Founding Fathers where they said that should be enshrined was? It's actually really simple, and you know Blackstone's formulation.
Oh, I mentioned this last night, yes.
And Benjamin Franklin said it is better that 100 guilty persons escape than one innocent person suffer.
Sure.
And the reason was, we need these enshrined in the Constitution to guarantee the rights, because we know government can run afoul. We've witnessed this. The reason these rights must be protected is that a society that
B-Boy, Cool and Company can't serve Kant.
It's true. And you don't have to apologize. I understood. Thank you for the $5 dono, though. Also, folks, consider following in Olympian's footsteps. Consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, etc. Be the hero of stream today. God, they all hit me. There we go. Scary. These lamprey wizards are freaky as fuck. I actually think they're kind of silly looking. They don't freak me out.
That a citizen who believes that even if he is a good person who abides by the rules of society and law, if they believe they will be improperly prosecuted, imprisoned, or punished, they have no incentive to be a good person. In fact, quite the opposite. They will lie, cheat, and steal to protect themselves from a corrupt system. Therefore, the system must...
triple A bibble.
Triple A.
Dono dogs et al.
Triple A I bibble. Triple A I bibble. Triple A I bibble. Sam News, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Also, I don't know what it is. This text-to-speech got good beat. Okay, got laying down some of the background singing on a track right there. You know what? Actually, I have to give it to Sargon. I am a monarchist now. I'm a monarchist, largely thanks to the machinations of one British king. Why, you heard that right. Critical support for King Charles.
Prime Ministers will bring forward legislation to improve the railways by reforming rail franchising, establishing Great British Railways, and bringing train operators into public ownership.
That's right, bitches! The king just announced plans to make public the private railroads of Britain. That's right, baby! We got public transit back in the UK. Transit's back on the menu, baby. Yeah. You guys were getting screwed over by the privatized railway system? No more. Now, they're publicly owned railways. The king has spoken. Are there still private trains in the UK? Oh, fuck yeah, they are. Wait, they're actually still privatized? I thought the new government had a plan to nationalize the nation's railroads, according to More Perfect Union. The Rail Renationalization Bill. The rail unions have said Britain's trains will be run as a public service, not for private profit. Rail leaders and unions welcomed the announcement. Public ownership would be the default position for train operators, while bus services could also be owned and controlled by local councils under other legislation. No, this is good. No, this is good. Services will return into state hands as remaining contracts expire over the coming years, or possibly earlier if lawyers advise of potential ground for breach of contract. Avanti West Coast bosses were put on notice to improve performance in a meeting with the Transport Secretary on Tuesday. This is great. in the UK, trans people are still screwed, but like transit is also good. They're nationalizing the unprofitable parts. Yeah, but they're moving to privatize the profitable private sector parts as well. Yeah, they have to pass like 3 bills, but I don't know, they got the king to endorse it, so like it's probably going somewhere, have to imagine. Yeah, trains and bullshit. From your name, I trust you implicitly. Tell me. It's complicated. The track and stations are all owned by the government-owned company. The rolling stock is owned by the rolling stock leasing companies, and the trains are run by the train operating companies who bid to run the franchises and then pay some of their fares to the track company and the rolling stock leasing company. The trans people are screwed, but the trains people are happy? True. But you know what? Maybe one day the train people and the trans people can both be happy together. That's my dream. When train people and trans people can walk together, arm in arm. All right.
Always persevere to protect the innocent so that they always try to be their best selves. And of course, Blackstone's formulation, Sodom and Gomorrah, rooted in the Bible.
Oh, God.
The United States, foundation of its constitution, its governance, its moral worldview, was rooted in Christianity.
And an English interpretation of that Christianity.
Absolutely.
Because all of these things that you're saying are just earlier precedents from English law, like habeas corpus and various...
Absolutely. And,
they were not
and our
Christians.
attempts to better understand it and and with the Constitution be like...
Properly enshrine it.
Right, we're going to enshrine this as best so we really understand, which brings me back to the cut flower politics and Bill Maher. Bill Maher's a liberal.
Yes.
Bill Maher says, "Why can't I smoke?"
By the way, can we just point out something real quick about this cut flower politics? Dennis Prager, I'm sure, is really proud of that turn of phrase, but like it doesn't mean anything. All it's saying is that our current political like system is dying. That's it. That's not a coherent ideology. It's just an ideology of like, oh yeah, your politics aren't working. Like that's it. That's all that's going on here.
Pot and sleep around. What's the problem?
Hey, Mellow
See,
Fire.
someone like Bill Maher is that flower.
Yeah.
It looks beautiful. It expresses these ideas, but it
Bill Maher doesn't look beautiful. Let's be clear about that.
has no connection to what actually brought it to that point. A man who says he's an atheist, and more power to him, it's fine. Live how you want to live, I guess.
Yeah, the words of a guy who's really okay with people being atheists. I guess. Ugh. If you want to be a dingus, I guess. Yeah, Tim Pool x Bill Maher fanfic when? Wait, is Sodom and Gomorrah where the word sodomite comes from? Yes. Bill Maher is still a liberal. He's just a shitty liberal.
But my point is, with that ideology, what that results in is abject chaos and the dissolution of social order. So this man, Bill Maher, who will go on TV and say, but I believe in free speech, but I believe in these things. He doesn't understand that the root ideology for which he was raised in is Christian moral structure.
Yeah, but like, I'm just gonna throw this out there because this has been an argument that has been bandied about a lot by conservatives on the right, and I don't get it because every ideology has roots in other ideologies going back to the beginning of time. Like, Christian ideology was influenced by that of like Zoroastrianism, and like, so really, and Zoroastrianism predates Christianity, so really, are we a Zoroastrian country, or are the value systems of the United States uniquely Zoroastrian in origin? No, you wouldn't accurately put it that way. You know, like, basically they'll go out there and be like, ah, yes, modern science was predicated on the discoveries of many a Christian bishop, and it's just like, so what are you saying about that? They're like, so I'm saying that Christianity laid the groundwork of all of science. And it's like, no, that's not how that works. Christianity is influenced by Zoroastrianism. Yeah, the concept of like the dual deity struggle, you know, the concept of because I believe in Zoroastrianism there's like two different gods battling each other, essentially. I'm not an expert on Zoroastrianism by any means. I could be completely and utterly wrong. But it's something that is mirrored in the ideology of like the devil and God fighting, or Jesus and the devil fighting on their way to hell or whatever. You know? The idea of like Satan's fall from grace, things like this. Let me just look that up real quick. One of the Trump judges is actually a practicing Zoroastrian. That can't be true. That'd be wild. I've got nothing against Zoroastrians, by the way. They seem like nice folks. Yeah, a lot of people attribute like Zoroastrian influence in like Judaism, Christianity, Islam, etc. Origins in Persia. Yeah, the Iranian prophet and religious reformer Zarathustra, more widely known as Zoroaster. Regarded as the founder of the religion, contains both monotheistic and dualistic features. Can I get like a summary? I don't need like a history, I just need like a summary of belief. Zoroastrians exalt an uncreated and benevolent deity of wisdom, commonly referred to as Ahura Mazda, as the universe's supreme being. Opposed to Ahura Mazda is Angra Mainyu, who's personified as a destructive spirit and the adversary of all things good. Zoroastrianism combines a dualistic cosmology of good and evil with an eschatology that predicts the ultimate triumph of Ahura Mazda over evil. Again, if you're familiar at all with Christianity, very similar to the dynamic between God and the devil. Mule Bob, we're talking about Zoroastrianism, just real quick. Largely because Tim Pool's like, oh, we're predicated on Judeo-Christian values. I'm like, well, does that mean we're predicated on Zoroastrian values? Like what? Like where do we stop with this? You know, the Zoroaster in turn was influenced by a lot of other ideas around the time of his birth. So do we attribute it to, I don't know, do we attribute American freedom today to the complex socio-political ideas of 6th century BCE Iran? Like seems like we could, right? So are we really not a nation of Christian values, but a nation of Iranian 6th century BCE values? Again, like, this is silly. It's just a rhetorical thing they use to, like, muddy the waters and in order to make their claims. Yeah, can we say that America is the product of the Osiris cult? In ancient Egypt? Maybe. According to their logic, maybe. I wouldn't, but that's their logical framework.
Yeah. On that point, he went and did a interview with our friends at Trigonometry, and he was celebrating the fact that London is now minority English. And what he doesn't understand, and this is an outgrowth of liberal philosophy as well, is that you can't have civilization in amber. You can't have values and principles dislocated from the peoples that formulated them, because...
Man, that's crazy, because, like, the entire premise of conservatism is conserving society. Like, that's the entire premise of conservative ideology that you're just saying doesn't exist now, because you can't preserve societies in amber separate from the people who created them. My God, you've been spending this entire time talking about Rousseau and the Founding Fathers. What are you talking about?
They are the only ones who have enshrined those values in their hearts and minds. As de Maistre said, a constitution is just the codification of what the authors thought, and you can't make people live according to those things if they don't believe what it was originally there.
God.
And so all these principles that he advocates for, free speech and license to not be judged for being a pot-smoking degenerate, suddenly if you import millions of Islamic followers, Muslims,
if you import hundreds of thousands of Islams... Okay, bud.
To Britain, those values go away. The constitution is changed. And so Bill Maher may well appeal to this, but under the rubric of liberalism, he is doing what Renaud Camus called the second career of Adolf Hitler. And that is, in the name of making a nation after the Second World War, prove its anti-racist credentials and be open and free and tolerant to prevent the guard towers of Auschwitz from being reconstructed. He's actually imported the values of another country who doesn't believe in this and has the exact same thing happen all over again.
If I can overly simplify that into a meme millennials would understand, it's Sideshow Bob stepping on the rake and smacking himself in the face over and over again and going...
So there are a couple of points here that I want to just pick up on as well. So first on the rational devils thing, what I hate about this kind of view is the prejudice against irrationality and the privileging of rationality. And I'm sure you've all read Jonathan Haidt, who pointed out, well, hang on a second, you're actually not very rational for very much of your day. There we go, perfect.
I pulled up the More Foundations a while ago.
Perfect. Jonathan Haidt has proven, look, most of what you do is actually quite irrational, quite habitual. And it's only when you have to stop and think and deliberate very, very carefully that you become rational for a small period of time. So a society of rational devils would have to be rational quite a lot of the time. And so this social contract only holds until some guy who might not be terribly intelligent decides, you know what, I don't care. I'm not going to be rational, and I'm going to just attack that Asian grandma or something because I'm sick of these Asians in my neighborhood or something like that. So the social contract breaks down like that.
Yeah, boy howdy. I wonder who's telling them to be sick of all of the foreigners in their neighborhoods. It's crazy how you seem to be, literally the sentence before your co-host is like, yeah, all these Muslims keep coming here. Yeah, what if someone decides to be totally irrational and just attack insert random minority? That'd be crazy. It would really seem to come out of nowhere with no explanation. I don't understand where people are getting these ideas.
That instantly, because they've got no love for one another. Love is what prevents that from happening, right? So that's the problem with the Society of Rational Devils. Well, it only holds while they're 100% rational, and well, there are lots of people who aren't 100% rational.
Yeah, I need to read Jonathan Haidt's book, because I bought it specifically because these people keep referencing Jonathan Haidt, along with, like, more liberal-minded people. And so, like, I want to know, like, what the hell is going on with that, because he seems to be, right now, like a more socially acceptable Jordan B. Peterson. And I just think that that's really weird, and I want to look at that and kind of examine that idea a bit more, you know?
Any of the time. And there was a second thing that the immigration thing is particularly interesting, right? Because the most cultures would instinctively say, well, no, we're not going to bring in millions of people from a foreign culture. That's mad, because that would attack our own culture, the integrity of our culture, right? Most normal cultures would think that. But the liberals, the interesting thing about pre-social man is what you do is you create a kind of universal man, a kind of universal blank slate, because they point out, rightly so, that a lot of the way that we are is formed by the society in which we live. Like your accents, the things you believe, the habits you have, the food you like to eat, the clothes you wear, the things you watch, the way that you think we should interact with other people. All of these things are socially conditioned into us. And so if you took someone from one society, a baby from one society, raise them in another society, they would have the social conditioning of that other society. But the problem is no person is ever raised outside of a society. So there's never a time where there is a universal blank slate man who can be presented as, oh, here we go, we're all just the same.
I love that his argument against the concept of man in a state of nature is like, oh yeah, but it'd be impossible to do this. It's like, well, yeah. Yeah. It's a mental exercise. It's a hypothetical. It's a philosophical question. The same way, you know, we have no idea what would happen if two people crash landed on a solitary island in the middle of nowhere, and one of them woke up after the other, only to see that the other has gathered all of the island's coconuts. You know, we don't have any solid answers about what would happen. We only have intricate, detailed theories. Is he accidentally arguing with himself? Yes. Again, these people do not have coherent ideology.
Same, really.
Because they're fascists.
So these people have got their own value system, they've got their own norms, they've got their own habits, they've got their own, what I think, really backwards belief around, you know, intergender behaviors and things like that. And we're just bringing them in because we've assumed underneath all of that, they're just like us. And it's like, well, hey, there's no getting underneath all of that. That is what they are, authentically, to the core, because that's all they know of reality, and they're not like us.
Real quick, because the first point you made, sorry. Have you guys seen the meme about conditional hypotheticals?
Yeah.
So there's a 4chan post from someone who said that they were a psychology major or something that effect that did experiments, and they said that low IQ people could not understand conditional hypotheticals. Yeah. They would ask a question: how would you have felt if you did not eat breakfast yesterday?
Tim, I did eat breakfast.
Exactly. And so now it's become a meme on X where when someone says something dumb, you respond with, how would you have felt if you didn't have breakfast yesterday? Low IQ people say, but I did.
Yeah.
Or they'd say, but I didn't. And you're like, no, but...
I think Tim is too dumb to be doing this, but he's essentially, like, calling Sargon an idiot here. Like, I don't think it's even intentionally so. It's just that he doesn't realize that Sargon's entire point here was about how, oh, you can never find someone in an actual state of nature. Like, Tim, I think you're catching your guest here in some friendly fire. It's bizarre.
But okay, so hypothetically, and they can't comprehend. In that post, it's actually a bit more elaborate. The individual goes on to say that they went to prisons and they spoke with violent offenders who had murdered, raped, or and robbed and things like this, maimed, and they asked them, "How do you think the mother of the man you murdered felt when she found out you killed her son?" And they go, "Huh?"
I have a clip of this we can play if need be, because Ross Kemp went to South Africa and asked a bunch of rapists, admitted rapists, how do you feel about this? Do you not feel bad about this? And they kept saying, yeah, well, we might get the girl pregnant, so we might be worried. And he went, no, do you not?
Chat, do you think that mid anecdote, did Tim Pool realize that he was about to say that this 4chan post was making fun of Sargon, so he pivoted in order to, like, elaborate about how this was actually about asking rapists a completely unrelated question? Because that's what it feels like to me.
Are you not concerned about the victim?
I think I've seen this,
They might scream or they might give us AIDS, and he was no, she's not traumatized. They're just blank expressions.
They don't have the ability to understand that other people experience life.
It's solipsism.
Right.
Empathy requires a certain level of intelligence.
Yes.
But the funny thing is, like, it is regressive solipsism. It is.
Man, if empathy requires a certain amount of intelligence, you Chucklefuck certainly fail in that regard. My God. Also, we gotta talk to these NPCs. 1 second. I want to hear what they gotta say.
I told you once, I've no interest in companionship, but I must admit, Count Ymir did seem very pleased. Perhaps an exception is in order.
Be my friend, please.
Ymir is a shining star, in our eyes. The only star upon the black canvas of the night. Our meeting with the Count taught us of the star-draped sky. We know that we cannot reach out to touch it, but we can peer up at its brilliance and heed its guidance. We will never again lose our way in the night.
Oh, is she one of, like, Marika's, like, she's one of, like, the Newman? Oh, that would make a lot of sense. Like, if they're the, like, the... I have, like, an armor set. From them, yeah. The Shield of Night. What is the armor set called? The Armor of Night. It would make sense if the Newman came and, like, were wearing Armor of Night. It came from the stars somehow. Anyway. Hello, I blew your other whistle.
Hello there.
Hi.
I heard another sound, colored by your essence. Simply exhilarating, I must say. The stars are dark tonight. But rest assured, this is no ill omen. On the contrary, I believe that this portends a magnificent starry cascade. Now, take this. My final gift to you. May you join the glimmering stars above.
Okay. Alright. Third, final, hallowed ruin, distinct from those shown in the first 2 maps. Okay.
Oh, yes. I believe I can feel it brewing. This evening is a sign of a greater night to come.
Okay. Fleeting microcosm? Conjures a microcosm that pulses with a single wave, disappearing in a burst. Yo! That's so cool! Conjures an image of a microcosm at a foe's feet that pulses with a single wave before disappearing in a burst. The broken and discarded are fully willing to cling to fleeting simulacra, earning them some modicum of sympathy. I mean, I'll buy that. I'll buy that 9 times.
Do you recall what I said?
Ask about the nature of the
Marika
world.
and the fingers that guided her were unsound from the start. Well, the truth lies deeper still. It is their mother who is damaged and unhinged. The fingers are but unripe children, victims in their own right. We all need a mother, do we not? A new mother, a true mother.
Oh, he's gonna summon
birth to further malady.
He's gonna summon a gigantic demon god, isn't he?
May you join the glimmering stars above.
I feel like this is bad news, Bears. I feel like this is all bad. What happened to the little hand he was petting? There was like a little hand creature that he liked to hold. And it's gone. And it disturbs me that it's gone. Also, I found your sister, and she's a soulless puppet now.
I have spoken far too freely. Pay me no mind. Let us focus on our shared purpose, our service to Count Ymir. Now.
Guys, did he give me a map to this building? 'Cause I think he gave me a map to this building. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I got a bad feeling about this one, folks. I don't like how coy you guys are getting about the third ruin. Right? This is the exact same goddamn building. Yeah, I'm like standing right. Maybe it needs to be nighttime. Yo, get a good nap, Gamer G. Do I need to make it nighttime outside? All right. It's fine. It's fine. Go back to his chair? Oh, he's not in his chair. Wait a minute. Hi.
No. Be on your way.
Where's the count? Oh, secret button! There's a secret button! A thrill in darkness and silence. Holy fuck. Man, that guy didn't know this was down here? What a weirdo. What a sucker. Wow, this is the easiest one yet. I'll just go blow that horn. Invaded by Sword of Night Anna. Fine. Let's boogie. Disco Inferno! Oh god. Oh god, okay. Were you about to sing Snake Eater? Yeah. Are we done with Tim Pool? No. We're not even close. Hey, your sister tried to kill me downstairs.
No.
Okay. thrill in darkness and silence in the night. What a thrill. Excellent. Got him. Got the claws of night, baby. First off, turn back and then seek church. Oh, maybe there's like a secret. I need to like talk to her sister or something. Saw that Grindr was crashing at the RNC. Yes, that is true. Grindr has been crashing because there are too many people using it at the RNC, which is really fucking funny. I legit never once spotted the knight in the church. It's so dark in there. I don't blame you. I also almost didn't see her. I only ran into her because I literally ran into her. Hey, your sister. No. Tell her you were attacked? Ooh! By a sword hand of night underground.
Stop. What did you just say? Wait, no. Say nothing. I have one star alone, and only his words will do. I will say this much. I am in your debt, but I will hear no more. I have one star alone, and only his words will do. Be on your way. I will hear no more.
All right. I want to know what happens when I blow that horn.
I will hear no more.
Maybe she's gonna help me later because I told her that info. Like, I don't know why else people would... I don't know why else people would be like, turn back. I don't think it gets me that much to do so. What a thrill. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Put a fear in my heart. Aw. Banana Brains, it's really kind of you to wish Gamer G a happy birthday. Oh, hey, a thing. Precious item ahead. Must mean this mushroom. Finger Weaver's Cookbook. What does that mean? A record of crafting techniques left by a determined student of the Finger Ruins, whose brush with the sublime all but shattered his mind, though he was left capable enough to leave these few precious words. I can make a fingerprint nostrum? What the hell is that? Oh, here we go. Bolus engraved with whirl-like lines. There's mind, intelligence, faith, and arcane at the gradual cost of HP loss. Secret medicine of those who attempt to turn their human bodies into fingers. Ingesting causes something to wriggle within. Oh, gross. Oh, is that what all of those, like, weird little slug things are? They're all people who ate things like this? Gross. I don't want to do that. Did we react to the RNC yet? No. We're also a day behind. Hey, do you want to eat this slug? This slug thing? Oh man. I love seeing a steak of America. This is gonna be great. Alright. I'm just gonna preemptively freak out. Oh. Oh no. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like these these Arrakis sandworms up top. Or whatever the hell that thing is. Oh boy. Well, alright. I feel like I'm gonna need my trusty big sword. Oh boy. Alright. We're just gonna do this. Yeah, can't summon Torrent, of course. So we're just... Alright. It'll be fine. Maytear, mother of fingers? Oh my god. This thing's horrifying. What the fuck? Oh my god! It's hideous! Oh god. Oh god. I think she's giving you the fingers. I can take them. Is that a microcosm in its tail? Yup. Well, that's fun. Alright. I'm gonna work on killing this thing, but we gotta keep watching this Tim Pool. Let's go.
Not someone who has sat down and had a conversation on a philosophy and then come to the conclusion, nihilism and solipsism, therefore I'll do what I please. Yeah. It's people who can't even understand or get anywhere near that idea.
The fundamental assumption that all people are equal is probably the worst thing that people all experience the world, not equal, that all people experience the world in the same way.
100%.
Is absolutely wrong. And it's incredibly detrimental to any society that adopts that as the normal state of being.
And it's certainly the modern era, the liberal era, where anyone thinks that. In every sort of pre-modern society, they understand that, no, you come from a tribe, another tribe is, a separate people to you, and they will behave differently.
And that was the fundamental assumption that got the United States and England into the Iraq War.
Who's the English dude? The English dude is Sargon of Akkad. He's a prominent YouTuber who, does things like advocate for, age of consent really should be on a case-by-case basis, because some children are able to have consensual relationships with adults. So, that's the kind of guy Tim Pool invites onto his show. And he's here to talk about the downfall of Western civilization, of course.
Once we go in, they will want to be like us.
And democracy, and it's like, are you mad?
And that assumption cost millions of lives. Yeah, 100%. And it changed the Middle East and caused terrible, terrible repercussions throughout the whole world. And
led to the rise of ISIS, led to unbelievable horrors.
And as much as people will say that, it was George Bush or whatever, it's like, no. It wasn't George Bush, and it wasn't actually the argument that they might have nuclear material and stuff like that. That was the That was the argument on the face. Yeah. But the real reason that people accepted it was, Americans accepted it, was we'll go in and they'll be better off once we take Saddam out of power because they want to be free like us. Yep. And that is wrong. Yep. And as long as our society keeps behaving as if that's true, which it does currently, there has been no change in the minds of the people that organized the Iraq War. In fact, a good portion of them are currently in the administration now. And as long as that intuition has not changed, the mistakes will keep repeating.
100%. And this is, in my opinion, most well manifested in the migrant crisis in Britain, where you've got 90% are young men in their 20s and early 30s who are essentially adventuring. They're obviously adventurers, and they're obviously breaking into Britain because they know they're going to get free money. Yep. Right? And it's like, okay, look, this isn't anything new. Young men have always gone on adventures. They've always joined groups of people who go off adventuring to get whatever plunder they can get.
On social media, they advertise our women on nights out in states of drunkenness as the spoils of war.
Yeah. I'm not even joking. It's all over TikTok, right? It's all over TikTok. And it's like, look, but the liberals are like, oh no, they're just coming here because they're victims of whatever, and they just want to be like us. It's like, no, they're coming here to exploit us, and they know that, and we know that, and yet for some reason, this is still being allowed to happen.
And again, to this point, this is an argument that Sam Harris, regardless of your opinion of him, this is the argument that he makes about Islam, and he gets tons of hell for it.
But he's right.
But if you read Dabiq, which I've mentioned before, that was their magazine where they outlined. They had a whole article where they outlined exactly what they thought, and at the time, Barack Obama was making the argument, no, it's economic. They don't really believe that. They don't, and it's like, no, you're a fool. They absolutely believe that. They absolutely do want to kill people that disagree with them because their religion says, and it's been this way for the entirety of the Islamic history. That is the way that they think. Yeah, and so there are definitely peaceful Muslims. There are liberalized Muslims that could come to Western countries and live perfectly normal lives with everybody, and they go to the park and they'll have cookouts with their neighbors, and it'll be wonderful and everybody be happy. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a portion of the people that have that theology, that believe that they are better, that believe that it is the right thing to do to enslave people that disagree.
It's not a coincidence that terrorism follows Islam, right? It's not a coincidence. It comes from the belief system. But the thing is, I think this is a good point to go on to communism now, right? Because it's not a coincidence that communism dogs liberalism. Right? It's not a coincidence that every liberal society has a communist fringe that is pushing for more and more and more, and it's because the communists fundamentally agree with the liberal mythology. At no point do the communists ever say, oh no, that's not how things were. They say, yes, the state of nature sounds like a great idea, so why do we have private property? Because the liberals know they expressly left the state of nature to protect private property. And the communists, rightly, and they are correct on this, identify private property as the source of inequality, which it is. And so the communists say, well, look, to get back to the state of nature, we have to get rid of the property. And the liberal actually has to kind of admit that they're correct on that.
Oh, God.
There are a few contemporary conflicts which started to change my view
I think I need to make sure I'm not
free
attacking from the
speech
side.
and liberalism, classical liberalism. So we for a long time, and right alongside me, Carl, we were defending people who opposed free speech on social media when they were being banned.
Yep.
Again, yeah, everything that they advocate for is like the opposite of what they actually want. It's really bizarre, you know, like, or not the opposite of what they actually want, but it's like the points they're making are so full of projection. Like, oh yeah, our adversaries are doing blah. It's like, not so much actually. You're so much quieter than the video? That's too bad! I can't do anything about it!
Yep. They would say awful things. They would call for Carl to be banned. They got Carl banned. And then when they got banned, we would all jump up and say, no, we are moral people who believe in free speech, so they must be unbanned. We effectively were
People had me change my audio settings yesterday. So I am very frustrated because now I'm getting more complaints.
Handing them the stones, which they would cast in our direction. And so then I had a change of mind about it. I said, rights for those who believe in rights.
Yeah.
And so that is, if you believe no one should have free speech, then I say, I agree. And if
censor that man. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Then when the government comes to shut you down, I will say, congratulations on getting exactly what you asked for. Yeah. And then if anyone else of any ideology, someone could come and tell me they're a communist. But free speech must be maintained always, no matter what. And the communist states that have suppressed free speech were wrong. I'll say, defend that man's speech.
These ideas are like free speech and stuff like that. They're internally working. They only work in a closed system. You can't
tribal, not universal.
Yeah, you can't have I've mentioned this problem with liberalism before. You can't have an authoritarian philosophy come into a liberal philosophy and say, well, we're going to live under liberal principles until we have the ability to force you. And so liberalism, if liberalism, and this is not particular to the liberalism that we're talking about, but if our society as and whatever name you want to call it, is going to survive, it has to have the ability to exclude, and it has to have the ability to use force to defend its principles.
I want to elaborate on my point. I was thinking about free speech, and they say speech is the most important thing. I mean, if you can't express your ideas, how can you maintain your principles, your values, your culture, etc.? And I was thinking about how they release these criminals in various cities and states and countries. A criminal will go and mercilessly beat a person. We say, okay, we want to apply force against this person, which is to detain them, to lock them in a box. The liberals then say, no, that's unfair, release them. You have someone who is violating the social contract in beating you, but you will not uphold the contract against them.
Yeah.
And so I look at that as plainly obvious to the average person. Hey, physical violence is wrong. The question then becomes, why did we release that person from jail? And then I thought about it. What's the difference with free speech? Speech is an important thing. We need to be able to express our ideas without censorship. But if an individual is going around shutting people down so they cannot speak, for us to defend their free speech would be akin to releasing a violent criminal from jail because jail is wrong. No.
Yep.
If they are in violent, so
that's what they think too. They think jail's wrong as well.
I know.
Yeah, because remember the Rousseauian paradigm has the person as the victim of society.
Yeah.
And so the person this is why they're always on the side of criminals, right? Because if you're hardworking, you pay your taxes, you obey the law, you get on with your neighbors, then you are the beneficiary of an unjust system, because the system does produce criminals, right? A system that we didn't choose, that grew up around us, that you are privileged by. You are actually the oppressor of the criminal, because the criminal didn't choose to live in society, and he can't live by the rules. He can't live by the laws. And so when the society is clubbing him down and persecuting him, that's unjust as far as the very left-wing liberal is concerned.
When we have Neuralink and pods, these people can choose to be truly free.
Yeah, they can.
Well, actually, only about 95%. Someone's still got to charge the pod and Neuralink system, but then they can go live in their fake GTA whatever reality.
But I tell you what, I just on a moral level, I'm just so anti-liberal morality at this point. I think people should get what they deserve. You know, if you're some guy and you punch an Asian grandma on the street or something, oh no, there's a moral debt here, right? You owe a moral debt of pain to society. You should be flogged. You should be flogged. I know. You see the liberal sentiments. Well, I don't know about. No.
I think that's too emotional, and I think you need a rigid, logical structure that commands and controls.
But what's wrong with expressing the catharsis of watching the criminal get his just comeuppance?
It depends, right? And so I oppose the death penalty. However, I also agree that there are circumstances a person could engage in where they have forfeit their right to life. That is, if a criminal pulls a gun on an old Asian woman,
kills him.
If you are in a circumstance where you must defend the life of another person, the action taken by the criminal perpetrator that puts other people at risk, they have forfeited their right to continue living. And I don't want them to die. I want to avoid that.
Like, Tim... It's really bizarre. Tim keeps inviting these people on who are just pro-state violence. Like, Sargon of Akkad is like just being like, yeah, I think we should beat children. I think we should beat children. And Tim Pool's like, I don't know about that one though.
That in all circumstances, that being said, it's not that I'm saying they deserve it. I'm saying we must take the action necessary to save lives.
See, yes, I'm off the utilitarian sort of perspective on this one. Like, it's not that you're wrong, obviously, right? In a very rational way, that is correct. But I think there is a sentimental moral burden that is incurred by the criminal when they inflict unjustified horror on someone else.
And I agree. And the challenge I think that I come to with that is we need to make sure that the people that function within our society know we will do everything in our power to protect the innocent and those who abide by our values, lest they decide one day, my friend just got the crap beaten out of him because they were wrong.
Yeah.
And if that's what's going to happen to me, I better be sneaky.
But
we
you
want
then
people to
need
be
to
honest.
make the cost really high. I mean, the example I would always use in the UK is the Lee Rigby murderers. There was a Royal Army drummer who was stabbed, decapitated, brutalized in broad daylight.
In the middle of the street.
Yeah.
That was on video, wasn't it?
Yes.
I remember that.
His two killers are now in Belmarsh prison, and as Islamists are at liberty on the taxpayers' dime to sit in their cells and worship all day and cavort with their fellow Islamists.
Don't agree with that at all.
Yes.
Exactly. Right.
So hang them. Because there is no doubt that they did it. And what naive optimism are we labouring under where we think that locking them in a box for a little while and giving them room to reflect might recondition them and allow them to assimilate back into civilization?
And I agree with this because, a lot of people ask me why I oppose the death penalty.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And it's because we do not have such a system here in the United States where we only give the death penalty when there is a clear video of a man doing it who then screams, I did it and we'll do it again. We have instances where corrupt prosecutors like Kamala Harris tell me, trust me, this person's bad. And it has resulted in an amount of innocent death.
I'm actually with you on this one because we debated this last time, didn't we?
This is incredible,
you are
guys.
right, but I think Connor is also right as well. Like, we can have an infallible standard at this point. We've got video evidence, we've got DNA evidence,
right?
We've got
Well, they're proud that they did it.
Exactly.
Allahu Akbar.
Exactly.
In the witness document.
They're unbelievably proud that they did it. So in cases where we can rule out that it couldn't possibly have been anyone else, and we can establish those cases, I'm 100% in favor of it.
But I also got to add, the problem of your country in this circumstance, what do you think would have happened to this man if he did this in West Virginia?
Well, he would have been shot.
Several times.
Which is great.
But
Americans do believe in the death penalty.
And I want to clarify what it means when you say this is great and you're smiling. I feel that emotion. I feel that we have stopped an evil man who was trying to harm an innocent man, and we are glad it happened.
Yeah.
I'm sad the person dies. I'm sad these conflicts exist. No, you shake your head, but
no, I'm not shaking my head.
I can't manifest sympathy.
Yeah, in a broad sense,
it's not sympathy for the evil person.
Yeah.
It's lamenting that
the world is like this.
Yeah, we don't want people to die. I want the maximum potential of all man. I want to reach the stars. I want to go to Mars. I want to interplanetary, interstellar, subspace communications. And when a crazy ideologue pulls out a machete and then screams a fanatical Allahu Akbar and then grabs a guy by the hair and this is awful. Yeah. It's all, we do not want these circumstances.
Yeah. But unfortunately, those circumstances can and will happen.
Yes,
and so we should do the right thing in the right circumstances for the right reasons for the right results.
Vendetta.
And that is Phil drawing his gun and blowing the guy away.
The reason
that's what it is.
But here's
100%, and we can feel good about that. We can get catharsis out of that.
But I agree. My concern, however, is I want to make sure that we present ourselves to future generations as firm, logical, rational, and when a child looks at a man who just had to end the life of another man who is evil, he does not say, ha ha ha, what a great thing, my child. He says, we must endeavor to make these not possible, which means a secure state, a secure border, and these criminals not being able to engage in these actions in the first place. We should not celebrate that we had to end the life of a crazy person.
Sure, but there's also a kind of issue with the... I don't think morality is rational.
Poison it.
Right? I think morality is sentimental.
Hell yeah.
And I think to be a genuinely good person, you have to tap into a well of feeling that you feel towards someone else. This is what heroism is, right? Because whenever you see these videos where you've got some lunatic with a gun going and killing people, and then some guy puts his own neck out and just bam gets him, that is heroism. That's a heroic act. He's putting himself in danger. And this isn't rational. This is because it's rational to just leave. It's not my problem. I'm going to go, right? But no, I'm going to put myself in the line of danger because it's morally the right thing to do. It comes from the heart.
Look at the. I
agree with you. There should be a level of due solemnity to that.
I think it is only because
I deserve that.
And I don't even know if I have the grounds to say this, but neither of us have ever had to shoot somebody.
Right.
The only thing I've ever heard from people who have is trauma and regret and wonder, did I have to? Should I have? The stories from Vietnam where we
Man, what a brave stance Tim Pool has here to bravely come out against just summary execution. Man, really had to get out there on a limb there, didn't you, Tim?
Draft these young men, drop them on the shores, and they aim above the average height of a person. They shoot into the trees because they don't want to do it.
This has not been my experience. There's a lot of people that I know that, especially guys that tend to get into the special forces stuff, they are as murdery as they.
Yeah, the guys that go into special forces, man, they're just looking for an excuse to kill. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're basically just psychopaths. You know, like anyway, I respect the troops. That, like, this is literally them. It's such a bizarre thing.
They come.
Chris Kyle's biography is exactly that.
And
that's scary.
There's another guy. There's a guy that BJ Baldwin, right? He's a race car driver, does BJJ. Couple years back, he was in a parking lot in Las Vegas, and a guy pulled out a gun and was attacking his girl. And he does a lot of competitions. He cleared the garment, smoked the guy. Under a second, super fast. And he did what he had to do to save his girlfriend or his wife. When you do things like that for the right reasons,
if you're
defending your family, it is actually more common for people to not feel that kind of bad. Exactly. And that is a good thing. And it's something as a society we should hold in high regard because you did the hard, right thing.
Yeah. But I agree. And my point is, I don't want the next generation to think we get satisfaction and joy out of causing harm.
Well, yeah.
The harm should be a negative. And I'm thinking of the stories of the superheroes that I grew up with and their naivety.
God, of course you are,
Tim. Superman would never kill. Batman would never kill. And
they did.
And but because the writers were smart. And so Injustice 2, I think, is the video game that came out 10 years ago or whatever.
Tim.
story. In the early days, the golden era of superheroes, they didn't kill. They would capture and arrest.
Joker died in his first appearance, actually.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, they saved him on the final page. They had him in the back of an ambulance, having been stabbed, tripped and fallen over on his own knife. And then one of the writers went, "Oh my God, he's going to live," because they realized he'd be so popular.
Right. But that tripped and fell over his own knife is very different from, the moral
being
code.
Killed.
Yeah, Batman.
Homeland.
Batman drowned a guy in an acid vat in Detective.
What year?
27, 1930.
So early.
Yes.
Well, then there was this period where it was very much like they don't kill, but
it's very much the sort of like 60s era, right? The liberal era.
It was under the comics code, actually.
And then
that's why.
That's interesting. But you end up with some writers who are like, there's serious short-sightedness to how they're writing this, and you end up with a story where Joker, there's a couple different ways. What he detonates a nuke in Metropolis, massacring millions. Yeah. And then Superman loses his mind telling Batman, if you just did one time what had to be done, millions of people would live.
Yeah.
And I think that's the Injustice arc where they become the Justice Lords.
That's a great point, though, because this is the point that we're making about, like, Phil making about the guy shooting the guy who's going to threaten his wife. We're not celebrating having done harm because we're not trying to do harm. What we're doing is preventing.
Exactly.
But I agree. The reason I bring up the superhero stuff is I want kids to look up to heroes who say it's a terrible choice that had to be made, not a ha 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 ha. You know what I mean? Like,
sure. But I agree there should be sort of due solemnity, but I don't think there's any. I don't think it helps, like quibbling over. Well, what about the harm to the criminal? Well, sorry,
no.
I
agree.
It's about what's just. Who is?
Wait, I do want to read what the hell is this thing? Remembrance of the Mother of Fingers. Ooh. Oh, mommy. The power of its namesake. Okay. The mother of all Two Fingers and Finger Creepers was in turn a magnificently gleaming daughter of the Greater Will, and the first shooting star to fall upon the lands between. Well, that's interesting. So this thing was a direct creation of the Greater Will and is both the mother of all Two Fingers and the Finger Creepers, and I have to imagine also the Three Fingers. That's interesting.
The just
we do have some I've got some questions about this place. The mother of all fingers. Yeah. She has the finger reader's head and shoulders silhouette? Does she really? Oh yeah, it kinda does. Huh. Has a bloody wound on its belly? Maybe the Three Fingers was an abomination child? Could be. Interesting. Okay.
Man in this situation.
I was talking about Cincinnatus the other day, and he's he was a consul in Rome, I believe, right? Yeah, and
Republic, yeah.
He was called upon during an invasion to take dictatorial powers, and I think it was like 16 days. They quelled the invasion, and he says, I'll see you guys later. And they were like, you have absolute power. Everyone will do it. He's like, I'm going to go back to my farm. Yeah. Several years later, another emergency, they called him back. They said, there's an uprising. He's like, I'll take care of it, but then I'm leaving. And we look at that, and that is that is something I think that is a story to look up to. Reluctant leadership, strong heroes who do the right thing, minimize harm, but do what needs to be done. And we all understand the seriousness. Yeah. And that's just it, I guess. Like, I'm not sympathizing with the criminal.
No, I know you know. I know you know. And I agree with you.
I want our children to grow up to be like that great dictator, emperor who gave up his power. They are strong men. They are rational men. My concern is you get, if children are taught to derive pleasure from these circumstances, you end up with these leftist lunatics and violent. Like we want strong reasoned men.
The issue is that there's a huge moral component that underpins the heroism of the good guy in our mythology, right? In our superhero mythology, in our just actual mythology. There's a very, very strong moral component. It's not frivolous. Right, like look at Lord of the Rings, right? There's a lot of violence in Lord of the Rings, but it's all justified and it's all good. It's all good violence to stop the orcs from pillaging the Shire or whatever it is, pillaging Rohan or whatever. It's underpinned by a very firm moral foundation of right and wrong and for the right reasons. So I'm not worried about that, but I do appreciate that that there is a.
Why is she trying to kill me? Is it because I went to his throne? I'm confused. Just can't, like, what? I'm a bit confused here. I mean, I guess I can kill her, but like, I thought she was my friend. Yeah, no, I feel like I'm chiming in as needed, but like the ridiculousness of these people, I believe, is evident. Does anyone know? Do I have to kill Jolene? Try the Church of Absolution? It's a good idea. Hadn't thought of that. She'll take your man. I would suggest killing her. But why, though? Don't actually know if that will work. We'll find out.
Greetings.
Hello. Oh, I don't need absolution. Okay, I haven't done anything wrong. Alright, cool.
A danger of falling into kind of sadism or something like that. I completely agree. We want to avoid that.
Like I would say is, I know that you, when you're celebrating the bad guy being stopped who was trying to behead, who literally beheaded a soldier, your celebration is not in the death, it's in the preservation of life.
It's in the preservation of justice.
And my concern is a child who may not understand the nuances of this, thinking the celebration is in the destruction, as opposed to the limiting factor of
maybe, but I'm pretty sure that we're emphasizing the justice that is being preserved by the stopping of the evildoer. But I'm pretty sure that's well emphasized.
As long as the children understand.
Yeah, I think so.
That when our soldiers come home and we're celebrating and cheering mission accomplished, it's not because of the death that was wrought in the war. It's because of what we halted, what was stopped, and what needed to be done for the preservation of our society and our life.
Context does matter, because if you're, like, to Tim's point, the idea of people coming home from war and having done what they were, told they had to do in a combat situation is one thing, and then something more of what I described, where you're on the street defending the lives of your family or whatever. Those are very different contexts, and that they should be approached differently, and the differences in the context need to be addressed. Because if you are defending your family or your children, or even if you're just defending innocent people, part of the reason that we have we have the issues in New York City is because Daniel Penny got picked up by the police for trying to defend.
Yeah.
So it is sad that the person died. You know, that wasn't their intent, but the effort wasn't to kill the man. The effort was to stop the attack, and that's one of the things that, I mean, I go to a lot of gun classes. I've gone to more than, you know, at least 15 different times. I've gone to handgun classes and stuff like that. And one of the things that you're taught is you're not killing anyone. The point is not.
What they're talking about is like radicalization in military contexts because they're fascists. You know, this is what fascinates them the most.
Not killing. The point is not to do anything other than to stop the threat. And one of the things you have to learn is in an interaction like that, the legal use of force is like a light switch. There are times where you can be in a situation where you have to draw your gun and you take shots, and then the person can fall on the ground, right? Because they lose blood, but because of the way the body works, when they fall on the ground, their blood pressure had dropped, and so they drop. But then when they're on the ground and they're laying down, blood goes back to their brain. They could still have the gun, and when they're on the ground, you can't shoot them anymore. But once the blood goes back into their brain and they get a little bit of sense back, if they start getting up with the gun again, flip that switch. It's time to go to work again and stop that threat. And that's the way that you have to break it down.
This brings me, I'm thinking about an interesting consequence of the globalization of civilization and technology. The idea is we're not trying to kill, we're trying to stop the threat and protect our society. We want justice, we want stability, we want our values upheld. If someone is going to, you know, I suppose the idea would be, if you had the ability to use the force, and there was a guy who had to commit a murder and you could just halt him, that would be required by our society as opposed to using a gun.
Yes.
The reason the gun is allowed is because it is the means by which you stop the threat, not kill the person. As technology is advancing, we are now running into a very serious conundrum of the gray area of weaponry, but also, you go back in time, exile was an option. Running someone out of town was an option. People would be satisfied to a certain degree if they had a small village. There was a person who lived there who was a criminal, and they chased him away, and he ran off into the woods and was never seen again. They'd say, "Yay, we're safe."
Oh, God.
Doesn't exist anymore. In the United States, there's no running anywhere. You're not going to Canada or Mexico. They're not going to let you in. You can try, but then you're a problem there. Then the question becomes, while we don't want people to die, we want to preserve justice, then there's a difference in, and this is interesting, if you do not need to kill the person who is about to commit a murder or a series of murder, whatever it may be, and you capture them, but you know they are a threat, and they say to you and to everyone, "I'll do it again, you let me out, I swear," then we must pay forever as a society. What is the answer to this question? Certainly it is not so easy to say that we're just going to keep paying resources and doing labor to preserve some standard of living for someone who is trying to kill and murder and maim.
That doesn't seem just, does it?
And then the problem is, what is the alternative? There's no exile anymore. That's why I've proposed, half jokingly, the island, where we get a big island, like a big one, maybe, like 20, 30 square miles somewhere. And no, not big enough. And too close. I'm saying in the middle of nowhere, and we say, here's what we're going to do. We're not paying for you, but you're also not welcome in our society anymore. So we're going to get
your new little society.
That's right. Yeah. Arkham City. It's where all of you want to live that way, live that way with them, and you guys have your own social order. And then I feel like that's a solution. It minimizes how much we have to spend on preserving the lives of evil people without killing them, and it solves the moral question. And hey, we're not killing them. We're breaking their chains.
But liberal anthropology won't allow that, and the reason is
there we go.
It's that they believe that by contact with this paradoxically value-neutral but pro-liberal assertion of values, they will have all their civilizational priors deconditioned. It's like the Freirean idea of education.
So, like, he wanted to become the finger mother? That's weird. That seems like an idea that just wouldn't work. Conceals the abundance of squirming beneath? Oh, God. circular design at the top represents the greater will and its lightless abyss. Interesting. Imparting increased intelligence and arcane to the wearer. Though Count Ymir instructed R'hllana in the sorcerer's arts, he abandoned his allegiance to the moon. It was merely the closest of the celestial bodies, nothing more. Interesting. And then the staff. Count Ymir, who made himself a mother of fingers. Carried for want of tail fingers of his own? I hate that concept of tail fingers. Enhances finger sorceries. The crystal ball, though representative of a microcosm, would not receive any sign. Interesting. The moon's an elder god again? Yeah. Bell bearing of Count Ymir? Don't like that. Cool. I got like 10,000 souls off of that fight. That's crazy. That's a bit upsetting. Remember when Meteor went into its second phase and a microcosm appeared? It's between her tail fingers? Oh, yeah. How about them apples? You are very smart. Mother of fingers implies the father of toes. Okay.
The
Enough.
child who hasn't been appropriately inculcated into the society yet repeals the priors of the teacher, and then the teacher replaces their priors with proactive, like, liberal/Marxist values. And this is what's happening in the UK with these Palestine protests and the mass immigration. The idea is that we will allow these protests to continue on because eventually, just by making physical and cultural contact with secular liberal capitalism, all of these tribal issues will dissolve into a neutral liberal milieu.
Liberals are special people, huh?
Well, yeah, liberalism...
Very optimistic.
Very
optimistic.
It thinks of itself. You know the phrase melting pot that is applied to America often?
Yep.
They think of a melting pot as a crucible, right? You put all these metals in and all the impurities will be burnt off and you'll create a billet that you can fashion a fantastic dagger out of. Actually, it's a blender. You put all of these incompatible...
Wait. Staff of the Great Beyond. Staff fashioned from the tail fingers of Meteor, the mother of fingers, and the microcosm raised aloft over the crux they form. Catalyst for casting both sorceries and incantations, the mother received signs from the greater will from the beyond of the microcosm. Despite being broken and abandoned, she kept waiting for another message to come. Interesting. A lot going on here. Glazing Finger, the head of Meteor, the Finger Mother, wielded as a weapon without modification. Oh my god. From within the center of the fingerprint that wrinkles the creature's foremost protrusion, a tiny wart-like eye gazes vacantly into the beyond. Unique skill, Kowtower's Resentment. Skill performed as a violent bow using a finger's foremost protrusion. Resentment builds as it is forced to bow, making it explode with anger. Hold button down to further increase resentment. That's interesting. Huh. Interesting. Wait. I have an idea. I'm just like you. I think you have been fingered. I think I wish I was getting fingered right now. Did you get the staff or the finger? I got the finger. Mostly because I'm not a caster build here. Jack, how would your ideology deal with individuals that are dangerous to society? I don't pretend to know, frankly. My ideology is mostly like we'd have a prison system of some kind. I don't think we can really do without a prison system, not that I've seen. Like, I'm open, though, to hearing ideas of, like, prison, absolution. No, not absolution. God, abolitionists. God, my brain is not working right today. I'm open to hearing ideas from prison abolitionists about what we could do instead. Like, I've heard a lot of stuff about restorative justice and stuff like that, but like, I would need to know a lot more about how such a system would function on a large scale before I would commit to that. But otherwise, like, I think we have perfectly reasonable models of, like, imprisonment in other places in the world, you know? Like, we have non-carceral states that still have prisons, but aren't, like, mass imprisoning people, and the prisons are treated humanely, and, like, the prisoners can, you know, experience a bit of autonomy in there. Like, it's not supposed to be like a death sentence. It's not supposed to be like a rape sentence. It's not supposed to be any of these things. It's just supposed to take them out of the general population so that, like, people aren't in danger, and eventually, like, they learn their lesson to not recommit offenses. But our current system as it works now is completely unable to really function in that way, so we'd have to reform our system to kind of achieve achievable improvements that are quite able for us to do. And yeah, we should also, you know, maybe abolish prison slave labor, you know? Like, I think there are some pretty common sense solutions to improve our society somewhat. It's just, you know, we need to actually do them. Yeah, like Norway, the Nordic prison models seem to be extraordinarily effective at lowering rates of recidivism. They seem to be in, like, relatively great, I mean, great relatively here, but relatively great places that, like, provide social services so people can build up skills and get jobs after they leave. Like, yeah.
Ingredients in, and liberalism is the parameters, the cup that all these ingredients are in. You hit blend, and they think there will be some sort of nutritious smoothie in it. Instead, it'll be this lumpy thing, and the most dominant illiberal ingredient will be the strongest possible aftertaste.
I disagree. I think it is the crucible argument is correct. The problem is liberalism is what will be removed as an impurity. So the denser material of culture is not liberalism. So if you were to, let's call it a centrifuge, right? If you were to take all of these various cultural metals and put them in the crucible, boil it up, liberalism rises to the top and is pushed out, and the denser material is not going to be liberalism. And a good example of this is even Noam Chomsky. When he was asked, there's that famous email where he was asked about violence, and he said, we must not engage in violence, because if we enter this arena, he said something, in the arena of violence, we are not the strong, and we will lose. And that's what he was trying to tell these, you know, hippie progressive leftists, but not like it matters. I believe he's correct. The leftist...
But Tim, he wasn't talking like they're stronger than us because of their political ideology. He's talking about they're stronger than us because of their, like, hegemonic control over the military-industrial complex. That's what he's talking about, Tim. I'm begging conservatives for any amount of media literacy. Please, please, for the love of God. I'm begging. I'm desperate. It shouldn't be that hard of a concept. Sweetman's Music, hello.
Liberal that is engaging in the acts of violence. And this is a meme most people talk about. Throwing firebombs, using guns. They suck at everything they do. Yeah. And unfortunately, our society here in the United States, and to large degrees in Europe, they're tolerating this leftist unrest. However, most people agree that rural conservative, Second Amendment cheering folks are going to be substantially better at armed combat and conflict, but they try their best to refrain from that becoming the norm for obvious reasons. You take liberalism and American conservatism, and you throw them in the crucible.
Jolene, no. Baby, honey.
Count Ymir, the stars, the sky. I see them not.
Oh. I don't know what I'm supposed to give her. I have... Place on the eye of another to grant the light of grace as a fleeting blessing. Place on the eye of another to deny light in all its forms. Should I give her the darkness eye? Should I... One gives a spirit and the other a sword? I want to be nice.
The night I need.
Give me light? Okay. I like her. I wanted to be night. I wanted to be nice.
It blinds, as if our night simply never was.
Hell yeah. Sword hand of night, Yolan. Wields a sword of bottomless black that penetrates the enemy's guard, though it was not by the shining star that she longed for. Thus was her night illuminated. But this was an at times blinding light and threatened to expunge the night entirely. Sorry. And now you can get the secret spirit? What's... Also, I found her sister's, like, puppet body. What do I do? What do I do about that, if anything? Like, I mentioned it to her, and it didn't really seem like it affected anything. Liking an NPC in Elden Ring is dangerous. I know. I just like to bring them to, like, their best possible outcomes, because they suffer so much already. Maybe go there now? Okay. I think I have to drop down from the shaman village. Means going there from here. I want this DLC so bad. It's so much fun. It's so well made. Also, it's fucking huge. You get a lot of bang for your buck on this one.
And the ejection will be liberalism, not conservatism.
I mean, really, when you think about it, they're so bloody lucky that the average rural American is such a decent fellow. They're so lucky. Because, I mean, in many places in the world, these kind of people aren't decent fellows.
But my point to what you're saying is, if you take...
You know, like, notice how, like, when Sargon makes that point, right? In many places of the world, these people aren't decent fellas. And, like, that guy in the background, like, you know, like... They wish, like they are outright wishing political violence here. You know, like he laughs because it's like, yeah, I'd love to see that in America. You know, like that's their position.
Fundamentalist Islam and British liberalism and put them in a crucible. Liberalism is what's going to be pushed out. Islam will become the mass.
They think though that the technological
the other way around.
Progress that comes out of liberalism because of its narrative of it being the apotheosis of philosophy as of the Enlightenment and off the coattails of the scientific revolution will be a seductive enough power to persuade the Islamists. And they're not wrong in some places, because have you seen the city, The Line? This massive wall city that looks like a destiny map.
A plan. Well, it's a plan for it,
but
it's collapsed. Like
yes,
they can't do it.
But where are they trying to do this? It's in Saudi Arabia.
Destiny map?
You know? So there is a degree of parasitism happening just because the attraction of wealth and the abolition of privation and of suffering that comes with the adoption of liberal technology it's a strong argument, and you really need to be like an Amish or a Mennonite or a proper Islamic fundamentalist to not buy into the technology. And that's what C.S. Lewis was writing about. He was essentially saying that the paradigm of technology is trying to stave off nature's rule over man, in the sort of Francis Bacon idea. Those that buy into that over the generations will eventually be men ruled by other men who applied technology to them they don't know how to build and maintain themselves. And then when something in that technology...
Men ruled over other men, you say? You mean bottoms? Are we talking about bottoms right now? Because it seems like we're talking about bottoms.
He breaks, nature will reassert itself. The only people that will be able to survive that will be living on the outside of that technological paradigm. And those are, coming back to demographics, those are the only ones with positive birth rates.
I agree. I think that's true. I mean, right now, with OnlyFans, for instance, we have a declining birth rate. This is apocalyptic for any society. The fascinating thing now is that OnlyFans is turning into guys talking to guys, but pretending to be girls, and other guys are buying into this.
Yeah. He's talking about trans women on OnlyFans, by the way.
The masturbatory machine, I mean that literally and figuratively, of the dopamine release economy that we have in the United States is creating a group of people that are going to destroy themselves.
Yeah.
Outside of this, it is going...
Wait, has Tim come out as being anti-porn? Has he done that part of the grift yet? Like, genuinely asking, is he doing like the anti-porn grift? Yeah, maybe Tim is particularly motivated on this point because he went to OnlyFans, paid a subscription, only to find out that he was actually enamored with a femboy. And he's really upset about it. He sees the models and he can't take it, yeah. See all the people there getting fired on that post on Twitter. I don't know what you're talking about.
To be, the way I've described it is the conservative birth rate is higher than the liberal birth rate. The very simple reality. If your ideology leans more towards a traditional worldview, your culture, your society, your faith, your religion, and your duty, you're more likely to survive, and it's obvious.
That is true on its own terms, but the problem is the liberal...
Okay, if it's obvious, then you don't need to argue for it, right? Because you're arguing about, like, essentially it being natural selection. So, like, what's the issue? Like, by your metric, the weak will die out. You know, like, that's your argument right here. Okay. Sorry. All right, we did it. Usher Anna into... Oh! I can get them both as Spirit Ashes, baby! Super secret upgrade! Let's go! That's cool! Yolan and Anna, Spirit Ashes, let's go, baby! Spirits of two sword hands of night, one of them being possessed by Count Ymir's doll, Anna. Together, Yolan's sword and Anna's claws are as bottomless black and penetrate the enemy's guard. Yolan and Anna were born in a cold, dark jail where they were raised deprived of light to be sword hands of night. Thus were they cultivated to become the most terrifying masters of their blades, though the burden of the deed left their hearts frail. Oh. Wait, frail and... Doesn't let me scroll down. I'm actually super excited about this. That's sweet. Oh, you can... Wait, you can remove Anna from... Why would you want to remove Anna? Wait, I'm confused. You can You can take her into your spirit ashes, but you can also remove her from your spirit ashes? That's crazy. Gotcha, Catalina Gearbox. Do you guys watch Midas Touch on YouTube? Nah, not generally. I like some of their pieces, but I'm a little like, is this a propaganda outfit kind of thing? Huh. Okay.
Liberals control the education system. So it doesn't matter how many children Conservatives have, they're just going to be fodder for the liberal grinder, where they're going to just go through and, yeah, okay, now you're a communist when you come out of the education system.
50-50. Sure. It is true, but what we're seeing now culturally is Conservatives have started to resist this.
Yeah.
And even classical liberals, who, as you would view, are part of that chain, that component into the communist pipeline. But many of these...
Oh, the missing word is pliant, frail and pliant. Gotcha. Thanks, Jackal Articular. Thank you, Jackal. Also, welcome to the Riverboat site. Thanks for making the jump.
Now, I'd call them disaffected liberals. Liberals who still think they're liberal, but have realized the part...
Oh, yeah, you call them disaffected liberals, huh? Yeah, no one's ever called a group of, I don't know, disgruntled liberals disaffected liberals. That's a Tim Pool original right there.
And the social structure has gone chaotic and destructive. We're now looking at pod learning, private education, and things like this, and healthcare too. A lot of people are dissociating themselves from the system they created.
A lot of the classical liberal...
Foxbat, do you have like a good video on Norman Potteretz? I'd love to delve deeper into this. Very knifey duck. Thank you for gifting a sub to Jackal Articulare.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit tuning?
Cool. I need to find Ghost Glovewort 3.
Wing of the woke coalition, and this would be very unpopular to say though, are also not having the same propagative lifestyles as the non-tech conservatives are. They're using surrogacy, their own kids are gay.
Well, they're just using birth control.
Exactly. And so they're still baked into the liberal reproductive priors as their forebears. So I think that'll die out too.
I hear this argument a lot in the people in the US say, oh, the education system is bad. I still believe, even with the education system controlled by the left, if you were to, I'd make that bet, run the simulations, whatever you got to do, take conservative kid and a liberal kid, run the simulation 50 billion times. The only difference with liberals controlling the education system is that it will take longer for them to collapse. With the cultural shift, quite literally the culture war, with conservatives creating, fighting the education system, challenging these degenerate books in schools, I think we're rapidly on track. Books. And I can give you an actual example that I've cited several times on my show. And I covered this in about 2018. Birth rates in the 2000s among liberals was, I think, like 1.43, and conservatives was 2.03 or 2.05 or something like that.
Guys, we have a slightly below replacement rate birth rate. You know one way we can deal with that? With immigration. We just allow immigrants. It's a non-problem. The issue is that they're racist. Like, they're like, oh yes, the dropping birth rates, the dropping birth rates. If you're really worried about the dropping birth rates, just allow immigrants. Immigrants tend to have higher birth rates. And they also tend to be fully grown when they enter our economy. Like, goodness. just allow immigration. They're a net boost to our economy. They're coming here to do work. They have lower crime rates than native-born Americans. Just let them come here and live and work.
And the prediction was, give it 18 years, and you are going to see this represented in politics. And we literally did. Pew Research in 2018 found that for the first time in 100 years, Gen Z, for the first time in 100 years, a generation moved slightly more conservative in some areas. Not all, in some. And while
He's very much cherry-picking this data, by the way.
Gen Z looks very, very much politically like millennials, they lean slightly more to the right and conservative values. Now, a lot of people immediately assumed it's because conservatives were winning the argument, and that's not the case. It's because conservatives had more.
Also, we've been going for 5 hours now. If you've been enjoying this show today, please consider dropping the subs, the donos, the super chats, the memberships. Consider supporting stream. And also, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, do the things. Let's go. Thanks for being here, folks.
Children. That's it. Now, polls are coming out showing that Gen Z is shifting towards the Republican Party. Once again, people are acting like it's because we've convinced Gen Z to be conservative. And I'm like, no, it's because conservatives had more children, and those kids had a tendency towards conservative values.
But also, the left has really reached the sort of end point of their liberal ideals, where they're like, okay, so we're going to chop off your dick and you're going to take loads of drugs, and
you can't have a house.
Yeah, you'll live in a pod.
They cannot stop thinking about trans dick. It's the weirdest fucking thing. It's the only thing they got, man. It's so bizarre and off-putting. Holy shit!
The only thing I'm dropping is my fat asterisk because somebody paid me.
Nindreen!
The only thing I'm dropping is my fat asterisk because somebody paid me.
Nindreen! My God! Thank you so much! Holy moly! Thank you! That is incredibly generous. And I've been here the whole time. Also, you post very delicious looking food. And it makes me want to get better at making foods that I don't usually try and make. Good lord, that's a big dono. We got some big spenders up in here, all right. My God, thank you so goddamn much. Yeah, we got some Oilers up in here, I guess. Thank you so fucking much. I feel like we need to have a little bit of a dance party on this one.
Bird Parade. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. He said, son, when you grow up, would you be the savior of the broken, the beaten, and the damned?
DJ Cumberbund.
He said, will you defeat them, your demons, and all the non-believers, the plans that they have made? Because one day I'll leave you to join the Black Parade. My father took me into the city to see how life to bed. Sometimes I get the feeling she's watching over me, and other times I feel like I should go. Going through it all, the rise and fall, the bodies in the streets. And when you're gone, we watch you walk to the hummingbird, to the crocodile rock. Out and night we carry through the fears. And there he is, and I can't believe me. Your memory will carry on, will carry on. And when I can't contain it, the anthem won't explain it. But the years went by and the rock just died from decimated dreams. Your misery and hate will kill us all. So paint it black and take it back and let's shout it loud and clear. Defiant to the end, we hear the call. There's disappointed faces of your peers. Just can't keep still. And when you're gone, we watch you want to know. We'll carry on, we'll carry on. And there he is, and I can't believe me. Your memory will carry on, you'll carry on. And when I can't contain it, the anthem won't explain it. Till we're done, you'll never make me, because the world will never take my heart. Never do me a better time, I guess I never will. We wanna play this for
Songs geared My Chemical Romance, obviously. Leonard Skinner, Elton John, Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem. No, it doesn't say the actual tracks, it just links to the tracks. Okay. God damn, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nindreen. Helping to keep the riverboat afloat just a little bit longer. Thank you so goddamn much. Jack Black being a lib. Yeah, I know, but like also he's been taking money from the Biden administration to like do ads and stuff. Like it makes sense. It's not an unusual thing for people who give you money to not want you to criticize them, you know, or say objectionable things. Yeah. Like, he's being a lib, but he was already, like, a paid guy for Biden, you know? I was about 14 years old when I was like, nah, I'm not a Leonard Skinner guy. I'm not a Leonard Skinner person either, but you know what? Freebird's good. I'll stand by that one. I just like mentioning Dr. Teeth and the Electronic Mayhem wherever possible. Fair. God, I really burned my skin today. Holy shit, I look red. Wear your sunscreen. Your sunscreen, folks. Also, just real quick, we gotta listen to this. I'm sorry. I gotta do it to you guys.
She's got a smile that it seems to me reminds me of childhood memories where
can't keep getting away with this. He can't keep getting away. My only issue with this is that it's a short and not the full song, which is sad. It makes me upset. But DJ Cumberbund is a god who chooses when and where he will grace us with his full songs. Okay? Is it a prerequisite for trans people to love mashups? No, it's not. It's just a very convenient way to play music on my stream that would otherwise be like a copyright strike. Check out this song that I found on TikTok. Oh, okay, no, this is gonna get me a copyright strike if I play this on stream. Yeah, listen to this off stream, folks. But yes, the Netherlands Eurovision Europapa song is very good. That's a little bit too mainstream without like changes to it. That means it's fair use. I still think Thonger is DJ Cumberbund's masterpiece. Ooh. I forget that one. Oh yeah, this one's good.
I want Cisco.
DJ Cumberbund.
This thing right here.
I'm gonna do it tonight.
The thong song, hello. You know.
Ooh, baby. Oh, nah.
Check it out.
It's close to midnight. Something evil's lurking in the dark. Under the moonlight, you see a sight that almost stops your heart. You try to scream, but terror takes the sound before you make it.
I think I'll sing it again.
You start to freeze, and so it looks you right between the eyes.
Oh, no.
You're paralyzed.
For many years now, mankind and his offspring have been searching for an alternative to peanut butter and jelly. After employing the latest methods in technology, the Peter Paul Candy Company has found the alternative to peanut butter and jelly.
Weird thing to throw in the music video, but it works.
Pure, creamy peanut butter dotted with riches, covered with pure milk chocolate, but no jelly. I'm sure you're as pleased as I am.
This is so badass. I love it. God. Thank you so much, Nindreen, for answering the call for BWA Spirit. You have encapsulated it this day. My God. And we're getting our way through this interview. The amount of dick sucking Tim is doing is bizarre, but I guess not unexpected.
You'll own nothing, and it's, you know, I'm not surprised some Gen Z kids, like, you know, I don't think I'm that, guys. I think they're mental.
Well, I do think it's fair to say that the right has won the argument in many areas.
Yeah.
The left has driven themselves to the point of absurdity in many areas. I was talking to one guy who told me that he's a Gen Z Democrat, voted for Joe Biden, and we had a conversation. The end result of which he is a hardcore Republican, down ticket 100% for one reason. I want to ask you guys what you think. He's in his mid-20s.
Could be any number of things.
Well, he's in mid-20s, owns his own business, in a relationship.
One? It is indeed.
And something happened in his life that made him decide to vote Republican, down ticket across the board. And I'll give you one hint. He's no longer in a relationship.
Divorce.
Nope. Any guesses?
No idea.
His child was aborted.
Oh.
Right, well, okay, yeah, fair enough.
So that was enough to make him vote down ticket? He's no longer in a relationship. What, did he want to be a single dad? I mean, like, fair enough if he did want that, but, like, you can still do that with somebody who wants to be with you. Like, I don't know, like, what? Come on.
I've had friends of mine that this happened.
He said he was so excited. He was going to be a dad.
Yeah.
He owned a business, and she said no. And then he said, I'm voting Republican across the board. And I was...
Wait, and then she said no. So she did not want to have a baby, Tim. If you want to go have a baby with somebody who wants to have a baby. You can do that. Your dick does that. That's what dicks do. Go have a baby with somebody. Like what? Did you want the police to strap her down for 9 months? Only releasing her after she gave birth? Like what? Yeah, sorry, Tim. The government doesn't get to strap you down for a year to take one of your kidneys. Yeah, you know, I think that's a good thing, actually. Likewise, you don't get to strap down someone else's body for 9 months because you want something inside of it.
I was like, whoa. Yeah. So, a sad, terrifying story.
So, I don't know how much longer we've got left, but I thought what it might be worth doing is talking about what is a sort of alternative way of looking at the world to the liberal way.
So, before we get into that, you two have both convinced me, because my preconceptions about what liberalism was or is, apparently they were wrong, because the things that you're pointing out, the idea of a blank slate, I don't agree with. The idea that society existed prior to, or that society didn't exist prior to man, I don't agree with. So all of the things that you've pointed out, I already agreed with, and I thought exactly. I had a different or a different understanding of the fundamental.
To add some continuity to this, that might be interesting, is that I really appreciate the humility that you've come to this discussion with, Phil.
Well, because it's what I want to understand.
Yeah. Someone you cite frequently is friend of the show, James Lindsay.
Yeah.
When Carl put this to James, despite having frequent conversations, James decided to block Carl and not listen to that. And this is, I think, the same reason why we keep hearing this term far right is the same reason why James doesn't want to acknowledge this, and the same reason why James is a liberal. In Cynical Theories, he and Helen Pluckrose said the reason they want to defeat critical social justice, wokeness, is because they fear not necessarily their aims going too far, because they agree with everything up until the 1990s, basically. It's that they're afraid of the far-right backlash that's going to come when this thing inevitably fails. And what far-right now takes to mean in parlance, this is why lots of disaffected liberals, even like yourself, Tim, are now part of the far-right. Far-right, especially after the Second World War, essentially put the blank slate on steroids, because nobody wanted to see the Nazis rise to power again, means any nation, whether they fought or allied with the Germans, who has a preference for their own people, their own history, their own culture, and their own national preferences. And that is seen as a provocation against universal, homogenous, anti-racist liberalism. And so this is why I think any time that a post-liberal vision has been articulated that is particular about a religion or a people, the likes of James and some of the anti-woke coalition have gone, whoa, hang on, guys. I thought we were just going back to the 90s here. We don't want the religious right in charge. I'm going to denounce you just as much as the left, and I'm not going to listen to any of the principled criticisms of liberalism from the guys they now see as far right.
When I muted James Lindsay, I didn't block him.
He's terrible on Twitter.
I muted him, and the reason was when I saw him arguing with you, Carl, and I know you, and you have sound, reasoned, and excellent conversations around these ideas.
Oh, does he now? Does he have sound, reasoned positions? I don't know.
I think it's, it depends on...
Can Carl remind us what his positions are again on underage children?
I think it's, it depends on the child, really, doesn't it?
Oh, damn. Yeah, I wonder if more context would help. Probably.
I was well under the age of 11 when I started having sex, and so what I like to do is put people on the other side of the argument. It's like, what you have to do is you have to say that someone like me, not anybody else, but me, that I was too stupid to appreciate the nature and quality of what I was doing at the time. So please convince me I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah, I think it's, it depends on the child, really, doesn't it? Because...
Does it really? Does it depend on the child's age? Does it depend on the child? Are you trying to say that different children have different ages of consent?
Some kids...
That's what the Catholics say.
Well, it's true, and, it's true, though, it's... it should really be a case-by-case basis, but I can see why the whole thing. But it's not really something I'd ever put too much thought into, to be honest.
Weird. Anyway.
Ideas which are fun, funny, and exciting.
I didn't insult him, did I?
No, your tweet was very polite.
Yes, Sargon of Akkad has very suspect views on age of consent.
And academic, and he blocked you over it. And that said to me, I was like, at first I was like, well, that's weird. I'm like, I know James. He's a good guy. Like, why would he block Carl? They're the perfect people to discuss things.
I thought so.
And then that was the first issue I took. But then he started posting incessantly about Christian nationalism in such a way that conveyed no message.
He hadn't read the book when he actually made his podcast about it. He admitted this.
He just posted a post that didn't explain anything and just seemed like it was spamming it. And then ultimately, he made the comment of something to the effect of, it's not my job to educate them. And I said...
No, it is your job.
These were three moves that were left liberal, leftist messaging strategies that I disagree with and find to be dishonest. And so I didn't block him, but I said, I don't want to see this anymore. This is ineffective messaging. It's irrational. He insulted my friend, which I take issue with, but I'm not so emotional to where I wouldn't listen to an argument simply because he was insulting Carl. But I felt that this classical liberal approach he was taking, or I'm sorry, the idea that he was promoting this idea, but at the same time was presenting in much the same way as the woke, which I disagree with, I said, not interested.
It's interesting how, there's a radio host called Ian Dale in the UK, who normally is well known for his sort of common sense interventions, but when Suella Braverman, the former Home Secretary, came out and said, well, look, I don't think that we should trans children, actually, he has defaulted back into that kind of shit-lib, screeching leftist frame where he's got, I'm going to do everything in my power I can to stop her. It's like, but she's right. You know, why? Because he's fundamentally a liberal, even if he is a moderate one on most issues.
Yeah.
When you hit that hot button issue, then suddenly they become the screeching leftist. And it's like, what's going on?
Okay, so then go on with what you were talking about, the alternative,
Tim
because
describes himself
I
as a
still think that there's far more good in classical liberalism, or whatever you want to say, call it, than there is bad. And I think that
No, he is right. He is right.
Listen,
I didn't say anything. You are right.
Because I think that there's far more good in classical liberalism than there is bad. So what is this? What is the option or the solution? Because to say a postmodern traditionalist or something like that, people don't understand.
Yeah. So the thing to remember with liberalism is what it is.
Just a reminder that anytime someone tells you that they're a classical liberal, or like, you know, a moderate conservative, or a paleo conservative, or like any of these things, they're just telling you they're like alt-right, okay? Like, my God, it's not even like shades of gray.
Is the abstraction of the English political tradition. Right. And so when we were saying yesterday that America is the fulfillment of the English political tradition, in many ways it really is. And it's because this is just how the English have always done politics. This is what they believe to be true. Like, liberalism is basically a form of like Anglo Sharia, right? It's like, this is the right way for an Englishman to live, but it's not the right way for everyone to live.
Yeah.
Right? And so this is why when the Americans are parroting back their own values in the form of liberalism, they go, yeah, that's a good point, we'll do that. And then they just get on with their lives, right? When it happens in France, it becomes a bloody revolution because it's just not how they live, right? When it happens in Russia, with the Russian Revolution, it becomes unbelievably bloody. It's just not how they live. So it's what it is just parroting back what you already believe back at yourself. Well, we don't need to have an abstract distillation of doctrine to do that, right? We already live and breathe these things. Like, liberalism doesn't have a monopoly on freedom. It doesn't have a monopoly on equality of rights. It doesn't have a monopoly on fair procedure.
Yeah, but you've literally spent like the last hour arguing against those things. Like, against concepts like the equality of rights. Like that's your entire deal here, man. This is just coded white supremacy. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been trying to get at when we've been talking about here. Like, all they're doing here with the talk about philosophy is coding and covering their white supremacy. You know, they want to make it more socially acceptable to talk about white supremacist ideas, so they come up with a new framework in which to make it sound respectable and look respectable, you know? It's why they wear suits to these podcasts, you know? It's why they talk about, like, man in a state of nature is inherently selfish, and, you know, this Rousseau guy who talked about, you know, savages being able to be brought to cities, he was dog shit. He had terrible ideas. And, like, you look at what ideas from Rousseau that they're talking about, and it's like bringing, like, Rousseau writing that people from Africa can thrive in Western society because, like, we're all human beings, you know? Well, yeah, but that's the thing, Phosphorus. They don't believe in like philosophy for philosophy's sake. They don't believe in the integrity of the science. They want to use it, you know, in a cold, calculated way for their propaganda purposes. You know, they want to be able to openly talk about how it's actually good to be racist, but they code it behind philosophers.
Like, these are things that all existed prior to liberalism. So we don't need liberalism to have those things. This is the way we live our lives. This is what we believe to be real and true and valuable anyway, right? So we can begin from a different foundation and still arrive with those things without the excesses and wrong turns that liberalism ends up taking because of the way it characterizes the origin of the world, right? So if we begin, instead of saying, well, man was an individual in the state of nature, running around fighting bears and eating acorns or whatever, if we say, no, actually, what it was, human, and anthropologically this is correct from the archaeology, humans lived in tribes. We've always lived in small tribes, like 20 or 30 people, right? And so you've always had a hierarchy. Every tribe has a hierarchy.
Exactly,
Jordan Peterson makes this point. Human beings have been hierarchical. I mean, you know, the animals have been hierarchical since longer than trees have existed, right?
Lobsters.
Exactly. That's what the lobster thing is. Human beings are no different. There's always a head man in a tribe, and there's always a kind of, you know, the sort of patriarchal, you know, and then matriarchal layers in the tribe. And that's good and proper, because you should respect your mum and dad. You should respect your nan, your granddad. You should respect your aunties and your uncles. And they...
Why? You should respect those people because they treat you well, not because of, like, the arbitrary distinction of, like, they happen to be blood related to you.
will treat you in a particular kind of way. They'll treat you with love and kindness. They'll help you when you need help, right? And so
there you go. But also, you don't love and respect them just because. It's, you love and respect them because you love and respect them. You know, like, if you... Man, I'm not making my points well today. Someone earns your love and respect by acting in ways that foster love and respect. Not because of arbitrary blood relations. There we go. Nailed it.
So instantly, we are already in a social frame. No, you belong in a society. You belong in these relationships, and they can be good and they can be bad. You know, obviously, you know, you could have an abusive father or whatever. But this is why you have lots of different relationships with lots of people who love you. And so, yeah, if you've got an abusive father, well, then go to your uncle on your mum's side or something like this. You know, you can find people who can help you. And so, this familial way, relational way of looking at the world imbues the relationships themselves with moral goodness. Whereas liberalism says, well, these are chains. These are chains that hold you back, hold you down. You'll never be properly liberated. It's like, no, that's not true. You know, my relationships with my...
Wait, but liberalism isn't predicated on getting rid of your relationship with your family? Like, that's not a thing? That's not a part of liberalism? That's something you're attributing to it as an ideology? God, like, I'm not even a liberal. Like, why are you making me have to explain this? It's infuriating.
My friends, my family, my community, these are all where the nourishing content of moral life...
Like the issue I have here, and what's honestly very frustrating to me, is that the thing that isolates people in our society is capital and capitalism. Out of everyone, like, liberalism does very little to solve that alienation, but these guys fucking love capitalism. They love the system that creates the alienation. The alienation here is being made by capital grinding people down into, you know, replaceable cogs. You know, making people live in a state of, like, constant desperation, so that they can't actually scrape together enough to live, and so they remain desperate for the scraps from the capitalists' table. Like, their position here doesn't solve the problem, and this is what we were talking about earlier. This is exactly what Foxbat pointed out. Like, they identify the problem, alienation, but then their solution is insane. You know, their solution here is like, oh, well, we need to ban transgenderism from the schools, rather than, like, the actual root of why people feel alienated in our society, you know?
Actually exists. And so now I've imbued these with a positive good. It is good to see your friends. It's good to see your family. It's good to see all these things. Like, who doesn't love hanging out with their mates? Who doesn't love visiting their family at Christmas? Like, it's crazy that liberalism would have you arguing around the dinner table over partisan politics and breaking the...
That's not liberalism having you argue. Liberalism doesn't come to you in a dream and say, argue with your racist uncle at the dinner table. Like, that doesn't happen, okay? What happens is, like, you developed certain ideas about what is good in the world, right? And then suddenly someone in your family comes to you and says, actually, remember, you know, when I said we needed to treat everyone fairly and equally, what I meant was every white person fairly and equally. You know how those blacks are. Like, and then, like, what? Are you not... those are fighting words. Are you not supposed to fight with somebody who says something like that at the dinner table? And by the way, I love the way that, like, he's framing this as if it's like oh man, you're just attacking our poor conservative uncle who just has a couple of ideas about how society should be run somewhat differently, you know, like a different rate of taxation or something. But in reality, that's not it. It's your uncle trying to tell you, actually, you're not worthy of having basic human rights. And under the right circumstances, I would murder you. You know, like, that's what's actually being discussed around, like, the dinner table when it comes to, like, these issues. And I know that because literally over the weekend, I was looking at Reddit posts on like one of the lesbian subreddits, and like there were, you know, younger people posting about how they wanted to come out to their family, but then like the Trump assassination happened, and their family were like, hey, what if it's a gay that did the shooting? And then everyone around the table was like, haha, yeah, that'd be funny. You know, what we would do to them, haha. And it's like, and that poor young lady, like, can't come out to her family anymore because they're all racist, bigoted assholes who are joking about murdering people like her because you know how they are. You know, like, the arguments that are being spurred on around the dinner table aren't about, like, you know, kind, good-natured conservatives. They're about, like, the conservatives that are threatening to murder their own kids. You know, like, that's the argument that happens around the dinner table. Where, like, your racist uncle starts bad-mouthing, like, Mexicans, and you, someone whose partner is a Mexican, like, stands up to them and is like, you know, we can take this outside, or like, I'm never gonna see you again because you can't treat my loved one with the proper love and respect. And like, this isn't a hard concept to understand, and they know what this concept is. They know what all of this means. These aren't foreign ideas to them. They're just okay with the hypocrisy. They're just okay being monsters. They're okay omitting this particular part of their ideology and its effects because they agree with the inherent violence of it.
These relationships over who the current president is, that is madness, and yet it's inevitable. We hear these stories every Thanksgiving, every Christmas. Oh no, I'm going to have to argue about Trump or Biden.
You find it mostly on the left, people that tend
the most
to...
liberal people are the ones who are most prepared to break the relationships, right? And so, okay, we begin in a society. We begin as social creatures. And we need to think about taking care of the bonds that tie us together. Like your relationship, the quality of the bond.
Wait. Man is a former Nazi. I cannot be in the same room as him. Damn. I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, like, I can't go to, like, holiday events with my family. Like, my dad makes it too uncomfortable for me to be around, like, for family holidays. Like, the arguments that would happen around the dinner table at my house, like, they're about my ability to exist.
that pins you to your
Remind
mum,
me of
you
that
to your
when we get to
dad,
the
your
end of
mum to your
this,
dad, you to your siblings, to your children. The quality of that bond is important, right? Whether that person can really feel the connection that you have with that person. So people are always asking, okay, what does that mean I should do? It's like, that means you should really just pick up the phone and give your mum a call, right? Your mum wants to hear from you. That's all it is. That's literally all it is. Give your dad a ring and talk about the game with him. You know, he's probably frustrated, but he'd love to hear from you. And that's it. Give your mates a call. Be like, hey guys, because I mean, so much now, so many times now I see it, where it's like nobody ever comes out on a Saturday night. No one ever comes around. Everyone was always flaky, right? Everyone's always like, oh yeah, I'll do.
Yeah, that's because everyone's busy, man. It's because, like, you're in the age bracket where everyone has kids, dude. Like, yeah, they're not gonna show up just to, like, hang out. Like, people gotta do shit.
I'll do it, but then they never turn up, and they make excuses on the day. It's like, oh, I'm just not going to come.
Oh man, Sargon's sad.
If you tell your friends you're going to go out for a barbecue or something, just
no.
go. Just get off your ass and bloody go. It's not that hard, and they'll feel better. You'll feel better. You'll strengthen your relationship with one another, and you'll realize that you're happy. That's what happiness is.
I'm pretty optimistic. I don't know if it's short term or long term. It's probably very, very long term, because the technology that we've built is killing us.
Oh, yeah.
The dopamine machine, the masturbatory social machine, the porn machine, so in the literal sense, but also the video games in the figurative sense.
Porn.
But those of strong mental fortitude resist and do what must be done to preserve and maintain. And I don't think in this, in what we're seeing, any one of these liberals are going to be able to defeat natural selection.
Oh, yeah.
If they don't have kids, if their social order is in chaos, if their rooms are messy and they won't clean them, they're going to fail. You know, I made this point because I've been saying for a few months now, a lot of people ask me, what can we do with the election coming up? I don't know what to do. And the obvious answer is register people to vote, focus on your local elections, volunteer, be involved, knock on doors, whatever it has to do, whatever it is you have to do for the political situation. But also don't forget, get fit, eat right, be healthy. If every single person in the United States who was opposed to the woke machine or whatever got fit and did nothing else,
what?
The natural consequence will be a tendency towards substantial success. A group of people that live longer, are healthier, can think quicker, move faster, they're less likely to die, they're more likely to solve.
Oh my god, dog. Are you serious? This guy is so fucking dumb. Like, genuinely, what the hell, man? He's literally out here being like, yeah, we need to assemble the incel army. We need to call in reinforcements, okay? You need to do a no FAP November, more like no FAP all year, okay? We're doing an all year no FAP boot camp, okay? I almost said boob camp because I haven't seen them in forever, but no FAP boot camp, all right? And then we'll assemble a glorious army of 10,000 super soldiers. That's it. That's the plan. No other aspect of it to talk about. Goodbye. Click. Nah, Jack, all conservatives are super jacked. Yeah, just look at Tim Pool. Look at how muscular he is.
Problems and succeed and take over society than those who are fat, lazy, and do nothing.
You don't know what you believe until you're capable of defending yourself.
Absolutely.
I love that Tim Pool is portraying himself as like he's some kind of ubermensch just because he's not like overweight. Like that doesn't mean you're fit, Tim. Like, it doesn't even mean that you're healthy. Like, there are overweight people who are, like, in better shape than you, Tim. Yeah, no FAP.
So I tell people, just get healthy.
No FAP stands for never forget 9/11. It's true.
Be fit, be the best version of yourself you can be. And if everybody did, you succeed.
But a part of that really is being a social animal.
Yeah,
Right? So it goes back to Aristotle. You're a man of the polis.
In a beanie.
You aren't, because I mean that could be said to the isolated individual in the state of nature, and they could follow it, right? But but it's totally valid. Get fit, get healthy, but not just for yourself, but for other people as well.
Right.
For the people around you who
For your
rely
family.
on you. Like, because your friend might fall over and hurt himself, and you might have to carry him a mile on your back to because of his broken ankle or something. You're not just doing it for you; you're doing it for other people.
What are you talking about, man? Like, I can understand a bit of this because, like, if you're a firefighter, it helps to be a little bit stronger or something. But, like, your average person isn't gonna need to carry someone for a mile. Is it good to be able to do that? Sure. But, like, this being a bedrock for your ideology is really bizarre. Yeah, what if you're in a survival scenario that revolves around you surviving exposure to the deadly toxin iocane? What happens then, okay? Would it not benefit you to spend your time building up an immunity to iocane powder, just in case somebody else's life is on the line when it comes to you having to drink a cup of that poison? Like, I mean, I guess it'd be good. I guess it'd be good to build up a poison immunity just in case, but like, I don't know. That seems pretty ridiculous.
That's where the real sort of worth of life comes from.
When I point that out,
what if you're in some kind of survival situation that involves giving a blowy for coconuts? Look, we should all strive at all times to be the throat goats, okay?
A simple way to explain: do the mathematical equation of net positive group of people and net negative group of people, and run the math in the long run. Compounded interest. Where do we end up? Liberals are not having kids. They're not going to have kids. But it's not just about that. The ideology is chaotic and tends towards collapse. And the people on the right, and I agree, classical liberals are. They're probably. I'll put it this way: classical liberals seem to be walking on the treadmill. Liberals seem to be standing still, moving backwards, and conservatives are running forward.
Because they want still some wiggle room
man?
for unorthodox lifestyle permissions.
Right.
That's often why. And this is, it's not just the utilitarian calculus. I know you're not just reducing it to that. But the reason people have children isn't because I need to put my part in so that the pensions are paid. It's a very weak argument that some people, even demographers, are making. It's because if they have sincere religious convictions, and this is, I think, where Carl and I differ, and we still haven't hashed this out yet, they have a philosophy of human dignity that is good in its own sake, but also laden with expectations that you should aspire to emulate a divine ideal. It's like the Catholic idea of Imago Dei versus the liberal notion that you are your individual desires, and so you should use technologies to facilitate those desires and decouple choices from consequences to minimize the harm of constantly indulging. It's like, you should be plugged into a renewable powered experience headset from Rick and Morty at all times. You should be on drugs. You should be gooning. You should eat whatever you want and then take Ozempic to ensure you aren't fat. And then as soon as your body starts failing you and you can't experience pleasure anymore, step in the suicide booth and exit and be recyclably composted for the good of whatever renewable powered vegetables or whatever they want to produce.
Genuine question here. What the hell is he talking about? Like, genuinely, like, dude's absolutely lost it, man. He's literally like, yeah, what if Futurama was real, though? Yeah, man, what if? What if Futurama were real? Do you think that's a question worth exploring? And if so, why? Like in Rick and Morty, like what is with these guys? Like what hurt them so much that the only point of reference they can come up with? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. Okay, all right. I just live down here now. This is my lot in life. I just live here. Oh, maybe I can get out? Maybe I can get out. Ho ho ho. Ho 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 ho. There we go. God, this is so scary. All right. Boom. We did it. If you've ever seen Pumping Iron, I've seen parts of Pumping Iron. I've never sat down and just watched it from beginning to end. Okay. Why the freaking heck do my messages keep getting yeeted? I genuinely don't know. Hey, Anthony Schuler. Good to see you again as well. It might all Banana Brains. It might be that the that you have your chat set on top chat as opposed to all chat. Because I haven't been deleting your comments, and it doesn't look like any of the other mods have.
The only thing stops you from doing all that stuff is having a philosophy of human dignities that says, no, I inherited my body, I have an aspect of something aspirational, akin to the divine, and therefore I have a set of obligations to those people around me and to the ideal that I would like to live up to. And those are the people that are having kids and raising them with the kind of ethics that safeguard them against from the education system that we were talking about that wants to transition them to liberals or the opposite sex.
I was reading a long time ago.
Oh yes, the system, the same system, both transitions, you know, normies into liberals, and also men into women and women into men. It's the same system run by Satan himself, who inhabits the body of Nancy Pelosi for now and all time. Like, these guys are the most boring middle management D&D villains I could possibly imagine.
About how technology is destroying society. And I think my simplified version of the quote is probably better than the actual quote. Carl Schroeder, a science fiction author, wrote, "The point is, if we do meet extraterrestrials one day, we'll be shaking hands."
Man, I love when Tim Pool says he thinks he has a better turn of phrase than, like, a notable science fiction author. I just love it, man. It's so good. Where does this go? Oh! Alright. Oh, that killed me? Alright.
Not because we figured out how to avoid nuclear war,
I love you,
but because we figured out how to
You're
get
not
along
bullshit.
playing Xbox in our spare time. This reflects Schroeder's view on the significance of overcoming social and technological challenges to foster cooperation, etc. My interpretation of this when I initially read it.
Oh, actually, I need to go grab my phone. I'll be right back. None of these four would survive 2 minutes with Alana McLaughlin. No. She would decimate them. Absolutely decimate them. Is scenarios out of touch? Yeah, of course it is.
It was more about how
Good night, Ashley.
I didn't actually read.
Oh, also, Ashley, that reminds me. 1 second, folks. Back, everybody. Take it back now, y'all. Paladin, she's been here a few times, but you know, she never became a regular, unfortunately. But maybe one day we'll bring her back into the fold. She is nice. How we all doing? Remember you, Kip? Boy, do I. Thanks for being here, folks. A muscle mommy stream. I feel like I need to work out in order to have Alana on stream. Banana Brains. I used to have a dog, but she passed away like a year ago-ish. Year and a half ago. So, it's a bit sad. It's a bit of a sore spot. Woke drunk? No, I'm not drunk. I'm just autistic. I could be woke drunk though. I do have this bottle of whiskey. And I do need to get rid of it. Because it's not very good whiskey. You need a kitty? I'm not a big, like, cat person. I like visiting cats. I don't know if I'd like owning a cat. You know? I'm autistic too? Hey, we all are. Good night, John. Get good sleep. A trans girl who's autistic? Why, I never. You're formulating? Always. You're an NB femme? Hell yeah. Straight out of the bottle? Yeah, this is one of my... I feel bad about myself. Bucket outfits. And I feel like I'm bringing that ethos through to stream right now. Let's resume our death march through Tim Pool content. Imagine, there are people who watch this every day. Can you imagine watching, like, Tim Pool every day? I'd die.
Read his essay or anything on it. And so what I was told, the article I was reading was more about how we are drowning ourselves in excess, and that the phrase was, if we ever meet aliens, we will shake hands not because we overcame nuclear weapons, but because we overcame the Xbox. So it's a bit of a different interpretation. I think it's a completely different point to what he was saying. Because my view of that was,
the tackle box, baby.
we are creating these isolated internal worlds to remove us from harsh reality. And the people who cannot overcome that system will cease to exist.
Tim, we've always had that. It's this thing called imagination. I understand you might not know what that is, or have a concept of it, but we've always had the ability to mentally remove ourselves from different situations, Tim. Come on now. We invented an entire genre to do it. It's called fiction.
So one thing I think is worth looking at is why we can end up getting the things that Phil wants out of the new foundations that I'm proposing here, right? Because the sort of abstract doctrine of human rights that comes from the state of nature needs to be replaced with something. But it's actually quite easy to see how these things follow. So, for example, you say, okay, well, I'd like freedom. It's like, well, I mean, I assume we're going to define personal freedoms and freedom from state intervention, right, which is what the original liberal view was. Yeah, who doesn't want that? We all want that. And we want that for one another. Okay, well, how do you get that? Well, actually, it's community organizing. It's having a strong local community that allows you to create a power block that resists government intervention.
Oh, no. Oh, no, he stumbled into a correct point. Guys. He's correct. He's advocating that you do what I tell you guys to do, which is to get out there, know your neighbors, go to local city council meetings, you know, put yourself out there, build a block of local neighborhood power. And then from that point, build out. You know, get the things your community needs. Oh no, but he's advocating it for conservatives. See, if you guys don't go out there, conservatives will. So, plan accordingly.
An isolated individual can do nothing to resist government power, but a community of people can.
Also,
so, okay,
remember to like, comment, and subscribe,
actually physically get a measure of independence and autonomy from the state by being a strong local community. And then you've got other things. So, well, freedom from oppression, or to make sure that a person isn't going without, you know, a person isn't starving to death or anything like that. Again, instead of being reliant upon the state, well, if you've got a strong social network, these people will take care of you. Like, you know, I had to take care of my cousin because he was, you know, he'd found himself homeless for a couple of days. So I personally paid for him to live in a hotel for a couple of nights, right? He could have appealed to the state, he could have done it, but he didn't need to because I love him. You know, I will help him. And this is what being a part of these social networks does. Having a strong society provides us with the sort of independence that we're looking for, or the safety, the security, the freedom from injustice that we're also looking for. It doesn't have to be an abstract, rationalistic.
Wait, one of your previous jobs was doing concierge IT? Huh. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, Paladin. Huh. Interesting. Thank you for sharing that little bit about yourself.
Scheme for a set of rational devils. Well, it could also be for people who love one another.
Let me ask you the challenging question. Donald Trump says that if he gets elected, there will be the largest mass deportation effort we've ever seen.
God.
A society that needs to function a certain way, but
We are so cooked when one of our major political parties is advocating for that, and it's not even a talking point on the opposing side. Like, holy shit.
is currently beset by such a conflict with mass illegal immigration. How do you remedy that? The proposals are trains, bus, trucks, loading people up. Local police, state police are going to do this mass deportation effort. I don't know that that's sustainable, affordable, or possible. I'm not saying it's morally incorrect. The question is, how do you do it, and how do you maintain your morals?
I want to use the UK as a model for this, because the UK in 2017 is estimated to have possibly 1.2 million illegal immigrants, and this is before the mass small boat crossing. So let's say it's 2 million now. Let's say that we get a government that isn't so afraid of being called racist and bigoted and the like to actually enforce the law and send these people home. Then you have a large cohort of legal migrants, 1.2 million every year, that have come into the country as merchants. They're economic operators. Not all of them buy into the story that the Brits tell themselves. They tell themselves a different story, an incompatible story, as we saw with the Hindu and Muslim riots in Leicester. Okay, well, how do you get those people
I love that he just casually drops the Hindu and Muslim riots in Leicester. Like, no one knows who what you're talking about, bud. That sounds like something you made up. You know, like, it sounds like a fake thing that you're just throwing out there because you don't think anyone's gonna fact check you on that point, you know? Oh. This message is making a dick joke. I appreciate it. Saw a cool Muslim protest in Leicester while I was there. I wanted to join in. Honestly, they're probably talking about that protest as a riot. It would not surprise me in the least. They are that level of intellectually dishonest. Started doing concierge IT by being VIP support at Boeing. Oh, damn. How was being in Dubai for 2 days? I've heard good things about being in Dubai, you know, if you're, like, straight. And, like, willing to, like, go along with some of their legally mandated practices. Heard there was a night of mild disorder. I needed Ghost Glovewort 3, but I'm really looking for Ghost Glovewort 3. Wait, I got it mixed up. I got Ghost Glovewort 5, which is one that I need, but I also need Ghost Glovewort 3, which I haven't found yet, and I came down here explicitly to find, and I've been wandering around like a jackass looking for it.
to either assimilate or leave? What you do is you withdraw the provisions of the liberal state. You take away and abolish the welfare state, you abolish social housing for migrants, you abolish benefits for migrants, and so the people that are here for purely economic reasons, that don't tell themselves a cultural story, will move elsewhere. And you don't need to fuel up the boats and withdraw people's legal papers in order to do that. And we see this because we already have a net outflow of about 500,000 people every year.
That's about 700,000.
Is it really that high?
It's really high.
You know what's fascinating is the U.S. is 1 million per year.
Just a quick thing on Connor's thing there. He's exactly right. So what that does is it forces the migrants to integrate into the social fabric. You have to form relationships with the people here because, like my cousin relying on me, well, he's going to have to rely on someone else. The state's not just going to give him my money. You know, if he wants my money, I have to have a reason to give it to him.
At the moment, they're clientele classes. This is the analogy I've used with you before. The pre-liberal state was like a Russian nesting doll. So you've got the individual, their family, their congregation, their community, their sense of cultural and historical obligation, and then the nation. If you take all of those out and you just have the individual inside the bigger Russian nesting of the state, and you rattle it around, it's going to get broken. And that's what those communities, like the black community in the US, exist as. They exist in a direct relationship with the state, and they aren't self-sufficient, and they're downwardly mobile, and they're not having large families. They are shooting each other, and they are dependent on handouts. And that's not a dignified way to live, actually. It's a really unpleasant way of living. Yeah. So rebuild or encourage they rebuild those concentric circles of relationships and belonging and identity, and you won't just be naked and afraid in the face of state tyranny.
And I genuinely am of the opinion that these sort of like, the sort of random mass shootings that America gets, I think that what these are, ultimately underneath it, are an expression of revenge against this kind of empty society that has failed them. Is it?
No. The mass shootings, maybe. But, like, the vast majority of shootings in America are, like, driven economically and, like, religiously and emotionally. Like, where the hell am I? I'm in a different area now, aren't I? Nani? No. Okay. Yeah, we also have a gun distribution problem.
They've got no one to turn to, no one who they feel that they love, and things like this. So they go, right, okay, I don't know anyone here. I don't have any ties to this. I don't care about this. Bang, 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 bang. And I think that doesn't happen when you have this kind of, not a social contract society, but a familial society where people care about one another.
It's funny when I see a lot of people in comments say things like, who cares about comics or art? There are people who will chat and they'll say things like...
No one says who cares about art. Come on now. People do say who cares about comics, but like... The issue, Tim, isn't that you're bringing those things up. It's that you bring them up instead of, like, meaningful political positions or points. Like, that's the issue. You use them to, like, avoid talking about subjects in a weird way. How do I get down from here?
Grow up. Stop focusing on these things. There's a reason why stories, culture, art have been so important for humans throughout basically every civilization. And there's a reason why conservatives in the U.S. have lost culturally and the left has been able to gain so much ground. And it's because of this. I have to imagine the people who are saying these things are liberals masquerading as conservatives trying to destroy the conservative opportunity.
Yeah, they're secret liberals, Tim. You got it. You're really nailing it, bud. They're secret liberals, okay? They're on a mission to besmirch the good name of conservatism.
At regaining cultural value and power.
Say something inconvenient to
you need to inspire young people through stories, through myths, and have children want to aspire to be something great. And that's why we are upset when they destroy Star Wars, when they ruin video games, when they ruin movies.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're not listening to children when you say they're destroying Star Wars, because children fucking love Star Wars, Tim. The children love Star Wars more now than they ever have, Tim. You're just upset because it's not built for you anymore, Tim. Like, it's not built for you. It's built for a younger generation, the next generation. That's the reason why all of you fucks hate The Last Jedi, because the message of that movie is essentially, hey, the next generation needs to move beyond us. We need to grow. We need to learn. We need to move on. There are other stages of life for us to be in. And instead of accepting that message and learning and growing as a result, instead you're like, no, I hate this. I want the same slop that I've had for the last 50 years. Just, like, embrace change. embrace that things are different. And, you know, sometimes that can be even a good thing.
Movies, because these are things that we produce. Why do we make movies? It's not just about entertainment. It's about something that connects to us.
It's about transmission of values.
Absolutely.
That's what it's about. And there's a reason that...
No, it's not. It's not about transmission of values. It's just basic communication. A film is trying to communicate something to you from the creator, from the team of people who came together to make it. That's what it's doing. It's not trying to propagandistically instill values. Some of them do, but those tend to be the shittiest movies.
They attack Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and all that. There's a reason that they do it. They're trying to subvert and destroy your values. They know that you get your values from the mythology.
No one is attacking any of these things. You just perceive it as an attack because you're dumb. Because you're dumb and ideologically driven and too lacking in introspection to actually consider that maybe the actual thing that's going on here is that you're being left behind by the culture. That's what's really happening, and you hate that.
Around you, and even if in the modern day we think, oh well, it's just Star Wars. No, it holds the same place for our culture that the Iliad did for the ancient Greeks. This is where we learn right and wrong from.
Oh God, Star Wars is the
There's a video I
Iliad.
love to
Are you
cite
fucking
that
kidding me?
compares Captain America, the first Captain America movie, with Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel was, people were outraged, they were angry, they complained about it. Captain America, people really loved, made $1 billion, whatever. Yep. A really great example in both.
Oh yeah, because how much money did Captain Marvel make again? Did they not make did Captain Marvel? You know what? Let's just take a look. Let's just take a look. Let's see. No, I want to know how much Captain America made. Captain America, the first Avenger, made $176 million, lifetime gross. How much did Captain Marvel make? Huh. Captain Marvel made $1.1 billion. Like almost 10 times what Captain America, the first Avenger, made. Like, this is how out of touch they are, man. This is how out of touch they are. Everyone loved the first 10 times more people saw Captain Marvel.
Movies. In the Captain America movie, you've got, who is it?
Steve Rogers.
Tommy Lee, the actor.
Yes.
Is saying, why'd you pick the scrawny loser guy? I want a strong, tough guy. And then he grabs a fake grenade and pulls it and throws it. And then scrawny, weak Steve Rogers jumps on the grenade right away. And the scientist starts laughing like, this is the guy we want. That we laugh about that. The audience related to it. They liked the movie because they understood that this scrawny, weak man with all of these ailments, he jumped on a grenade to save everyone's life. This was a movie about a young man who had ailments and was trying to lie to get his way into the military to fight for his country. Yeah. And it's funny that conservatives don't praise this movie more. I'm like, look at it. Captain Marvel was a woman who accidentally gets superpowers that puts her at the highest level of all galactic beings, making her stronger than everybody. And a man puts a chip on her to suppress her powers.
Her memory specifically.
Yes.
It's a false consciousness.
That's right.
Can I just point out something? Like, Steve Rogers didn't know what was gonna happen to him. He just happened to be eligible for this experiment. Like, Tim Pool, why do you make me so mad, Tim? Why must you insist on both posting like a fascist, who's also a racist white supremacist, and also you gotta have the bad media takes as well? You know, like, why? Just one, please. I can only take so much.
Getting back to her authentic identity.
And she robs a guy for telling her to smile.
Yeah.
And you were supposed to be like...
She doesn't rob a guy for telling her how to smile. She robs a guy because he happens to have a motorcycle that she can use, and he has a cool jacket. She's not doing it because she hates him. That's just an additional bonus. So we, the audience, don't feel bad for the person she stole shit from.
Ah, yeah. And people hated it.
Of course, because she's a villain.
Exactly.
She's
and then
literally the villain.
When this criticism came out, the argument from the film's producers were like, oh, well, it's supposed to be that she doesn't yet realize. No.
Women with power would be evil.
When the man
That's
on the
what they're saying,
motorcycle...
yeah. That's what they're saying.
The man on the motorcycle goes, you should smile more. We know exactly what cultural reference that was making. And then she looks at him, and then...
Wait, Tim, do you think men should tell women to smile more? I don't know why I ask. I know that he would say yes.
Next scene is she's wearing his clothes and riding his motorcycle, meaning use physical violence against a person who said naughty words.
She grabs his hand and crushes it, doesn't she?
The cut scene is her...
You know, it's so fucking bizarre. This is like weirdly like a point. People would not shut up about Captain Marvel for such a goddamn long time, okay? So I just have like this repository of knowledge about that movie for, you know, through osmosis. And it's just like, Tim, in any other movie, if like a guy with big muscles who's the protagonist sits down at a bar and someone else like says mean things to him, that would start a fight. In 9 out of 10 times, it would start a fight. And you would think it's cool in those 9 out of 10 times, as long as it's a man who's doing the fighting. Because it's a lady who gets offended by a man saying a mean thing, you think suddenly, oh, well, actually, I think it's good. I actually think it's bad that she wanted to fight him for saying mean things. What do you mean? That happens all the time in action movies. Like, literally all the time. It's the bar fight trope. They just didn't do the bar fight this time. She just stole his shit. Which is a totally reasonable reaction to have as an alien on a planet where someone's fucking rude to you.
Grabbing his wrist, using her superpowers and threatening to break it. Yeah. And they're like, oh, it's a Terminator reference. And it's like, no. The Women of Marvel podcast exists. And before Captain Marvel came out, they were talking about cover art. And they started depicting women doing things. And most of these comics suddenly were about villains. And they said it's because...
Anyway, we're mad at this movie because of this podcast that existed and said something before the movie came out. What? What's wrong with you? What fucked with your brain so much that you think anyone who's watching the Captain Marvel movie gives two shits about a podcast that was made to promote the movie that like 50,000 people saw, tops?
because they identify with the villains more than the heroes, because they see the villains as fundamentally flawed and they can personally relate to them.
Yep.
This is all projection by horrendous people who want, and this is why they've contorted heroes from being paragons of virtue to particular ethnic and sexual identity groups that need validation by going on a journey. They basically need the abolition of their screaming conscience, and they need the entire civilization to validate them so that they don't change their perfect...
Like, can we take a moment to recognize that, like, he's talking about people who watched Captain Marvel, and he's talking about, like, oh yeah, these fucking assholes who watched Captain Marvel, they're trying to destroy Western civilization, and in fact, their enjoyment of Captain Marvel is predicated on the destruction of Western civilization. It's a sign of the downfall of the times. Man, it couldn't just possibly be that they like the movie. No, they need society to kowtow to their insane demands to recognize that they enjoyed the movie. That's insane, man. Like, listen to yourself. You're crazy, man.
As they are.
Just a quick thing. I just want to shout out a guy called The Fourth Age.
Great guy.
On YouTube, a guy called AJ. He's part of the Comicsgate guys, and he is
Part of the Comicsgate boys. People renowned for their rationality.
deeply in the Aristotelian storytelling tradition, and he's got hours of videos explaining why heroes are paragons of virtue, what it is we take from that, and why Marvel have done such an evil thing to invert this and make the villain the hero.
And Disney.
Yeah, how dare Marvel not rely on the Aristotelian model of heroism? You know, it couldn't possibly be that, like, in the last, I don't know, couple thousand years, people developed a few other models of heroism. I don't know. I'm spitballing here. Yeah, it couldn't possibly be that.
He's superb. Yeah, it is everyone.
And all of it. Yeah. And then you get these conservatives, and not all of them, because a lot of them, obviously, with what the Daily Wire is doing, there's an effort to push back, though. They're trying.
The movies suck. Sorry, they do.
Yeah.
And it's also because, and look, I like Gina Carano very much, but if you frame these movies like Run, Hide, Fight or Terror on the Prairie as this is our version of the girl boss, you're still operating within the paradigm. I mean, so sorry to interrupt, but
just to clarify what he said here, he's saying that Daily Wire's movies are too woke. He's saying that the Daily Wire, a conservative propaganda outlet, makes movies that are too woke. The only thing woke about Terror on the Prairie was that it starred a woman who then did violence. That's it.
I used to write for the American Spectator. My first column was quite unorthodox. It was complaining about the new Superman. Are you all aware of what happened to Superman in the last couple of years?
No.
So Superman, obviously Clark Kent, married to Lois Lane, has a son, upstanding father. He gets taken off the book, and he gets replaced. The writers, which was Peter J. Tomasi and Patrick Gleason, get replaced by Brian Michael Bendis, the guy who made Miles Morales Spider-Man. And what he does is he sends Superman's teenage son, John Kent, off into space and instantly ages him up, so taking away his development arc. So he becomes an adult. He comes back, then in this new 5 Generations initiative, where Batman becomes black, Wonder Woman's bisexual Brazilian, Superman's son becomes gay. He has a pink-haired Asian...
Oh, he's talking about it in the comic books.
boyfriend who looks up to Lois Lane, and he goes on school climate strikes and he fights social injustice. As you can imagine, the book tanked. But what are they saying with that? They are saying that now
it did not tank, actually.
Now, Superman is no longer defined by his deeds and his relationships. He's defined by his identity characteristics. What identity characteristics do we say are powerful? Well, the writer Tom Taylor said, we have this young bisexual guy being confident in himself. It's so heroic. Right. So you have to be these minority groups to be a hero. So that is indicting the white male population, the reading population, that has been the custodians of these characters and have bought these characters to provide these new conceited...
Yeah, how dare a product try and expand how many people consume it? These free market capitalists sure are mad about the fact that these products are expanding their customer base.
writers a career, you are the villains. You are akin to Lex Luthor. And so now, identity characteristics are the defining feature of virtue, and no wonder the audience is dropping it and seeking other things.
Just to stress, conservatives want to make a movie right. I don't understand why there wasn't universal acclaim across the board from every conservative for Captain America. To stress one more time, a guy, the hero of the story, is trying to join the army, and he can't because he's got, you know, flat feet, small, and disorders, and he's lying to try and join the army.
Yeah.
He jumps on the grenade, becomes Captain America fighting the Nazis. We hear a lot of complaints about it, but that's a story that, just one real quick point, to these people who naysay culture and they say grow up, we tell stories of superheroes, just like you said, the stories of the gods and fighting the gods and all these things were what we use to instill values in our next generation.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, one of the things that drives me crazy about the Daily Wire in particular is that they've got all of these resources and they're producing not great things because they're thinking about the left, right? They're thinking consciously about the left, and that's not how conservatives tell great stories. That's not how Tolkien told Lord of the Rings, right?
That's my point about Captain America.
Yeah, exactly. It's nothing to do with the left. What it's about is what are your authentic values and how could they manifest in a good story, in a good way. And so, I mean, it's a great point. There's a deeply conservative message. You know, this young patriot is going to, okay, he's, you know, lying's not great, but you can see why he's doing it. He's doing the right thing. You know, he's trying to do the right thing, and he's being held back by something he can't change. And he ends up getting to where he wants to be, and he becomes Captain America. Like the conservative, like the Daily Wire, they're like, okay, now we're going to produce Mr. Bircham or something. It's like, what are you doing? Just don't think about the left. Think about what you...
By the way, can I just say one of the funniest things about Mr. Bircham is that it has spawned a very healthy, like, fanfic gay art scene around the show. Like, there's this ironic fandom about Mr. Bircham and, like, the gay English professor. It's very fucking funny, dog. It's probably, I gotta be honest, it's probably why Sargon hates the show, because it inspired such a gay fan base. Doesn't matter that the fan base is ironic.
You are, and the message you're trying to put across, and the hurdles that person has to go through that don't have anything to do with left-wingers.
Have you seen The New Norm?
Yeah, it looks terrible.
It's millions of views, and they're like, haha, look how many views we got. It's like, yeah, because everyone hates it.
Everyone was dunking on it.
My suggestion was, you know, because for those that haven't seen it, it's this mini pilot for, they call it the South Park of X. It's certainly not.
Yeah.
It's just basically, the whole pilot is going, hey, here's a woke thing that happened. Look at that woke
Isn't
thing
that silly? So, yeah.
Dog, they hate their own art so much. They can't even make something they can even pretend to be proud of. It's so fucking funny. This is great.
I thought the way the show would work better is, or way a show could work if you're trying to do a family-style sitcom that incorporates these issues, is their neighbor is woke, and they're friends with their neighbor.
Yeah.
And that's a vehicle for which jokes can derive, and the family's perception of it when they do happen is to roll their eyes. And so you have a normal family engaging in normal family behaviors, normal family circumstances. The son wants to join the military. The daughter is concerned about what that could mean. You have conservative... I mean, you look at...
yeah, that's good framing.
And then their neighbor is some woke woman, and they're friends with her, and they're like, well, don't say that around Tammy because you know what she's going to... Then they laugh. And what that does is it otherizes the woke without being too overt. It makes them the silly, another wacky woke person.
Basically the inverse to what The Simpsons did to Flanders.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So everybody's got the crazy...
I love that, like, his main point of advice here is like, oh, yeah, the main problem here is that we need to be more subtle about our bigotry. That will surely save the product. Yeah, sure. That'll really turn things around, Tim. So true, King.
Woke friend, and you don't want it's so over the top when the woke guy comes in and has got a phone and he's like, I'm trying to secretly destroy their lives, and it's like, come on.
It's the inverse of what happened with Barbie, actually, where Barbie tried to be an overtly woke and feminist film and ended up being an accidentally reactionary.
I thought he said Bobby, so I thought he was talking about Bobby from King of the Hill. Neat. Let's see here. I really want to get... Also, is there no way for me to get back into... I want to put down, like, my summon signs so someone can summon me for this boss fight. I feel like it's good souls. Or symbols, whatever they're called. You know what I mean. Yeah, these people would hate King of the Hill.
Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
They tried to make it to be like they're Nazis and evil,
Yeah,
but
and everyone was like, "Hey, they're good guys. What are you talking about?
like,
Defending
they were-
humanity from a
Hey, they're good. They're good guys. What are you talking about?
genocidal
Yeah, people.
communist scourge. That's good guys. What are you talking about?
like,
Defending
they were-
humanity from a genocidal communist scourge.
They're not a genocidal communist scourge though. Like they're literally minding their own business, and then the like the Federation from Starship Troopers literally concocts an entire like propaganda campaign around eradicating the bugs because an illegal colony was built on one of their worlds, and then the colony was attacked. And then they orchestrated an asteroid strike on their own planet and blamed it on the bugs, even though the bugs literally live on the other side of the galaxy, and there's no way they could have thrown asteroids across an entire galaxy at sublight speeds. I don't know. I just feel like... There we go. None of that was touched on in the movie. I mean, I guess, except that it seemed pretty obvious to me that, like, you can tell that they're fascist. Like, it's not a subtle film. Talking about Starship Troopers, the book is definitely fascist propaganda. The movie's more critical of fascism. Absolutely. Wasn't the asteroid accidentally rerouted into Earth by one of the human pilots, and the whole incident was blamed on the bugs? Yes.
That attacked them for no reason.
Yeah, exactly.
But what is it? The film's director wanted to make them out to be the Nazis, so he dressed them in that.
He didn't read the book, apparently, did he?
No, he didn't read the book. No, he got someone else to read the book for him, which is insanely lazy. It's not even a thick book, you know. It's quite, it doesn't take long to read it, and it's a good book as well. But he's a communist, so you know. But yeah, no, like the Conservatives really, they need to think about what virtues they want to demonstrate.
Yeah, that awful author, how dare he? He's a communist. Yeah, well, he lived under Nazi occupation. Give him the fucking break.
Right. So if you want to demonstrate, insane courage in the face of unbelievable odds in a sort of Lord of the Rings style movie, do that, you know, but don't think how does this
I'm glad you like it,
reflect on us against the left and things like that. Don't worry about them, you know, just write something that demonstrates the virtue you're trying to instill into the person watching.
Dorktanian super chatted saying Captain America came out in 2011, Tim. Sargon wasn't even criticizing Sarkeesian yet.
That is true,
but that's also part of the point.
Yeah.
This is where the criticism starts to come from. We had a movie where we all watched it and we felt so good when the premise of the story was this man of little physical merit, but of strong moral virtue.
Man, I really wonder why Tim is highly emphasizing a man of little physical merit. Like, not to be mean or anything, but I feel like Tim is over-identifying with Captain America here to an embarrassing degree.
His moral virtue was so strong, he was chosen to be given super soldier serum. And the message, the point of the story was,
says Tim through tears.
The most important thing about him was not whether he could do push-ups or pull-ups or run far. It was that he was a good person of good moral virtue. That's the message we're giving to kids.
Yeah.
Even if you're scrawny and weak, be like Steve Rogers. Within only a few years begins the rise of the destruction of that narrative and this mission. And hey, guess what? It's funny now. Because they went from making $1 billion per movie to now their movies are slowly starting to fizzle out and tank. Burn their budgets, etc.
They get what they deserve as far as I'm concerned. If you're going to, again, AJ from the Fourth Age is just superb on this. There are timeless mechanisms to get the messages across. And if you're going to subvert them, then people won't not necessarily consciously realize it. They just won't enjoy it. They'll be like, no, I don't relate to this. That's not what I view to be a good person.
My other thing I must say as well is that I fear we stray too much into the conversation of values here as well. Identity is also an aspect that we must recognize, and I refer to Josh Hawley versus J.D. Vance's speeches this week. Josh Hawley positions America as essentially a nation of ideals, even if those ideals are Christian and therefore true in his heart and mind, whereas J.D. Vance says it's not just Christianity that makes America, it's not just these abstract commitments to freedom and equality, it's a people and a shared lineage. And this is what they mean by representation matters, is that the progressives identify that tribalism does in fact matter. And yes, you can marry into and assimilate with the tribe, but a home ceases to be a home when the hosts are outnumbered by the house guests.
Yep.
Man, maybe that's not a good comparison to like a country, man. It's not really I feel like maybe there's a flaw here insofar as like a house is not really comparable to an entire country. God.
In terms of raw demographics or in terms of being salient in their own media. And so you do have to have, as Nigeria bans us from its adverts, a bit far, you know, but you do have to have you have to abolish the sort of consciousness that says we must have arbitrary quotas and forefront minoritarian concerns in all these movies just to make everyone feel seen and represented. It's like, no. The people that formulated these values need to be respected too, and they are who is going to sustain them.
I do think one challenge too, which we didn't get into a whole lot, but has been a big issue, is cultural stagnation. The fact that we're talking about Captain America right now is even kind of funny. Sure, I like the message of the movie, but when was that character made?
It's the Second World War. It all originates from the Second World War.
But what we've been doing right now, we've got Deadpool and Wolverine is coming out in a couple weeks, and it's just regurgitating characters that were made a long time ago.
You fucking brought up comic books, man! What do you think comic books are? You're the one bringing them up. I don't understand.
Logan was meant to have ended Wolverine in 2017. Right. I'm sure, look, Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman wanted to make a movie and everyone wants to see it, but I'm not excited for it because it felt that that chapter of life was over and that they're constantly recycling. There was a fourth Matrix film.
Exactly.
Dear Lord. The first one, the first one was great. Second and third were terrible.
I actually enjoyed the fourth Matrix movie, but from a meta perspective.
It was based.
Yeah, it was literally them saying, look, we're trapped in our own franchise. And if you think about it, like, no, it really was. Because, like,
I do have to say, I am shocked to hear Sargon say that he loved the fourth Matrix movie. I am shocked to hear that. That doesn't seem like something that should be. Like, do you think they know that they're made by trans ladies? Like, do you think they know?
Neo was the video game creator of the Matrix video game in it. And you got to see his life where he just gets up, he's in a glass, steel, building, and he's just in a focus group. And you realize, look, where is he going to get inspiration from? Like, he never does anything.
But also, the overall message of the fourth Matrix, do you remember what it was? The society cannot function without a mother and a father.
Yeah. It was very, like, anti-progressive.
Yeah, I know. It was great. Well, really?
Which is funny for being made by the Wachowski sisters.
Yeah. But the message was the
there we go. There's the transphobia I was expecting.
Matrix itself, the conscious function of the universe in the minds of everyone will collapse unless there is a patriarch and a matriarch.
Yeah, with Trinity and Neo flying all around together at the end. Yeah, but the whole thing I thought was fascinating because what it looked like to me was a look into the Wachowskis' just daily life. So what do? We get up, we go to a coffee shop, we go to a focus meeting, we talk about the thing that we have already created, but we're constantly getting smaller and smaller and smaller in that thing. Because, I mean, this is why George Lucas and the Star Wars prequels have aged so well, because what they did is built outwards.
what?
Right? Okay, he told the story poorly, there are lots of criticisms, but at least the world got bigger from him doing that, rather than everything now is smaller and smaller and smaller. So, everything feels like there's nothing left to tell in that little universe. And this is why I quite enjoyed the fourth Matrix, not because it was good, but because it was kind of admitting this, being like, yeah, no, we're trapped in this, and we've got nowhere else to go.
Now you've got the Acolyte, which
I haven't even watched it.
Yeah, I don't
watch it. I don't care.
It's kind of wild. I was a huge fan of the MCU for a long time, and then I think it's around like Captain Marvel, I'm starting to care less and less. Infinity War was fantastic. Endgame was okay, and
Black Panther was appalling.
Yeah. Black Panther was appalling?
Yes, it's one of the worst films ever made.
You think it was? I disagree.
We've done a very long breakdown on it.
I thought Black Panther was bad.
Gee, I wonder why this guy doesn't like Black Panther. I wonder why. I can't even begin to guess why this guy loves Black Panther. Why, that's crazy. Yeah, can't put my finger on it.
Based AF.
It wasn't based at all. You do realize that Chadwick Boseman identified more with Killmonger than he did his own character.
I didn't say Black Panther was a good guy.
Yeah.
I'm saying that the...
Who do you think was the good guy in Black Panther, man? Now, I'm sorry, Tim threw me another curveball here. Who does Tim think the good guy was in Black Panther? I must know. I have to know.
Movie told the story to the American people about the idea of ethno-nationalism and isolated borders and ethno-supremacy at an international scale.
Yeah, but it's only good for black people. That was the underlying thing, and it would just be great if all of these white people would stop incurring on Wakanda's borders because this magic space rock arrived, somehow giving us spaceships when the Roman Republic was exploring the continent. It would have just been.
Yeah, I expected historical accuracy in my movie about superheroes. What is wrong with you? What's your damage, bro? Furthermore, like, yeah, the entire point of Black Panther is to talk about colonialism. Like, 110%? Like, it's not even ambiguous? Like, what happened to countries in Africa that had resources that people in the outside world wanted? What happened? It's not that difficult here to figure out what happened. I just, the lack of media literacy to this degree is stunning.
Fine.
The idea of creating this mythos of Wakanda and vibranium is less relevant to me than T'Challa, who's supposed to be the good guy, saying, we will not open our borders because those refugees will bring their problems into our country. And I started laughing my ass off.
Also,
yeah, and he's wrong. The entire second movie is about how he's wrong. Because movies have flawed characters. Like, he's literally complaining about this movie not having a Gary Stu in it.
We're not going to have a woman in charge.
Yeah, but then, but then his arc,
Patriarchy by combat.
his arc was undoing all of that. His arc was at the end living up to Killmonger's promise and going and giving Wakandan technology to kids in Oakland because he realized the original sin of Wakanda was not actually defending its African neighbors from enslavement.
Now hold on. I think there's a misalignment. I think you're looking at it more so that T'Challa being the good guy, the end result is the message they want to deliver. I'm saying the movie presented ideas in ways that Americans typically don't engage with, right? And regardless of whether T'Challa fulfilled the promise of Killmonger or whatever, you had the arguments of ethno-nationalism and isolationism, etc. But I'm just saying I like that the movie presented these arguments, whatever the outcome may be. And then I will stress, Black Panther 2 was a little too based. And I shouldn't use the word based. Have you seen Black Panther 2?
Unfortunately, yes.
You've not?
No, I don't think so.
Never
Okay,
watched it.
well, are you kidding? Carl, you have to watch this.
Really?
Yes.
Watch mine and Harry's review because it's much shorter.
Wakanda.
Yeah.
Wakanda. It's the secret isolated nation with borders and barriers. They don't want people coming in. They start to change and uproot the world. But they still have their mass fortification and they have barrier controls. You can't just come into Wakanda. However,
I hate Tim Pool so much.
one day, the queen is attacked by some Mexicans. I'm not kidding. And how did they get into Wakanda?
Through the southern border?
Try again.
I don't know.
Through the river.
Oh, right.
They go into the river underneath the barrier to come into Wakanda. And the villain, who is Namor, I believe it's right, Namor, right? And he has one weakness. And do you know what do you know how they defeat Namor? They dry off his back.
Okay.
So in case you guys didn't understand the racism that Tim Pool's going for, there was an operation in the 1960s to do a mass deportation of Mexicans called Operation Wetback. And the name of that operation came to be synonymous with the slur for Mexican people. And Tim Pool's making a joke here about how the movie is based because it's referencing that. Like, this is a level of racism that I'm honestly, like, shocked to see from Tim Pool. Didn't the slur come before the operation? I actually don't know what the order was. I don't know if the slur was first or the operation gave birth to the slur. I don't know. I do know that the name derives from, Mexican immigrants. Yeah, Mexican immigrants crossing the Rio Grande, and that's where the name comes from. Which I assumed was the harsh border conditions imposed after the operation, but I genuinely don't know. Anthony Schuler, I use she, her pronouns, please. I did some research, it came up because of the operation. Gotcha. The Talocan aren't Mexican immigrants. It's like, what if the Aztecs had their own city of Atlantis? Yeah. No, you don't have to give me the wiki.
They discover that Namor's power comes from his ability to oxidize water on his skin. And so while he's fighting, I believe he's fighting the sister or whatever.
Shuri, yes.
Shuri. Someone activates the jet, which blasts his back, drying the water off because his back is wet. And he got into Wakanda through their river, and he's Mexican.
Yeah, so this is...
Get it, guys? Tim Pool's so clever.
Literally just a weird racial thing against Mexicans.
Also,
I was like,
well, all the black people can't swim.
This is
Yes.
all. This is
Like,
all.
even Sargon is like, whoa, Tim, that's actually pretty racist, man. That's a weird racist thing against Mexicans that you brought up there. Like, even fucking Sargon's like, chill, bud.
All because of like
it's the weirdest thing ever. These movies are nuts.
well,
mad.
The thing is, it's all like I think that it actually does stem back to CRT. Like critical race theory makes people aware of racial differences, it makes them cognitively aware of them and stuff, and so people can't help but fall back onto stereotypes. It's not good.
Wait. There's no stereotype of Mexicans becoming weak by getting dried off.
The stereotype is, or the racial stereotypes is the
going through the river,
so
and having
that kind of stuff.
a wet back. I can't believe they did that.
Yes, but it exposes inherent racism that people have that people think is acceptable because it is towards the right people and not against the wrong people.
The accusation and the right people, not the wrong people here, the framing of it is these countries would just have been fine experimenting with their incredible technology if the white man hadn't set them at odds, if the Spanish hadn't have come and colonized Latin America, if all of enslavement hadn't caused Wakanda to become an isolationist nation. And so it comes back to, fundamentally, we're all the same underneath. It's just oppressive white European culture that is keeping us divided.
I disagree. I mean, the story of Wakanda...
Yeah, actually, it probably would have been really helpful to not enslave those countries, actually. It probably would have been a good thing to, like, not do imperialism. Probably would have helped them out a lot in a lot of respects if we had just peacefully traded with them as opposed to, like, commodifying their entire countries as havens for resources and trying to, like, steal anything we possibly could.
was that when the vibranium meteor landed and this strange metal rapidly advanced this people, they immediately secured their wealth, isolated themselves from everyone else, and only the tribes that were around it came to an agreement as to how they would manage the vibranium. They immediately said, to hell with all the rest of you, it's ours, and built walls.
But in the opening thing, they depict specifically the Romans and the...
Yeah, and they're depicted as wrong for doing so. Like, what? Why do you keep trying to point it out as if it's like a, wow, look at this movie, it's endorsing isolationism? Isn't that based? The movie directly portrays that in order to call it out as wrong. Yeah, like the racism on display here is actually breathtaking, and I'm shocked that it's coming through their analysis of Marvel films.
The European colonizers. In the second one, they depict the Spanish
Right.
conquistadors. And in all of the interviews, they're saying that, yes, Namor and all of the underwater Mexicans were meant to be analogous. Yes, but there's a continuity here. Killmonger was meant to be a sympathetic villain because he blames wanting to cause white genocide on slavery, and then Namor is meant to be analogous to all of those displaced Mexicans who the US has transgressed against and made militant. So the enemy is still white people in the minds of the creators.
Or like the colonialist, historical European.
Yeah,
right?
White people. Capital W, white people. That's how Americans think of white people.
But but I'll just stress, I'm sitting in the movie theater, and the first thing that happens is they're like, how did they get into Wakanda through the barrier? And it's like, they went through the river. I was like, are you kidding me?
They play the bongo drums to open the gates as well. There were favelas built into the side of the path. The roads are made of dirt.
I can't believe how racist these movies are.
You are right. It's all super racist.
And then at the end of the film is that T'Challa.
I gotta say, if you're viewing the depiction of, like, Black Panther's society as racist, you gotta be pretty racist, right? Like, in the way that they are doing anyway. I'm sure that there's points of like comparison where like the criticism is valid for like certain artistic liberties or whatever. Oh, I got exploded. Damn it. Bad day. I don't know, like they're just being so blatant about it. It's like a Klan rally, but for film criticism. It's weird.
Black Panther is an absent dad.
Yeah.
Like he sighs his hair and then leaves.
They legit are playing I don't know if they're bongos.
They're like underwater bongos, yeah, to open the gate.
There's
a bit of water, and then they're drumming it, and then that's how the gate.
It's not
opens.
underwater. It's Wakanda bangs drums.
Yeah, but there's water. There's water in the dish when they bang.
Right.
Yeah.
And then at the end, I could not believe it when they were like, "How is Namor so strong? He's flying around. He's got wings on his feet, and because that's from Namor." And then they were like, "His skin, it can oxidize the water, so he's effectively breathing at a high rate. We need to dry him off." So they literally. He's standing there and like, sure, he jumps over him and then presses a button and then the jet blasts him in the back and he goes, ah! And then it shows his back with the steam coming off and it's singed and he's like, ah! And then he falls down and he's been defeated because his wet back is now dry.
So that is terrible. That is terrible.
And I'm just like, yo.
Tim is just chomping at the bit to drop that. He's just chomping at the bit. Just like, let me say it. I want to say the slur.
My final thoughts on everything to wrap up that idea is...
Liberalism is in fact to blame for this, yes.
Well, it's that a lot of people think Michelle Obama will be brought in to replace Biden. But I don't think people... The reason this idea is coming from conservatives because conservatives aren't racist.
Why does Tim Pool insist on having like the worst position on any given topic at any given time? Like why? He could simply not. You know, like he could choose to not be bad. Like Kamala Harris is also black.
They're not thinking about the perspective. They're viewing the world from their own minds. Michelle Obama's a celebrity. She's the wife of Barack Obama. He won before. She's a strong candidate to beat Trump.
Meritorious.
Kamala Harris is literally the vice president and also black. And has political experience.
And what they're not realizing is that Democrats are going, older Democrat voters are way too racist to vote for Michelle Obama.
Probably true, yeah.
That's why Barack Obama, when he ran, they put Joe Biden on the ticket. They explicitly stated this. This was a huge talking point. They say, but why? But we've never had a black president before. Will Americans go for it? And they're like, well, with Joe Biden as VP, that will probably calm many of these older voters down. It's not Republicans who think that way. It's never been. Republicans are like, ooh, if she's really popular. Yeah, right. Older Democrats are going to be like a woman and a black woman. I'm certainly not going to vote for that. Younger progressives,
like trans woman.
Joking. But younger progressives would. And so ultimately, to wrap up all these ideas before we wrap up, is just the reason why you end up with Black Panther, as ridiculously racist as it is because it's made by affluent white female liberals.
Yeah,
and they are racist.
Yeah, they are awful. The conceit of liberalism is that it's value neutral. And no, nature abhors a vacuum. Someone's personal temperament, per Jonathan Haidt, will rush in and fill that vacuum. And sometimes that temperament is racism. Gentlemen, this has been a fun and fascinating discussion. As we wrap up, do you want to shout anything out?
Yeah, just come check us out at lotuseaters.com. Follow us on YouTube, Podcast The Lotus Eaters, and follow myself, Sargon on Twitter.
Yep, I'm Twitter X at @con_Tomlinson. I also co-host on the New Culture Forum now, Deprogrammed, right for the European Conservative and the Critic. New article out today. Thank you very much for having us, gents.
I am Phil That Remains on Twix. I am Phil That Remains Official on Instagram. The band is All That Remains. You can catch us this summer on the Destroy All Enemies tour with Megadeth and Mudvayne. It starts August 2nd, goes through till September 28th. We have a new video out. The song is called Let You Go. You can check it out on Apple Music, Pandora, Spotify, Amazon Music, Deezer, YouTube, the internet.
The internet.
Yeah, guys, the liberals forced them to be racist, okay? You don't understand.
I will be away for the next 2 months. I start rehearsal, so I will see you guys again in August, in October. And
Venus Blood Flow.
I love
they
you
thought
all.
They got a
so
gotcha.
cheers! Don't forget the Left Wing is for Crime.
Make sure you subscribe to this channel, Tenet Media on YouTube, every Friday morning. We've got more episodes next week. The plan so far is I'll be hanging out with Jeremy from The Quartering. We're going to be talking about all of these movies, Star Wars, cultural mythos, and things.
Thanks. I don't think I can handle that aneurysm, though, Tim. Thanks for the offer, though. Oh, boy. Guys? What the hell was that? We've been through so much together throughout this stream. Okay, quick poll. How many of you saw Wakanda Forever and thought and made the association between Namor and the, you know, moist back thing? Because I didn't. That was certainly not on the tip of my brain. No, 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 no. Yeah. Not me. I'm very sane. True. I didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah. Like that. It's like a secret secondary level of racism that you have to like be a like this tall of a racist to understand, you know? Sorry, this tall of a racist. There we go, fixed it. Man, like, there's no way to really sum this up other than Tim Pool is a racist, and he's okay with the racism. He's okay with the calls to violence as long as it doesn't threaten his bottom line. He's willing to debase himself and any other group of people in order to get his bag. Do you agree that Reagan is the father of conservatism, Trump is the son of conservatism, and Bush is the Holy Spirit of conservatism? Gamey Gang, welcome! Thank you so much for the raid. That was a lot, chat. That was a lot. It's a combination of the conspiracy theory mindset and blaming the victim. Yeah. But it also comes out of a deep place of aggrievement. Because they view society and these media franchises owe them something. Like, they feel like their long-time viewership of, like, Star Wars, for example, means that Star Wars owes them a story designed for them as, like, 40-year-old men, as opposed to what Star Wars has always done, which is make stories for children, young adults, you know? So does the shooting help Trump the way it did Reagan? Actually, the shooting doesn't appear to have affected Trump's poll numbers at all. I think that kind of indicates that he's near full saturation of his base. Like, he's about as big as he's gonna get of everyone who's ride or die. So that's actually pretty good news. Also, folks, we have to talk about this. Because it looks like things might be going down, folks. According to CNN's senior White House correspondent. Here, let's move this up so you guys can maybe see. According to CNN's senior White House correspondent, Nancy Pelosi has privately met with Biden to tell him that polling shows the president cannot defeat Trump and that Biden could destroy Democrats' chances of winning the House in November if he continues to seek a second term, per sources in the White House. Biden responded by pushing back and being defensive about the polls, telling Pelosi he's seen the polls that indicate he can win. At one point, Pelosi asked Mike Donilon, Biden's long-term advisor, to get on the line to talk over the data. This phone call would mark the second known conversation between Pelosi and Biden since the June 27th debate. One source described it as being within the last week. Pelosi and Biden also spoke in early July. Okay, President Biden is the nominee of the party. He plans to win. So the White House response to CNN's reporting. Okay, a Pelosi spokesperson told CNN that Pelosi has been in California since Friday and she has not spoken to Biden since. Interesting. So, I mean, it looks like the maneuvers are happening behind the scenes, guys. Like, they want him gone. And that seems to be backed up by basically, like, all of the reporting. Like, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, they're coming out against Biden. Adam Schiff came out against Biden. Like, it's a lot, guys. Also, Biden put out a message today that if he receives a medical diagnosis that would preclude him from performing the duties of the president, he would step down and step out of the race. He put that statement out earlier today. Also, a bit later earlier today, he got diagnosed with COVID. And we actually have video of him getting into Air Force One. Guys, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for him.
When he got down there at the base of the stairs there, he was asked questions by reporters. He told them, "I am doing well." He gave them a thumbs up. He is now going to be isolating at his beach house. And we did note he wasn't wearing a mask there when he came down the stairs. But it does appear once he gets in the car that he puts that mask on. David.
Puts the mask on. It appears that he might be getting a little help just getting into the car there. Hard to make out through the rain what exactly is going on there. But it does look like certainly that the president's feeling the effects of early in the stages of COVID, and many of us have been there. So we do wish him a speedy.
Guys, it takes him a long time to get in this car. He's just getting in a car, guys. That's him right there.
At the base of the stairs there, he was asked questions by reporters. He told them, "I am doing well." He gave them a thumbs up. He is now going to be isolating at his beach house. And we did note he wasn't wearing a mask there.
Remember
when he came down the
UKIP,
stairs.
the political party that Sargon single-handedly destroyed.
Puts the mask on. It appears that he might be getting a little.
Like, someone had to come help him get in a car, dog.
Little help just getting into the car there. Hard to make out through the rain what exactly is going on there, but it does look like certainly that the president's feeling the effects of early in the stages of COVID, and many of us have been there. So we do wish him a speedy recovery. John Carl, you're reporting earlier on World News Tonight, getting some pictures.
I'm sorry. I've never had COVID that was so bad I couldn't sit in a car without assistance. And I know some people have been laid up with COVID like that, but he got diagnosed with it today.
Pick up tonight across several news outlets. You reported on this meeting that Chuck Schumer had with President Biden. This was Saturday, and it was not long before the.
When he got down.
Poor guy. Yeah, poor guy, but also, like, he's done his time. He should let himself retire. My grandma needed help in and out of the car before she passed. She was 90, though. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I have no problem with grandpa or grandma needing help in getting in the car or slurring words sometimes. Like, that's fine. But we're talking about the President of the United States. Yeah, I will say if he is on the way out, COVID does give him some pretty decent cover to bow out of the race. This is just sad. Yeah. Okay, also reporting from earlier today, apparently Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer told Biden in a meeting on Saturday it would be better for the country if he ended his re-election bid. Guys, if he's not out in the next few days, he's going to be the nominee. Voting's going to start on August 1st. He has like a week to decide. He's got COVID. I think he's gonna step down. I've thought he's gonna step down. I called it like a week and a half ago. I think he's on the way out. He's a stubborn ass old man. But like... No. Punky Gal, this isn't even ABC. This is per a Reuters correspondent. Like, the reporting isn't... It's a bit wider spread than just ABC. So, who will the DNC choose for their candidate? I mean, I'm guessing it's going to be Kamala Harris for money reasons and for name recognition reasons, and because she, like, polls, like, decently against Trump. Is him waiting until the last possible day advantageous, though? Honestly, it might be advantageous insofar as, like, if he waits until after the RNC is done, then, like, all of the fear-mongering that they're doing during the RNC in this gigantic media circus won't mean anything because they're all attacks on Biden and not attacks on the new nominee, like Kamala. But also, keep in mind, that's if he's decided to play ball and step down. And we have no idea if he's decided to do that or not. Having flashbacks? Yeah. Hey, T-Pain, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raider. Plus, like, they're running on restoring Roe v. Wade. She's a lady. She'd be the first lady president. She'd be, like, the second black president. Like, I don't know. Like, I think it appeals to a lot of people. I think it'd be a really effective campaign strat. The Republicans have refined all of their attacks against Biden, not so much against Kamala. Plus, we can run on the fact that, like, Kamala Harris is young, whereas Trump is old and decrepit, which becomes way more apparent when you have a young person in the race rather than someone who's roughly the same age and can't seem to string as many words together. So, yeah. And Hillary would be so jealous. Well, yeah, but fuck Hillary. Yeah, also, like, you have the effect of Kamala Harris being black and, like, the alienating effect that Trump supporters will have when they are inevitably, incredibly, disgustingly racist against her. It's going to have a rally around the flag effect. Like, also, does Kamala Harris have problems? Yes, but she's indicated that she's better on Gaza. She has, I mean, she doesn't have the baggage of being terrible on Gaza already, so, like, we have a possibility of getting, like, more lefty organizers involved. You know, sure, she was a cop for a lot of years, but also, like, Joe Biden is worse in that regard. Like, he signed the 94 crime bill. Like, he wrote the goddamn bill. So, I don't know. Like, in all of the regards in which Kamala Harris is weak, like, she's stronger in that weakness than Biden currently is, you know? Hey, Dragonfly, we're doing all right. We just finished the Tim Pool vid. I feel like I need to go to the Church of the Crusade again. I feel like I missed something up here. Hope she's as pro-labor as Biden, if not more. My understanding is that she could be more pro-labor, actually. She's also a bit spineless, so that kind of helps a little bit in this respect. Just had my local Dem meeting, had a discussion about the Biden situation. Someone got upset. Oh, tell us more. What happened? Shadow tree. Someone presented their opinion on Biden staying in, then someone asked your opinion, and you presented it? Gotcha. Oh, you gave me a Forager cookbook. Nice. She'd be better on Gaza? That is my understanding. It seems as if she's been putting out feelers to indicate that she would be better on Gaza than Biden. Could be wrong, but also would be worth rolling the dice, I think. Can't see the screen? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Nothing up here? Okay. Ooh, I do have something I want to try. I want to do the Mesmer fight. And then, see, like, how these Spirit Ashes do. I feel like I'm going to be able to beat Mesmer now with fully upgraded Spirit Ashes. A crumb of a thin slice of hope. That's the goal. All right. Wait, do I have enough FP to summon them? Oh, shit. I need to be able to summon them, otherwise what is all this for? 126. And I need 144. Damn it. All right. Let's go, baby. Okay. I'm still like 7 HP short. Damn it. America's Rune. I think I can squeeze one more level out of the runes I have. What compels these Biden hardliners to defend him so reflexively? I think fear, frankly. I think it is a deep and profound fear of what might happen should Donald Trump win. Like, I know that's not a satisfying answer, but like, it's the only one I really got. Like, I think they're afraid, and change is a risk, and it's new, and that could very well lead to a bad outcome. And so they would rather stick with the devil they know rather than try out a devil they don't. You know? My mom is blue MAGA, and it's purely fear. Yeah, it's a reflexive response, right? A lot of damage. Think Biden will stick his head in the sand? I mean, that's very possible, but also keep in mind, it's still possible for him to win even if he does do that. And either way, our main duty with this election cycle is to prevent the rise of fascism, frankly. We have a duty to both our country, our comrades, and the world to ensure that the United States doesn't fall to fascism. And that's our job this election, more than just making ourselves feel better with our votes. You know? We are but two factions of Democrats fighting over Biden's viability as a candidate, motivated by a fear of Trump. That is a recipe for disaster when two folks are afraid. The issue is the blue MAGA folks will fall in line behind Kamala. I'm not so certain about the people who are disaffected by Biden's age. Because on the one hand, we're talking about blue voter stalwarts, and on the other hand, we're talking about people who are perfectly fine staying at home, you know? If Biden is not gone by the end of this week, I don't think he will go. It's, very, very possible. I think the time window is a bit longer. I think that they delayed the digital voting specifically because they're trying to give more time for a more graceful out. But, yeah, it's... There we go. Ugh. AOC would be good, but I don't think she is interested in running this cycle. Plus, like, she would just be old enough to run this cycle. I think she has her eyes on the Senate coming up. Like, she doesn't actually want to be president at this point. Because that effectively means the end of your political career. She wants to build up a lot more support in Washington, on the Capitol Hill. She wants to build up those favors, like control over the DNC, help other progressives on the way up. Like, I think that's kind of where her priority is right now, and I think it's a smart move. And, like, AOC's... I think in 2028 she's going to be looking at diving into... Well, in 2028 she's going to be looking at diving into the Senate. Yeah. AOC could run next time, but we're probably looking at a much farther out type of deal. Get about 50,000 every time I do this loop, so if I do it a couple more times, I should have the souls or runes I need to do my thing. Hey, Pi, do that. Thanks for scooting on over. How does one inform people that communism isn't fascism? I mean, I gotta be honest. It depends on the person. Like, if you're talking to a hardline conservative, you have to ask them what they mean by communism. Because a lot of them don't have a coherent idea of what communism is, which makes, it makes giving you blanket advice very difficult, right? Because you don't even have a handle really on what they're arguing against. Sometimes it's fascism, sometimes it's authoritarianism, sometimes it's just like the propaganda they grew up with during the Cold War, like it's not actually coherent in any regard. So, like, you gotta know what they mean first. And then you have to, like, start with, not like Marx, but with, honestly, probably you want to start with, like, the fact that not socialism, but communism is about running a stateless, classless, moneyless society. And point out that, like, the Soviet Union and China were definitely not stateless, classless, or moneyless. Like, those had all three of those things, so they weren't communist. And then you can get into more nuanced approaches, like talking about how, like, what does it mean to have, like, a socialist economy or a communist economy? Like, what does that actually look like? because it's not a command economy. It's not top down. It's not an authoritarianly imposed economy. Rather, it's one where people choose to democratically own the places that they work. You know, like that's what it is. You have to be able to advocate for that kind of second order communism after you figure out what the hell they're talking about. So many hands. So creepy. Does that make sense, Diphalis Spartus? Was that answer helpful? You killing all of the creepy hands is so satisfying. Good. Who's your favorite anti-hero? Honestly, I can say I've never thought about that one before. Anti-hero. Favorite anti-hero? There's part of me that wants to be an asshole and just say like Zardoz, but nah, I'm good. we don't gotta go down the Zardoz path. I just don't tend to gravitate towards anti-heroes. Not big on them. Vosh is my favorite anti-hero. Zardoz is just like fucking funny, man. I don't like the weird sexual assault that they have. I don't like that. But like, the movie is just weird. In a way that I'm not sure that I like, but in a way that makes it interesting, I guess. Spawn? Would Deadpool be considered an anti-hero? He's kind of just like, he is kind of a hero, right? Like, I don't know. Oh no. The gun is good, the penis is bad. Oh, what? The physics of that didn't make sense. There we go. I want to be able to summon my new summon. I want to try it out. Yeah, I'm not like a huge fan of anti-heroes. I'm trying to think of one that's not like a comic book. Why don't you gravitate towards heroes? I do gravitate towards heroes. I just don't tend to gravitate towards anti-heroes. Oh man, I'm two FP short. All right. What if Harris's running mate is Jon Stewart? I don't think that'll happen. It'd be kind of cool, but I don't think it'll happen. If Jon Stewart entered the Democratic primary, though, like that's game changing right there. Use the Cerulean Medallion or the Mind Hat. But the Mind Hat doesn't give me
How
mind.
about Harris Whitmer?
Harris Whitmer? I think that'd be a good ticket. The main thing is while I think it would be a good ticket, I don't think it will happen because they're going to look at that as too much lady. To be 100% honest with you, they're going to be like, there are too many women on this ticket. It will make, like, you know, sexist voters uncomfortable. So I think they're going to pair her with, like, someone more normal, like a Gavin Newsom, probably not a JB Pritzker, someone who looks like a politician. I'm leaning towards Newsom, but we could also be at this point talking about people outside of, like, the front runners. You know, some of the more backbenchers like Tim Walz or something. How do we unfuck states like Ohio and get it back to being a legitimate state / flipping it blue again? How did we lose Ohio in the first place? I don't know how we lost Ohio in the first place. I'm not up on Ohio politics. But I will say that there's not a whole lot we can do. It's all about mobilizing the people who live in Ohio, you know? Like, it needs to be, like, a movement of the people of Ohio. And frankly, I don't know that we're gonna get there anytime soon. It'd be cool if we did, though. Ohio fell between the couch cushions. Not too far from the truth, honestly. JD's speech tonight was so banal. Well, we'll get to it.
Opinion on Harris Newsom.
I think it's probably the most viable ticket that I can think of. I don't know if Gavin Newsom would want to be VP. So they might go, again, with someone lesser known, like Tim Walz from Minnesota or something. But Newsom, I think, is the most marketable of the bunch, which is why I would think they would want to go with him. Like, he just looks like a politician, which I think would give some of the, you know, some of the more racially, some of the more racist or dubiously racist Democratic voters more comfort, and also, like, he's a strong, tall man. Like, that's ultimately can't be overlooked when it comes to the general voting population. Unfortunately, that's just where we are as a society. Cooper would be a good pick. I think Cooper would be a good pick too. Yeah. God damn, dude. Hate these things.
I hate Newsom, but he's the only one who can.
I mean, I hate Newsom too. I don't know if he's the only one who could, but like, I think that would be like the choice they'd go with. And if they can't get him because he just doesn't want to do it, that's a different story. Then they'll go hunting for second string folks. Older white voters without a college degree went GOP at a near 90% clip. Damn. Okay, I think one more cycle of this, I'll finally be able to summon my new guys. I can try going after Messimer again.
It sucks because he wants to pass an amendment to restrict our rights to own firearms.
Ooh, Gavin Newsom? I mean, I guess it depends on restrict in what way. Like, in a good way? Because I'd be okay with in a good way. Like, if it's a reasonable thing, like wife beaters shouldn't have guns, yeah, I'm all for it. What are your favorite media tropes in general? Enemies to lovers. I like that trope a lot. I like tropes that oppose like bloodline shit. It's one of the reasons why I really like The Last Jedi. Because one of the worst aspects of Star Wars has always been its reliance on like magical bloodlines. And I view that as kind of inherently problematic and fashy. So like, you know, opposing narratives like that, I think is good. When it comes to like heroism, I like my heroes to be, you know, salt of the earth, homegrown type fellas, you know. I also really like, not necessarily the "it was all a dream," but like a really well done, I like a really well done reveal, like towards the end of like a mystery or something. I just really enjoy when that's done well. Like, and there's a sudden reveal that recontextualizes everything, but, and this is the caveat, it can't be it was all a dream. Like, if it was all a dream or something heavy-handed like that. Like, I watched a horror movie the other day while I was working, and it was basically a Groundhog Day situation, but like every day ended with like the main character proposing to his love, like the love of his life, and like then just a random guy showing up and slitting her throat and killing him, and like I was like, oh, okay, I wonder where this is going. And then like it turns out like the way to break the loop was to like reveal that he had cheated on her with her best friend, and he broke the loop only to find out that he had been the murderer the entire time, and that this was all in his head as a way of like, you know, not dealing with the fact that he had horrifically murdered her. And I was just like, this sucks. This is way too heavy-handed in a not fun way, you know? Good twists, though. That's the good shit. Alright, I finally have enough mana to summon my ladies. And like, it was all a dream can be good. Just not generally speaking, you know? Oh, shit. Okay. we go. Dodged, baby. Where the horn sent? There we go. Damn, get him,
My
girls.
favorite jokes are when the hero is a criminal.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Shadow in the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
I actually think I think I can beat him. Have I seen Glorious? Oh man, Celestial Heart. I fucking loved Glorious. That's a good example of a great reveal, and also just like what a great concept for a movie. You know? It's not a winning ticket, IMO, but it would make a raucous VP debate. Harris, Jasmine Crockett. Oh man, that would be a fun ticket. I don't think we'll get that, but that would be so goddamn fun. Holy moly. Let's see here. Go. Damn it.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flame, I pray I...
Critted, son! Second phase, baby!
I will not suffer. Our Lord, devoid of light.
What the hell's happening?
No, Mother. Forgive me.
Oh, what? No, what? No, no, no. Don't poke your own eye out. Oh God, why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that, bro? Why did it shatter? Was it a fake eye? Oh, was it that Eyelid of Grace thing that I was giving to people earlier? Oh, I bet it was. Oh, no. He's just following the Bible.
Tarnished. Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent shorn of light?
Oh God, that's a giant snake. That is a giant ass snake. Oh my God. Dog. 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 Dog.
Lifeless creature.
He's so
embrace thine
fast.
oblivion, as shall I.
Oh man. All right. Well, I got pretty far in that fight. Yeah, also, God, the voice work in this game is amazing. All right. Damn it.
foe of my beloved people. In vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Potion. Fuck. No. Okay. Phase 2, baby. Okay, so if I get hit by that, I die. Good to know. Good to know. Also, this this dual summon is incredible. They're so good. Yolan and Anna. Damn. Fuck, dude. I need to take off the hat.
Of Messmer's flame.
Michigan's Lieutenant Governor? Garland Gilchrist. Anytime I hear the name Gilchrist now, I think of the Gilchrist Savoy sketch from Dropout TV. I can't not. It's just so good. Okay. You know what? Let's do a little bit of the, not that. Okay. I'm also gonna equip a different hat. We're gonna do this hat. That's nah, we're not gonna do that hat. We're gonna do no hat? Question mark? No, we're gonna do a hood. There we go.
Messmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flame, my blade I wield.
What is your opinion on their position?
On whose position? Ah. Alright. Oh, on their positionism? On whose positionism? I guess.
I will not suffer.
Oh, what? Oh! I lived, bitch! Oh god! Oh god! He's so fast!
Thine oblivion, as shall I.
Wait, base? Serpent Mesmer? Is there a third phase to this fight?
What is your opinion on third positionism?
Oh, on third positionism? It's usually a gateway for, like... Frankly, isn't it usually a gateway for fascism?
Beloved people, in vengeance for the flame, my blade I wield.
A curse upon thee. Accursed Mesmer. My clan's suffering. Their pain. All that they felt. Do you understand now? Your ugliness. Ah!
I like this guy. So that's the end of the DLC, right? There we go. I did it. I beat the DLC. Hell no? Yeah, I figured. Just gonna level up a little bit here. No, maybe I level up my intelligence, you know? Or do I level up strength? If I put 2 points in here, I get 5 more points of strength. That's a lot. Did I play Persona 5? Nah. It's a game that takes a lot of time. You always wanted to know if wearing armor in this game did anything. I mean, it makes you look cool as hell. Look at how coordinated I look right now. Hey, guy.
We meet again, I see, comrade in arms. Upon his end. Did you see Mesmer's face? 'Twas sublime. A very tangle of snakes. To think he dared call us savages, when he himself was most base of all.
Yeah, that dingus.
To say the least. I am to you indebted, yet unquenched remains my thirst for revenge. The death of Mesmer was merely the start. Now comes the Piper to collect from America, her offspring, and all the Erd Tree's denizens, in vengeance for the flames. My blade I wield, if Miquella's redemption soothes the ache that throbs within, demanding blessed vengeance, and I wish not to be by him redeemed. If Miquella's redemption, and I wish...
What did I get here? Burns the ceiling tree. Oh, that's right! Kindling that burned inside Mesmer the Impaler, a dark thing eaten away by a wicked serpent. Burns the ceiling tree, said to be found at the old Rau ruins. Mesmer, much like his younger sister, bore a vision of fire. Ah! The younger sister! Melina? Right? A malevolent snake writhed within Mesmer, and so his very mother plucked out his eye and put in its place a seal of grace, yet having done so, her fear compelled her to secret away her child within the realm of shadow, hidden away, keeping company with the original sin and a hatred that would not be confined. So he had the snake that would eat the Erd Tree inside of him. So his eye became a seal to kind of keep that inside. But Marika was still afraid of him and what lay within him, so she sealed him away in the realm of shadow. Interesting. My dude, welcome Raiders. Also, yeah, armor does do stuff, but it's minimal. Like, it's really only if you want to really optimize your build. Oh, okay. There we go. It gives me a nice little handy path to follow that I've already followed most of the way. Nice.
I am more of a fourth positionist.
I don't know what that... I gotta be honest, I don't know what that means.
Greet, are you here for spirit?
Maybe the Abyssal Serpent and the God-Devouring Serpent are different serpents?
No matter, it's
I guess
how
that
your
could be.
arms-
Let's see here. The Great Sword of Damnation. See what I can get from this remembrance here. What the hell do these terms even mean? It's hard to explain. Mesmer's Orb. Summons Mesmer's Flame to form a giant floating orb. The orb soars toward a foe, crashing into earth and explodes after a brief delay. Mesmer despised his own fire. Time and again, he hoped to rid himself of it, but ever did it burn. And Spear of the Impaler. Great spear with a warped blade in the shape of an undulating flame. Remade by the forging arts of the Realm of Shadow, this weapon can be thrown by executing a strong attack, dashing strong attack, or mounted strong attack. Charge the attack to produce flame on impact. And there's Mesmer's Assault, a fierce succession of attacks using a flame-coated spear tip. Repeated inputs allows for 2 follow-up attacks. The final move thrusts the spear into the ground, causing countless spears to form in the surrounding area. That sounds dope as hell! I need a dexterity of 35 to wield it, though. Damn it. I need to do a spear playthrough of one of these games. I can't use any of these. So we'll go with the spear.
Now, let do.
I did the research, and third positionism is neo-fascism.
Yeah, fourth positionism is also very similar. Like, are you talking about Alexander Dugin shit? Because like that is also fascism. On his mother's wishes, Mesmer made himself a symbol of fear, undertaking the cleansing crusade she desired. Oh, that's really sad. Black Helm of Mesmer the Impaler, crowned with 2 intertwined winged serpents. Slightly enhances incantations of Mesmer's Flame as well as Fire Knight skills. The winged snakes were Mesmer's constant companions. They were there when the base serpent was sealed away behind his eye. They were there through his eternity of suffering. They will accompany him yet.
Well, it's an ideology that I'm developing, and is it separate from Duganism?
Oh, well that's gonna confuse people, because fourth positionism is kind of staked out by Dugan. What's first and second position then? Honestly, the only people I've ever heard talk about positionism were, like, fasci. I'm not saying that's true of you, Olympians. I'm just saying, like, those are the waters you're wading into. Biden just forgot the name of his defense secretary in an interview, Lloyd Austin, so he ended up saying the black man. I mean, dude was struggling to get into a car. I'm not surprised he's screwing up other things. Not liking this step down crap. Unfortunately, it's continuing, and it's likely going to continue for the foreseeable future, at least into next week. Go. Bada bing, bada boom. Got a golem great bow. Got enough, bing, bada boom. I mean, Olympians, what is your conception of fourth positionism if it's not Alexander Dugin's position? Also, why choose to call your new thing the same thing as a thing that already exists but is bad? Why not just rebrand it as something better? Like, you don't gotta name it the same thing that Alexander Dugin named it. Let's see. Knight of the Great Jaw.
Because I hate seeing patriotism as the right wing.
Yeah, but you don't have to name it the same thing as like a Russian Nazi. Like that's kind of the thing, right? Like Alexander Dugin's thing is that he's a Nazi. Like explicitly so. Like you can embrace patriotism without embracing the Nazi rhetoric that is laced into fourth position. People are talking about how they don't understand why rich people get into politics. Oh no, internet etiquette, I'm sorry. True, Drundles. I am playing a third-person perspective game, very similar in many respects. Alright, giant jar. You want a jar fight? You got a jar fight. Oh, man. I wanted to throw a jar at him. God damn it.
Basically, my ideology is libertarian socialist patriotism.
Yeah, but why not just call it that? Because, like, there's a big difference between, like, patriotism and, like, the nationalist rhetoric of Dugan, you know? Man, I gotta fight these guys again? Oh, he hit his friend. That's actually really funny. I think Biden resigning would be the best move for him, frankly. Isn't there left-wing nationalism? Yeah, but it's also bad. Nationalism isn't the good thing, folks. Having like a decent amount of like patriotism, cool. Being a nationalist, cringe. Summoning adversary. God damn, these Great Jar Knights are good. Okay, I gotta be careful about this guy. He's got a dex build. I'm weak against it. I thought that was done. Thought I was done there. Gotcha. Woo! All right. Night of the Great Jar, let's go. Got him, baby! That's right, I killed your soldiers. Got the Great Jar Arsenal. What happens if I beat him again? So nationalism would only be leftism in the context of getting rid of a worse system? No. I again, like, this was the concept a lot of like leftists had when we're talking about like the formation of the Soviet Union. You know, ultimately, I think the nationalism is what led to the authoritarianism. Like, there was no relinquishing of power once the power had been given to the higher ups. You know, it just consolidated and stood in its place. Immobile. A solid third of the culture war since 2019-ish has been conservatives subtly incepting the idea that nationalism isn't a dirty word like straight up totalitarianism or fascism. Yeah, it would be like the equivalent of mainlining monarchism as like a totally normal thing to be in favor of over like 5 or 6 years in the UK. You know, like, hey guys, maybe this parliamentary system that we got going isn't really good. You know, maybe we need to, you know, monarchy isn't really all that bad when you think about it, guys. And then, like, you know, 6 years later, it's like, hey, maybe we should consider abolishing the parliament. Haha, just kidding. Silly ideas. Shower thoughts. Hashtag. Was the USSR left of the Tsar, though? Genuinely, I don't know if you could argue that it was. Like, they literally killed tens of millions of people. Like, I don't know if you can argue, like, is it okay that they did that in the name of leftism? Like, is that leftist? I don't really think so. I don't think I've ever been in here. This is neat. Oh, I don't want to enter Coliseum combat. Like, I think if we want to be leftists, we need to be consistent in our ideological framework and not simply, like, resort to authoritarianism because it's easy, you know? Like, we need to be on the lookout for that shit. I mean, more left than the Tsar? Genuinely, I don't know. Like, were they democratic? Because, like, my understanding is that, like, the USSR was not democratic at all. Were the workers more represented in their workplaces? Maybe a little bit? So, like, genuinely, I kind of go back and forth. I just generally view the USSR as quite bad, as quite authoritarian, as I would say a betrayal of all the leftist values they espoused. But that, you know, that's just me. You know, I wouldn't really say that they promoted leftism in the countries that they worked with either. Like, it's not like it was like a one-off mistake type situation. They were kind of like despotic. I don't know. I just wouldn't consider them very good. Yeah, dictatorship's bad. True. I like the little penguins in this game. They're cute. Yeah, the oligarchy of the USSR was more along the lines of, like, party officials and leadership being granted, like, favors in order to maintain their loyalty. Like, it's a whole, like, thing it was less like oligarchs that were like handed essential monopolies of different industries. It was less like that, but similar in a lot of respects, yeah. True, the famines of the USSR were both very funny and very sad. This is very true. So, I still need to go up into the mountains. I haven't done this part yet. And I need to go up to this upper left-hand corner. I think I've done everything over here. I'm not sure if I've done everything down here. This area was really weird, but I did manage to get over here. So that's good. Maybe there's something else to do, like in this area down here. Other than that, I'm making good progress in here. The way I see it, Stalin just made the USSR a neo-monarchy state.
A little late night BWA for your getting over the mental pain of the RNC pleasure.
Paladin, thank you for the $100 dono. My goodness. Thank you so goddamn much. You and Nindreen just powerhousing my stream to viability. I appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. In honor of that, gonna drink some whiskey, gonna close this game, and we're gonna watch some RNC speeches, baby. Can I request some Paladin Smite? Absolutely.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins inside, because you want to make sure they eat this Paladin Smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Days fault, days fault, days fault, days fault,
days fault. Also, thank you for the $5 dono, Worshipper of Olympians. 1 second, let me answer your question. I need to open up the dono message thing for that particular method so I can read what was said. Da-da-la-la-la-la-da-da. The whole of Soviet history would make an excellent dark comedy movie series / TV show. I think so. Like, a lot of it is comedy of errors. Like, I would watch an entire dark comedy about, like, the failures of, like, Russian crops. You know, like, the scientific challenges and rigor that they had to undergo in order to, like, mainstream a pseudoscientific idea of how, like, crops function. Yeah, John Bogardus, I've been incredibly fortunate today, and it is not lost on me. I think I ran into that show. Did
there
you?
Are. I've made up my mind. The Hunsen, with his grudge against Sir Messmer settled, his blade is bent by madness. Wherever he goes, he won't last long. I needn't bother with him. Unruly emotions only lead to misfortune. All the more reason we need someone like Mikula the Kind.
Oh.
I know I shouldn't let myself, but I suppose it's only natural to feel the weight of one's deeds at times like these. There's plenty left to be done, and I will see to it. Who else, I wonder? I don't enjoy casting suspicion on anyone I've called a comrade, but it's a small sacrifice in the grand scheme of things. We must eradicate all doubt.
The voice work in this game is so excellent.
Who else? I don't enjoy, but it's a small...
Okay. Is there anything else I wanted to do before closing down? I don't think so. Oh, I did want to go see Saint Trina. Did I watch the comedy Death of Stalin? No, I haven't seen that, but Salmon Moose just linked it. I haven't seen Death of Stalin. By the way, can I just say, I've been thinking about it non-stop. I've been thinking about it goddamn non-stop, guys. I had an interaction like a month and a half ago with somebody, I can't remember who. I think it was on Twitter. And I brought up, I was talking about Bridgerton for some reason, and somebody brought up, hey, what if Bridgerton, but with mechs, haha. And I just started thinking about it, and it's like, it would be so good, man. Bridgerton plus mechs would be so good. You just have mechs plopped into the Napoleonic Wars. It would be so good. You could style them after the board game Scythe, like kind of these steampunk mechs. It would be so good. I think that would be such a baller TV show. You could put it, give it a budget like on the scale of Game of Thrones. Have like this period war drama plus like sometimes light and fun segments, but in the background there's just like the Napoleonic Wars happening, but there are just gigantic Pacific Rim style steampunk mechs, you know? Like Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies? Kind of, but less cringe. Would like to request you watch George Lakoff, progressive cognitive linguist, explaining how he didn't understand how conservatives think and went and researched. Oh. Click on that.
Fora TV.
I'll probably watch it off stream though. But also, who's this guy?
You.
Oh.
I'm weak as a kitten and thick as two planks. I suppose dying in disgrace is fitting, in a way. Tell me, please, assuming you spoke the truth back then, what did Trina tell you?
Pass on Saint Trina's words.
You are a wretched, wretched soul. A nightmare come to plague me. Such a thing couldn't possibly be, could it? Trina, please let me hear your voice in my everlasting slumber. Trina in my head.
Sorry, mate. I'm a drinker nectar, though. Tasty, tasty nectar. I googled Napoleon Evangelion and wasn't disappointed.
Do you think Stalin would be into Friends or Seinfeld?
I think Stalin would be into Seinfeld, but he'd never admit it. And would imprison anyone who tells the truth about it. It would birth an entire movement of Seinfeld truthers. They'd have their own signs and symbols in order to share Seinfeld facts about Stalin.
Do you think Stalin would be into Friends or Seinfeld?
Stalin is the soup guy? I mean, I guess that's true, isn't it? Huh. In my younger and more vulnerable years, my father gave me some advice that I've been turning in my mind ever since. Whenever you feel like criticizing anyone, just remember that all the people in the world don't have a Gundam RX 78-2 like you have. True. True. The soup guy episode made me so upset. Why? Because he didn't get soup? Hey, Togor, how you doing? You actually slept normal hours, you say. Also, guys, some of you might know what this is. Oh god, here we go. Boom. So, I got this necro post, right? From this person on Twitter earlier today, and it's like just like a hateful 4chan meme about trans people attached to, you all would be licking her boots and asking her to step on you if you ever encountered someone who looked like her in real life. What do you think this was in response to? Anyone wanna guess why someone sent this to me? Besides the fact that they're like gearing up to be the world's most obvious school shooter. Hey, not your business. Something unrelated? That's a good guess. It was in response to a post from a month ago about the new Fable game's protagonist. Like, it's about this lady from the Fable game trailers. Why the hell how did you stumble upon this post from a month ago? How? And then care enough to be like a bigot to me about it? What the hell? She looks fine? Yeah, like she's an adventurer. She's not putting on fucking makeup. She's out there to kill monsters for you. Also, like, if she did put on makeup, you all would be telling her to be ooh goth mommy. Yeah, she looks cute as hell. I don't know, like, people calling her ugly are gross and weird and wrong. She has curiosity and adventure in her eyes, right? She's really interested in, like, learning about the next quest. Grug, why woman not make me horny? I don't know, man. Everything doesn't have to be about you and your dick. I don't know what to tell you. Hey, Schrodinger's cat. Things are going all right. Things are going all right. Just complaining about weirdos on the internet, I guess. Oh man. Okay, this is actually a decent idea. Okay? Team Biden, hear me out. Make the announcement tomorrow night. You'd steal every single headline from Trump's nomination speech. He'd be so fucking mad. Most badass move of any politician ever. Yeah, honestly, you could basically, like, if Biden announced he was stepping down tomorrow night, you steal all of the publicity from Trump. You make him really mad. You go out like a goddamn king. You anoint Harris as your successor. Like, you can do all of it and screw over Trump at the same time. It's like the biggest win you can possibly get. You just subbed? Hell yeah, Schrodinger's cat. Thank you for subscribing. Biden is holding a spirit bomb over his head. No, Nancy Pelosi is holding the spirit bomb. I've never played a Fable game, but now I want to. I mean, I'd play the new one. I don't know if I'd recommend going back and playing the old ones. They haven't aged well, in my opinion. I like this idea if we're actually going to do this. I mean, I don't know how Biden can push ahead. Like, you got Chuck Schumer, you got Hakeem Jeffries, you got Adam Schiff, you got Nancy Pelosi, you got Barack Obama calling you, man. Like, the entire hierarchy of the Dem leadership is on his ass to drop out. I don't think he can stay in the race, guys. Like, just logistically from that position. There's a weirdo on Twitter who posted no when a girl did breast reduction surgery. It's not, unfortunately, not a uncommon response. A lot of guys get weirdly possessive about women's breasts. Hate to say it, but Biden is screwed. I mean, yeah. I've been saying it the entire time. Like, Biden should drop out. I don't know if he will, but, like, he should. He's got an unfixable problem on his hands. Why do men feel as if they own women? Patriarchy. It's embedded into the very social fabric of like all of our interactions. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, if you really want to get into it, David Graeber has like a really good lecture about like the history of like dowry, which you wouldn't think would be necessarily very interesting, but like it's actually really revealing about how like capital grew out of an extension of like dowry and ownership over women, and kind of like how that has affected like our entire economic and social worldviews. Pretty fascinating stuff. Yeah, Michael Dezingle, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Graeber has an excellent lecture on YouTube that I recommend to everybody. We've gone over it on stream before, I believe. No, it's this video. Yes. Debt service
I'm
and the
actually going
origins
to read
of
some of this. I don't usually read the papers that I'm supposed to read, but I finished writing this at about 4 a.m. last night, and I haven't actually read it yet. I think it makes sense, but I wanted to say something new. Having this whole conference, and I didn't want to sort of regurgitate things. So,
Shadiversity is losing his mind. That would be good content. Just 1 second. Let me Shadiversity Night's Watch. Usually he posts on Night's Watch when he's losing his mind. Or is he just losing his mind on Twitter, which is less fun? Damn. Give it a day or two? Okay, I will. Damn.
Was to relate some of the themes that I explored in my earlier work on debt with some of the more recent.
No, Grug sees shadows on cave wall. Grug no women for making me horny.
Concerns I've had with the history of labor, and particularly wage labor, which I cover rather briefly in.
Do I know who PPG is? No idea.
The new book on bullshit jobs, and specifically talk about the commoditization of labor. We have this interesting situation nowadays where waged and to a lesser extent salaried labor remain the predominant ways of organizing work almost everywhere in the world at this point. But historically, if you look at the sort of broad historical sweep, while such arrangements often existed in many, perhaps most times and places.
He seemed like a really good guy. I'm sad that we lost him. He seems like a Richard Wolff type academic who could have gone for like another 30 years.
They were kind of unusual, even considered anomalous in most. And while there has been a lot of very good research on the history of such labor arrangements.
Oh, hey, folks! Folks! We did it! We made South Korea gay! That's right, South Korea's Supreme Court recognizes rights of same-sex couple in landmark ruling. We did it! South Korea's gay now! Everyone in South Korea is gay! We did it! Good job, homosexuals! 1 second, 1 second. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, nope, wrong one. God damn it. I'm running out of time. It's very upsetting. It's probably also because I drank a lot of whiskey. You legit just started his book, Debt: The First 5,000 Years? It's a great book! It's a good book! Okay, wait. Found it. Found what I was looking for. Now, to clarify, gay marriage isn't legal in South Korea yet. However, this ruling does acknowledge that same-sex partners deserve all of the benefits of being married, so I think this is a pretty good step in the right direction. I'm excited and I'm celebrating. I'm trying to find what happened is being celebrated. South Korea recognized the rights of a same-sex couple in their Supreme Court, so it's a big deal. It's not full-on acknowledgement of same-sex marriage, but it's goddamn close. It's a big step forward. Civil union territory, but part of the issue with civil unions was that civil unions didn't have the same rights as marriages. So, like, it's actually a little bit better than acknowledging civil unions, but it's not quite there to acknowledging same-sex marriages. And it's not great. But it's good news. And you know what? I'll take good news right now, baby. That oh god, get rid of this. Yeah, they acknowledged that same-sex partner was eligible to spousal benefits from state health insurance in a move hailed as a win for LGBTQ rights in a country that has lagged other jurisdictions in the region. Yeah. So basically, they were denied spousal benefits by the state. They sued, and the Supreme Court agreed with them. So, excellent work, South Korea Supreme Court. Chief Justice Jo Hee-dae said that denying them such benefits because of gender, even though there are no clauses in the National Health Insurance Act specifying it, constitutes discrimination based on sexual orientation. Quote, "It is an act of discrimination that violates human dignity and value, the right to pursue happiness, freedom of privacy, and the right to equality before the law. And the degree of violation is serious in the televised trial." Good job, South Korea. That feels good. Feels nice to celebrate something. Okay. Take a look here. Got a lot of random stuff today from the RNC. Let's see. Who are the highlights of today? Oh, we got Matt Gaetz doing everything he can to deflect from his dalliances with children. We got Newt Gingrich doing everything he can to deflect from leaving his dying wife for another woman. Got Greg Abbott, looks like. We got some guy I don't know, an old couple with a cowboy hat. Got not Marjorie Taylor Greene, but like not... I mean, like, this is very clearly knockoff Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? I don't know. Moving right along. got Doug Burgum, who's definitely not mad. We've got... Oh, you know what? We got to do this one. We got to do this one. All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kimberly Guilfoyle.
She's Trump's favorite. She looks like Melania.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Like you, I have spent much of my time the last few days in prayer. And I know that God has...
Can I just say something real quick? And it's going to be a little bit mean. And I know I don't have high ground to, like, criticize anybody on their appearance. But, like, her mouth takes up, like, 30% of her face, right? Like, am I on crazy pills?
Last few days, like you, I have spent much of...
Right? Like, that's a lot of face space dedicated to a mouth.
My time the last few days in prayer. And I know that God has put an armor of protection over Donald Trump.
That qualifies as gaping maw? Okay, thank you.
We are all reminded that love for our nation and the beauty of life itself transcends all hatred and political divisions. I stand before you tonight, more convinced than ever. This is the most important election in our lifetime. This election will decide the fate of our great nation. And that is why we must elect President Donald John Trump.
Why are they doing... Okay, this is not the first speech I've seen where they call him by his full name with the John. Like, they've always called him Donald J. Trump. But they're dropping the John. It's very weird. It's very weird. I don't like it. It's his ascended name.
This is not just a choice between Republicans and Democrats. This is a choice between safety or chaos, wealth or poverty, national sovereignty or open borders.
Why does she sound like she's a Star Trek robot? And not like a robot from the newer seasons that they do with CGI, but like a robot from, like, you know, 1965, where they did it with cardboard and tape.
This election is a choice between Joe Biden's vision for American weakness and Donald Trump's vision of American greatness. Donald Trump will once again make our country strong, safe, and prosperous. He will make America feared by our adversaries and respected by our friends.
Respected by our friends. I suffer from a condition where I cannot control the volume or timbre of my voice. How dare you be ableist like this? You are going to make me mad.
Certainly, he will always put America first.
That was involuntary, okay? Like, when she raised her voice just then, that was completely involuntary. Because we have all been programmed with the perfect rhetoric and cadence that speaks for all true humanoids.
Years of Joe Biden's disastrous America Last agenda our country is more dangerous, vulnerable, and impoverished than anyone had thought possible.
Just look at all the money being sent to Andorra, the smallest country in Europe. Beep boop. Brrr. $253.43. Too much money, enough to keep someone off the street for one night.
President Trump handed Biden a booming economy and a strong nation. All Joe had to do was leave it alone and take a nap.
Yeah, Andorra's been a fully fledged country for I think like 50 years.
But Joe just couldn't help himself. Joe Biden cannot lead America. He cannot even lead himself off a stage.
Wait, holy shit, Andorra is only the 6th smallest? It's so tiny. Sorry. Andorra facts.
Now Americans are drowning in inflation. Insanity spreads like a cancer in our schools.
Did you know that in Andorra, the official language is Catalan? I didn't know that. I just learned it. And did you know that when you refer to the residents of Andorra, you call them Andorrans? That's pretty cute. I like that. Apparently, they've been a constitutional republic since 1993, and also have a history dating back to 1278. That's pretty weird. The oldest history of Andorra was put forward by Polybius, the hit arcade game back in The Histories 3.
We are closer to World War III than any time in my life. And we are facing an unprecedented
They're just Andorrable. Exactly, BBB.
invasion of millions of illegal aliens across our southern border. Rioters
Thanks, Samurai.
and looters go free, while Biden and the Democrats persecute American heroes like Donald Trump.
Oh my god, she literally cannot control her voice. This is fucking amazing.
Tens of millions.
Fun fact. Again, there's not much substance here for me to talk about, so instead I'm going to talk about the history of Andorra. Apparently, Andorra's history dates back to 9,500 BCE. They found a seasonal camp perfectly located for hunting and fishing in Sant Julia de Loria. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? People have been living there for like 11,000 years. It's pretty wild.
Millions of Americans are made to feel like enemies in our own country. An enemy for wanting to defend our border, for not wanting our children indoctrinated in school, for not wanting to erase our history, for praying
Why do I feel like I am watching The Boys?
You feel like you're watching The Boys because The Boys cribs from current events in the Conservative Party like crazy. Like every season of The Boys is basically just one Trump campaign season.
Saying what we think and fighting for what we believe. It is no wonder that the heroes who stormed the beaches of Normandy and faced down communism sadly say they don't recognize our country anymore. This is not an accident. The powerful elites in the swamp will say anything to crush and destroy the America First movement, but we will not.
Well, so apparently under Napoleon, it was created as it was reestablished as a co-principate in 1809. But later, it regained its full by imperial decree in 1814. It reestablished its independence and economy. Interesting stuff. Let's see. They banned casinos for a while in 1881. There was a revolution in 1881 as well. Let's see here. They participated in the cultural movement of the Catalan Renaixença between 1882 and 1887. And let's see. They modernized Andorra. In 1933, France occupied Andorra following social unrest, which occurred before the elections due to the revolution of 1933 and a series of strikes. Let's see here. Okay, in 1934, adventurer and nobleman Boris Skosgiev, with his promise of freedoms and modernization of the country and wealth through the establishment of a tax haven and foreign investments, received the support of the members of the General Council to proclaim himself the sovereign of Andorra. Literally just some rich asshole went to Andorra in 1934 and said, I got a solution to your problem, baby. And they're like, yeah, okay, you could be king. You could be king. Let's go. You be king. Amazing stuff. He declared himself Boris the First, King of Andorra, and declared war on the Bishop of Urgell. He was almost immediately arrested. He declared himself king on July 8th, declared war on the bishop on July 10th, and was arrested by the co-prince and bishop on July 20th. He was king for like 2 weeks, man. And then was expelled from the country. Incredible. Incredible stuff. In 1936 to 1940, the French military was dispatched to Andorra to protect it from any overflow from the Spanish Civil War, as fascism gripped Spain. And then during the Spanish Civil War, the inhabitants of Andorra welcomed refugees from both sides. That's nice. And then they experienced an economic boom after accepting in all of those refugees. That's crazy. Maybe that's a lesson we could learn here in the United States or something. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. Let's see. Anyway.
Never give up, and neither will Donald J. Trump.
Man, even the crowd is not interested in this.
I know I speak for patriots everywhere when I say we are fed up. We are outraged about sex trafficking and drug trafficking across our southern border.
Yeah, sure
you
are.
We are fed up with the forever wars. We are done being told by the radical left to sit down, shut up, and obey. The Democrat vision for America is governed by fear, hatred, and political oppression.
Another fun fact about Andorra, during World War II, it was kind of a kind of hub for the smuggling of propaganda, culture, and art critical of totalitarian regimes. So they transported art from underground movements in France and Spain back and forth, which is pretty cool. Good job, Andorra.
Our vision is defined by a love of our country, love for our fellow citizens, and our love of freedom.
Yeah, basically they formed like an entire underground movement while officially remaining neutral in order to help Nazi-occupied countries. So they were a critical smuggling hub.
Our vision, we will secure the southern border and deport the violent criminal aliens once and for all. In our vision, America will combat foreign aggressors and ensure our service members are protected, not abandoned as they carry out their dangerous missions abroad. Because we know we can only have peace through strength. We will restore an era of national pride where freedom of speech is respected and cancel culture is ended. Where high school girls only compete with other girls, not biological men.
Yeah, that's very clearly a priority. Yeah, you guys are really, really all about, you know, making sure things remain fair for women in sports, as long as they're not certain kinds of women. You know, that's you're really concerned about the integrity of women's sports for certain types of women. Yeah, we get it. Yeah, you all watch women's sports all the time. You support women's sports all the time. And this certainly isn't just a wedge issue for you to make a stink about trans people. Fun fact, Andorra actually has a weird special relationship with France and Spain because they don't have their own postal service. Instead, half of Andorra is serviced by the French postal service and the other half is serviced by the Spanish postal service. So that's pretty funny. And you know, pretty wild. Just some fun Andorra facts.
Where struggling cities never put criminal illegal aliens above our heroic veterans and brave law enforcement.
Also, another fun fact about Andorra is that it's ruled by two co-princes as official heads of state, but the head of government retains executive power. So they're kind of like, they're a constitutional, like, parliamentary system, kind of like the UK. But instead of having a king, they have two co-princes. And I just really want to know, have the co-princes ever smooched? You know, is this, why can't we get a rom-com about two young co-princes in love? Set in Andorra, in the bustling tourist industry that they've fostered there over the last several decades. Okay, like, why can't they just like hold hands a little bit too long and look longingly into each other's eyes, but know that they can never have one another because the burden of history is upon them. The eyes of the nation is upon them. You know, they can never be together, and yet they must. One prince is the Bishop of Urdel, Spain, and the other is the President of France. Even more intrigue! Do the co-princes get served by the same mail service? Or mail service? I'd watch. Yeah, I mean, I basically just described to you the plot of the hit Amazon Prime film Red, White, and Blue. Or, sorry, Red, White, and Royal Blue. A film about the son of the president and the son of the British royalty falling in love with each other. Honestly, way better than it has any right to be.
Where our streets are not ruled by gangs and rioters, but governed by law and order. Where students are freed from failing schools and corrupt teachers' unions through universal school choice.
Yeah, those corrupt teachers' unions that selfishly want teachers to be able to live on the wages they're paid to teach children. Interesting. I will rule Andorra with an iron fist.
Where our most sacred institutions are not weaponized against political opponents, but are fair, equal, and just.
How is this lady on television? She has zero charisma.
And where we teach our children to love our country, learn our history.
No, Foxy Cheshire.
And respect
no worries.
our
I'm
American
glad they helped.
flag. I believe in America. I believe in our freedom and liberty. And I believe in Donald John Trump.
And I believe in the sovereignty of the state of Andorra, a lovely tax haven where many people should incorporate their companies for the judicious and generous tax breaks that companies receive in that tax haven paradise, as well as a place where people can gamble and stay in many lovely tourist attraction hotels. Stay in Andorra today. Hashtag not sponsored.
And I want Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and all of the radical Democrats to know this. We will not be bullied into obedience. We will not cower in silence. We will fight for America because we love America. I stand before you as a working mother, a former prosecutor, a Catholic, and a proud Latina.
I will now play for you, apropos of nothing, the anthem of Andorra. Everyone please stand. Oh. It's called El Gran Carlemany. Sitting back down. Oh, it has lyrics too. My bad. Sorry, we need the lyrics. Great Charlemagne, my father, liberate me from the Saracens, and from heaven he gave me life. Of Maricel, the great mother, I was born a princess and an heiress, between two nations neutral. I am the only remaining daughter of the Carolingian Empire. Faithful and free for 11 centuries. Faithful and free I want to be. May the laws of be my tutors. And my prince's defenders. There we go. Nailed it. 10 out of 10. You know, I think it's a good PR move to include in the anthem that they've been free for 11 centuries. That's pretty impressive. Miro no, thank you very much for view count lurking. There you go. You've learned so much about Andorra, a country of approximately how many people? see. Population of around 85,000. A wonderful place, a paradise on this earth.
I know personally what every American has now seen with their own eyes. I know the measure of the man that stands before us. Donald Trump will never stop fighting for you. So join me in voting for Donald J. Trump for president again. Victory is in our sights. America's future is in our hands. America's destiny is in our control. And America's prosperity is in our hearts and souls. America, this is your moment. Will you stand for President Trump? Rise up! Rise up! Ladies and gentlemen, lovers of liberty and freedom and the American dream, this is our last chance to make America great again. God bless you. God bless President Trump, and may God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Michael Waltz of Florida.
I am so honored.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Patriots.
Also, sorry, I haven't finished with the fun facts about Andorra yet. Sorry, haven't finished yet. One fun thing about Andorra is that since 2014, they've recognized civil unions with all of the benefits of marriage. Also, they banned sexual orientation discrimination. And also, in 2022, they passed a bill to legalize same-sex marriage, which was signed into law in 2023, converted all civil unions into civil marriage, and in September of 2023, less than a year ago, Xavier Espot Zamora, the Prime Minister of Andorra himself, came out as a homosexual. Good job, Andorra, you flaming gay. We love you. Your flamboyant yet classy hotels, your wonderful tourist industry, the booming bank industry, you titans of finance, you in Andorra. You got no military, you got a bunch of socialists in the government. You're practically a paradise. Good job, Andorra. Thank you for giving us something to look forward to, even as we watch the RNC marching on our death march through all of these speeches. Thank you, Andorra, for showing us what is possible. Can we donate to get a country profile in every stream? Absolutely not. I will think about it on occasion. I will become Andorra. Oh, God. Mega gay Bridget moment? Yeah, no kidding. Prime Minister of Andorra playing the long game. Literally rolled up his sleeves, became the Prime Minister of the country in order to make gays legal again. Can we get the princes on stream? Well, given that one of them is the President of France, I'm going to say no on that one. Maybe the Bishop? Maybe? but maybe we might have a better shot getting the Prime Minister of Andorra on stream. I'll look into it. Prime Minister of Andorra email. Oh. Well, thanks. I Googled it and it actually came up. There's an actual goddamn email address where you can email the Prime Minister of Andorra. I shit you not. Email address for the Prime Minister of Andorra is info.tramits@govern.ad. Oh man, I love that they have their own little .gov at the end of the email address. They got an AD for Andorra. That's lovely. I love it. Sure, after stream is over, I will send an email to the Prime Minister of Andorra to see if he wants to come on my stream. Probably not. I'm gonna preface this by probably not. He's probably not gonna want to come on my stream. But you know what? It would be pretty funny to just start a meme where we get progressively larger heads of state to come on the show and talk about their countries. I think that'd be fun. I think that'd be fun. Is this Kim Possible Gargoyle? Yeah, I mean, it was. We're done with her now. That'd be cool as hell, though. It would be fun. It'd be fun up until the point where, like, I'm having, like, huge heads of state on where, like, it's like, hey, you're doing war crimes in the Bosphorus. Like, what do you have to say for yourself? I don't want to be asking those questions on my stream. This time next year, President Kamala Harris on stream. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to organize so hard for Progressive Victory. She'll owe me. I hear Andorran chocolate is good. Yeah. All right, let's move forward a little bit here. Something veterans. We got to the veteran part of the show. Oh God, what is this? Oh God, what is this? Oh no. Oh no. Come off when the flags come out. Every mom and pop shop flying them proud. You can't take down American spirit. The hell is happening? That red, white, and blue. It's flying for freedom for me and for you. It's a what? Oh God. Oh God, please. Nope.
When a mob tried to take down the American flag on our campus, we knew we couldn't let that happen.
Are you fucking kidding me, dog? They got the frat bros who put the flag back up during the protests, dog. The frat that protected the American flag during like the tiny like pro-Palestinian protest, dog. They got the frat to come out and hold flags. This crazy.
We stood guard, we held it up, and we did not let it fall. It was all about respect, not just for the cloth, but for everything that the flag stands for. Too many people have sacrificed everything for it. The least we can do was keep it flying. And tonight, we are proud to honor our flag again.
Is he gonna pull out a gun? No, he's not. Okay. They're gonna get so bullied? No, they do the bullying. People took down the American flag during this pro-Palestinian protest on their college campus in order to put up the Palestinian flag. And they all like held up the American flag and were like soy boying about it. But it got caught on camera, and now they got flown out to the Wisconsin RNC. Yeah.
First day
I've seen enough 80s movies. I know they're the bullies.
We take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. I believe that we're going.
God, they actually play this in between their segments. This is playing to an entire room full of people, and it's just so weird and off-putting.
To have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we
Yeah, we will become the swamp, and then we'll swamp them. That's how we stop the swamp. We become the swamp.
Swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out.
If enough of us turn out to vote, they won't be able to cheat. How won't they be able to cheat? I don't know, but if you swamp plus swamp equals no cheating. Am I right, folks? Let's go.
But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome recent Harvard University graduate, Shabbos Kestenbaum.
Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting, chat. I don't know what time this article went up, but this is very interesting. Biden called more receptive to hearing pleas to step aside. President has given no indication that he is changing his mind about staying in the race, but is said to be more willing to listen to the case for bowing out. It sounds like he's gotten past the denial phase of this entire arrangement. It could move real fast, guys. According to Democrats briefed on his conversation, said, after his party's 2 top leaders in Congress privately told them they were deeply concerned about his prospects. Accounts suggest that Mr. Biden, privately at least, is striking a more open-minded posture than he did last week. Interesting. No sign that he's changing course at this point, but I think this is a different approach. Last week he was like ripping the head off of anyone who talked out against him. This week he's listening. Yeah, Also, apparently Nancy Pelosi has been confirmed behind closed doors asking him to step down. So we're talking the full leadership of the party here at this point. Jeffrey Katzenberg, a co-chairman chairman of Biden's campaign, told the president that donors had stopped giving to his campaign. Yep. And he tested positive for COVID, so this must have gone up like in the last couple hours. Yeah, guys, I gotta be honest with you. The COVID diagnosis might be what actually gives us a shot for Biden to step out of the race. Because if he's feeling laid up for like a month, he's not going to be able to shore up his support. He's not going to be able to do it. So I think he might step out. This might be the kind of thing that causes him to like realize, do you think the COVID is fake or real? Honestly, it doesn't matter. If it's fake, well, that's really telling, right? Like if it's fake, then he's definitely bowing out. If it's real, that will basically give him like a point of like kind of a reality check to say, well, I physically can't do the job of campaigning for like the next couple weeks. It might make him feel old and frail just enough to actually bow out of the race, you know? I have a space problem on my nightstand. It's driving me nuts. I'm sorry, Amber Brains. So, either way, it's a good thing for people wanting him to drop out of the race. Either way. Like, it's a lot harder for him to argue he's fit and healthy and hale to stay in the race and campaign when he has COVID and, like, guys, we saw him try to get into the car to go to Air Force One, okay? There's footage of him and he can't get in the car, guys. One of his Secret Service members has to help him into the car. Like, I mean, if he can't do that, like, he certainly can't be campaigning. This is as of 2 hours ago, okay? One Pelosi ally said it was possible she would press Biden publicly to give up his spot atop the Democratic ticket. Quote, the speaker does not want to call on him to resign, but she will do everything in her power to make sure it happens, this person said, referring to Biden quitting the race. Now, he's done, guys. He's stepping down. That's today. A second Pelosi ally put her calculus in blunt terms. There's nothing subtle about Nancy, this person said. She starts with the question, what's it take to win, then works backwards. She doesn't think he can win. She's doing everything in her power to get him out. Guys, it's gonna happen. Biden is weak as hell, both physically right now because of the COVID, and also like Nancy Pelosi, let's be real here, wields the absolute most power in Congress. She might be on her way out, but she's the most successful whip Democrats in the Congress have ever had. She's gonna get him out, guys. Nancy Pelosi, I know to leftists and like leftists like us, right? Socialists, etc., has always been considered pretty spineless. But it's not because she's bad at her job. She's actually very, very good at keeping Dems in line. She's very, very good at organizing votes for different pieces of legislation. I think she's actually going to see this through. I think she's going to get Biden out. She has literally nothing to lose. I think she's going to do it, guys. She is a centrist, but the issue is that this polling, the way everything is affecting the down ballot races, is scaring the centrists. That's the issue, right? In this particular final instance, the interests of the centrists and the interests of the leftists are aligning. It's very much like what happened in France to prevent the rise of fascism. I think she understands this. She understands the stakes, and she's going to bat. And Nancy, at the plate, she don't miss. She gonna hit us a home run. She should have done the same in 2016. Sure, she should have. She didn't, but she's doing it now. And you know what? I'll take it. Yeah, out of anyone in Congress, she probably has the most clearest idea of what's at stake if Donald Trump comes into power. Donald Trump, after one of his supporters tried to kill her, and instead almost killed her husband with a hammer to his head, mocked her and her husband repeatedly for months. She understands what's at stake here. She understands that Donald Trump has a murderous vein in him. And she's not going to let him ascend to power. Like, if we were talking about like a Mitt Romney type, I don't think she would bother. But because it's Trump, I think she's going all out. What the fuck is up with this twin moon move? I don't know what that means. Holy shit, Jack, that's a badass line. Thank you. I like to think I have a turn of phrase. Did you see the vids of her on January 6th? Cool as a cucumber, calling for on the phone for assistance? Yeah, I did. I was actually covering January 6th as it happened. It was one of the first things I covered. I think I'd been streaming for like 6 months at that point. Yeah. I think Foxbat is playing Elden Ring right now. Gotcha. Before I found you? Yeah, it was in the early days of stream. The before times. Yeah, I think... Guys, I think it's happening. Yeah, also someone earlier said that Chuck Schumer, like, his team denied the statements he made. I don't think so. In a statement, a spokesman for Mr. Schumer, the majority leader, did not deny ABC's report, but called it, quote, idle speculation, adding, Leader Schumer conveyed the views of his caucus directly to President Biden on Saturday. And I gotta say, the views of his caucus as of Saturday, from all accounts, behind closed doors, were overwhelmingly negative, with only like 2 or 3 people supporting Biden in that room. That's it. Today's the first time I feel actually more likely than not that Biden will step down. Yeah, the winds have been blowing in this direction for a while, but like we're like in do or die time. And what's really, really interesting to me is that a lot of Democrats, Chuck Schumer's team included, hailed the delay of the online nomination process until August 1st, and they were extremely satisfied with that. Which indicates to me that Biden is stepping down in like the next week. You know? Like if he's not gone by Wednesday or Thursday of next week, like we're stuck with him. And like I'll vote for him, I'll advocate for him, I'll organize for him, but like we'll at least know by the end of like by like a week from today, you know? A week from this moment. I was shocked Adam Schiff called for him to step down. It's a really big move. Like, we're in unprecedented, uncharted waters right now. And I think, I can't tell you with any degree of certainty, but I think he's stepping down soon. This is wild. We're in insane times. This is unprecedented in the political history of America. Thanks for being with me while I talk about it. Hopefully you find my coverage valuable. I don't know if you do or not, but we've been streaming for over 10 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Hit the buttons. And consider dropping those subs and donos. I like to think that 10 hours is a pretty good length of time for a stream. Now tell us about Malta. No, we need to get to the next RNC speech. I've been live for 10 hours, baby. I got the most stamina in the biz. Hassan be damned, okay? I'm out here in the trenches. Looking rough as hell, but I'm in the trenches. Jack's still live? You bet your goddamn bootstraps, Gamer G. I'm live. And I've had like 2/3 of this bottle of alcohol. How was your nap, Gamer G? Historical times suck, and I'm over it. It's true. They do suck. And frankly, I wish we could be over it. It's a little bit exciting though, just a little bit. Thanks for talking about it. I'm glad I can help. You're quickly becoming my favorite streamer. Thank you, Valerian. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you. It's true, Gamer G, your chat's favorite birthday girl, even though it's no longer your birthday. All right, here we go. Wait, that's an interesting observation, Togor. Why do you think that is? I have an idea. I have like a potential answer to why that is, but like I'm curious to know your speculation on that. There's a lot going on in the next one. True. Also, have we even hit 100 likes on the stream? Guys, we have 110 likes on this here stream. Good job, everybody. You guys, you silly billies. Oh, Gamer G, you did miss me dropping some hot Andorra facts all over stream while covering the RNC. Some hot, steamy Andorra facts. The country of love. Yeah, Andorra, The principality that's been a free nation between France and Spain for the last 1100 years. Imagine having I know this is very American pilled of me, but like, imagine having a history that goes back 1100 years. 1100 years? That's crazy. Like, I hate Biden, I defo hate Harris, and Trump's the worst of one of all three, so it's shit either way. It is shit either way. I agree with you. The issue is it's very important shit in which way it is shit. You know, like, either it's shit in the holy shit, we need to flee the country kind of way under Trump, or it's shit in the at least we have an election in 4 years kind of way under Trump, or sorry, under Joe or Kamala. You know? Our nation has 60,000 years of history. Australia? You think like the outback Aboriginal Australians were calling it Australia back then? I mean, like, if we want to play that game, then like America has like a 1,000,000-year history or something. You know, like, let's not play that game. I have no faith left in this country, like, genuinely. Unfortunately, we don't get to pick the times we live in. And like we don't have faith in this country, but we still got to play the deck that we're dealt, you know? Or the hand we're dealt, rather. You don't get dealt the deck unless you're playing 52-card pickup. I do have to say, I think I can muster the enthusiasm for Harris, largely because she doesn't have the burden of overseeing a genocide and just callously not caring about it. I think that will help me personally a lot, you know? I have no faith in this country and never have, but I have faith in my community and my loved ones and most of all in chat. True, B. And I have faith in you guys. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna work together. We're gonna be okay. And frankly, if the worst does come to pass, we're gonna work together to get each other out of this place. To get each other to safety. We're gonna do everything we can to do that. We've been working. I know this community has roots and ties with Rainbow Passage. We're going to do everything we can to make sure people can get out of this country. If we have to. Ideally, we won't have to, okay? That's the plan. It'll all be Joe K. Never give up, Joe. True. Either Joe Biden is our candidate and we will force him over the finish line, whether he likes it or not, COVID and all, or it'll be Kamala Harris and we'll force her over the finish line, you know, whether she likes it, COVID and all. I don't know if she has COVID or not. I hope not. Our number one priority here is stopping the fascist takeover of the most powerful country on earth. We have a duty to do that to both ourselves, our fellow citizens, and, of course, the people of this planet who will be negatively impacted if America is fully taken over by a fascist. So we will do these things whether or not we are enthusiastic about them. Yeah, we'll fucking elect the COVID virus if we have to. MILF Starcher, thanks for the follow. Kind of, what does that even mean? Olive Rider, you know, I know that your username is Olive Rilder, I'm gonna call you Olive Rider because it's just it's just so much easier. Hey friend, listen, I know the world is scary right now, but the future is unknowable and will be determined by how hard we fight now for a loving world. It's true! You can also just call me Olive. Also true. Also, let's hear a little bit from Sam Cedar, because apparently he saw fit to talk about Biden saying he would drop out. Let's see, what does Sam Cedar make of that? I know what I make of it. I think that Biden saying that he'll drop out if diagnosed with a medical condition is basically laying the groundwork for him pulling out of this election cycle with dignity. But that's my take on it. Yes. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. We do have to play this song. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize. But we do have to do it to him. Okay?
Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
I always respect people who enter into the arena. You're gonna do anything you can to avoid the debate. Come on, man. Look, no idea that you were taking your show off early last time. I had no idea this was going to happen.
Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
I always respect people who enter into the arena.
Seems that Steven Crowder had gotten some cold feet, so I don't think he's coming.
Why is that?
I would love to ask him myself. He's not even answering anymore.
Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. 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 Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
I had no idea this was going to happen. I thought Ethan was a stand-up guy.
What a 10 out of 10 musical interlude. Anyway.
Third chance at third attempt at
Can I just say, I fucking love Sam attempting to use technology. It's one of my favorite goddamn things.
going live. Every time I do it, it becomes a challenge for me to remember how I did it before.
Sam is the himbo we deserve, not the himbo we need. But like, damn Sam, you got a couple buttons unbuttoned here. Just saying.
Because they change the interface occasionally. Meanwhile, got some breaking news that we wanted to mention.
Damn, Jeffrey.
As you know, today, Representative Adam Schiff called for Biden to drop out, citing serious concerns that he can't win. Biden said...
Okay, but Foxbat, Big Joel has like... I don't know how to say this in a nice way. Big Joel has dumpster energy in a way that Sam doesn't have. Do you know what I mean? Like, Big Joel has chaos energy. Like you could just open up the dumpster and like Big Joel would be in there with like a bone between his teeth going arr, arr, and like he'd growl at you and then you'd shut the lid and walk away. You know, like Sam doesn't have that in him, you know? I don't know how to describe it better than that. I'm sorry.
In an interview, I think it was today, it was with the New York Times. This was an interview that was released today. He would reevaluate whether to stay in the presidential race if a doctor told him directly that he had a medical condition that made that necessary. None of his doctors had told him that he had a serious medical condition. This was an interview with Ed Gordon of BET News. It was released today. And it was just reported that...
oh my God. Grundles. You don't know who Sam Cedar is. Sam Cedar is like the like most respectable socialist in like progressive news. He's a big deal. His channel has like 1.5 million subscribers. That's a pretty big deal. But like he's been doing this for like 20 years covering politics. He's the daddy of leftist news. True. He is an actor / comedian who went into politics like 20 years ago. He's been on MSNBC. He's been on he's been on like everything. He's like also he has a YouTube show. I watch it like all the time. I was watching it earlier today. I actually wanted to know what he had to say on this. So like this is kind of like a secret way for me to watch his take on this news while also doing stream. So yeah, he's basically like the good version of Cenk. The good version of Cenk Uygur. True. Yeah. He's a big deal. He's a good dude. Also, I just want to say I have talked to him. Not in a way where he would probably remember me, but like I have talked to him in like a serious setting, and he's a good dude. Very tired man, but a good dude.
President Biden has COVID. He was scheduled to speak.
Hey, Cam Sauce. They're mildly aware of me,
in
Sam and
Las
Miss.
Vegas at a speech today,
Not
and
in
about
any
30 minutes
serious
ago,
capacity.
it was reported that about 30 minutes ago, it was reported that he has COVID. He has canceled his speech. He is heading to Delaware to isolate. He had some, what they're calling, well, let's see, NBC News says that it was...
Amber Brain's 110%.
He has COVID.
Like if you are someone who only watches TYT, you should be watching Majority Report instead.
Following his first event in Las Vegas, he is vaccinated, he is boosted, he is experiencing mild symptoms, according to his press secretary. This could be not a big deal, but I was headed back into the office because we're doing coverage of the Republican National Convention, and in about an hour or so, you know, I don't know. Biden was asked how he was feeling. He said, good. I feel good. And so who knows? You know, look, the most obvious and hopeful, I guess, answer is that he has COVID.
Just to really reiterate Biden's issue here. Here is the full video of him going from Air Force One into the car. Let's judge how he's doing right now based on that. I know that he's old. I know this is a weird thing to fixate on for me. But he's having a really hard time getting in that car. Yeah, this guy should be, like, on vacation with his wife in the countryside, sipping tea with her. Like, he's having difficulty just getting in the car, man. It's rough. I don't think he's got it in him to see this campaign out, let alone the presidency. My God, 4 years from now? And like, maybe he just has the COVID. You know, maybe that's just it. But this is not a good look. Good night, Haruko. Okay, wait, Valerian, is it genuinely not a weird thing for me to think? Because, like, I feel like maybe it is. I'm kind of going for, like, a vibe check. Am I off on this? Have I had too much whiskey? Am I unable to judge Biden's, like, mannerisms here? Doesn't he have a bad knee? I mean, maybe it's just his bad knee. I don't know. There we go. He finally gets into the car.
That it's a mild case, it means nothing. That's the most obvious answer. It is coming on a day where Adam Schiff is the first person, or the first, like, leadership of the House to actually come out publicly and ask for him to step aside.
Oh, actually, no, Nikolai Prime, you can see a member of the Secret Service helping to push him into the car. Like, he clearly struggles for, like, a few seconds, and a Secret Service member helps push him in the car. Like, it's, yeah, it's not a good look.
Having COVID will mean that he will not have any meetings with anybody who might wanted to come to him, let's say leadership in the House or leadership in the Senate, to ask him if he would step aside.
This is actually a really good point that I hadn't considered. Like, COVID might be like the way of him saying, I'm not taking any more meetings. Hadn't considered that. That's a good insight from Sam.
If COVID turns more serious, theoretically, it could be a reason why he would step aside. So we don't know. We're not going to know. For a while, anyways. I don't know what else to tell you. Although the one other thing that is interesting.
Yeah, he's going to Delaware to isolate Brianna Huffman. So, like, I think he's done. But that's just me.
I saw a report.
We'll see what comes out tomorrow morning, okay? I think that will be determinative.
And let me see if I can confirm this. That regarding the VP debate. And 20 minutes ago, according to NBC Montana, that's just the first thing that came up, former President Donald Trump's, former president, current convicted felon, Donald Trump's campaign is pumping the brakes on committing to a vice presidential debate until the Democratic National Convention has occurred.
Yeah, okay. Like, even the RNC is like, we don't want to commit to a vice presidential debate until we know who the actual vice president is. That's actually really fucking funny. I did not know that. I didn't know that. That's actually really great. Even the RNC thinks Biden is going to step down. This is crazy. Echoplex Media, thank you very much for the raid. We are covering the RNC at the moment with breaking news that Biden is apparently afflicted with COVID. We're learning more now from Samuel Cedar.
Campaign announced the delay in a statement issued hours before Republican Vice President nominee Senator J.D. Vance, Republican from Peter Thiel's pocket, is set to take the stage at the Republican National Convention to deliver his prime.
Yeah, no, Dylan, he absolutely should have been a transitional candidate, like he billed himself as. Like, his current slogan or catchphrase right now is that he wants to finish the fight like he's fucking Halo 3 Master Chief. Like, what fight? What fight are you finishing, Biden? The fight against entropy? The long march of time? You're not winning that fight. What job are you finishing? Nothing. There's no finished thing happening at the end of your next term. Wait, is finish the fight from Halo 2? I thought it was from Halo 3. God damn it, my references are bad.
Time acceptance speech. This is the statement. Quote, "We don't know who the Democrat nominee for vice president is going to be."
Hey, Frog Foibles.
Trump campaign senior advisor Brian Hughes said to the National Desk, I don't know what that is, TND, in a statement.
Also, I'm a bit drunk. I'm gonna have more whiskey. Let's go.
So we can't lock in a date before their convention. I don't know why that would be an issue. If you're J.D. Vance, are there some specific vice presidential candidates you couldn't debate? Either vice president.
Did any of you watch the Halo television show? I know that this has literally no bearing on anything we're talking about right now, outside of a reference. But, like, this show's pretty alright.
You. Humanity's best weapon. Master Chief, huh?
The Master Chief was enhanced and trained for one purpose: to win this war. He and the other Spartans are our only effective weapons against the Covenant. He is lethal.
It's such a silly show.
Upgradable. And most importantly, controllable.
Covenant forces appear to be excavating some kind of object. When I touched the object, I felt something. I felt different. What they did to us makes you numb.
And you just decided to help me. Why would a Spartan do that?
What does one do with a superhuman you're not sure you can trust?
Hello, Master Chief. I'm Cortana.
Master Chief recovered something.
Sacred ring. Halo.
Humans. Surrender to the Covenant.
Cortana, I'm gonna need you now. Find the Halo. Win the war.
It's so fucking weird, guys. I'm sorry I did that to you. Okay? I'm sorry I did that to you, but like, that show exists, and I'm willing to bet 90% of you were completely unaware it existed. Yeah, women had unattractive haircuts. Too woke. Hashtag too woke. Who is going to be streaming it? Paramount Plus. Yeah, it's got a second season, guys. It's a 2-season show. I watched it until John Halo had sex. I gotta be honest, I did not watch it until John Halo had sex, so I didn't know that happened. Why would you have John Halo have sex? Why would you not just have John Halo be John Halo? You know, like, why would you do that? Why would you have the man who's defined by being trapped in his suit come out of his suit? Literally come out of his suit. Because of woke. John Halo was born and written to be an incel, okay? Anyway, it's like the entire dynamic of him and Cortana. Also, yes, the Cortana thing on computers is named after Cortana from Halo, which is dumb, but true. I know he was never trapped in the suit, but he's kind of defined by being in the suit, you know? Like, I feel like if you had to wear a suit, like, all the time for survival, you also would be reticent to take it off in order to have sex, a thing you are not familiar with. No, you're not annoying, Brianna Huffman. I'm just drunk. Moving on.
President Kamala Harris or somebody else, who knows? Someone just asked if I was on Cop Rock. No. But that is that's where we're at. To accept would be unfair to Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, Gretchen Whitmer, whoever Kamala Harris picks as her running mate, Hughes said. This is, to me, an indication that the Republicans are afraid of this potential, or they want to maintain this question. They want to keep it live. I'm not sure what value it has to them to keep it live, but they're nervous at the prospect of, I think, a change. So that's where we're at. I wish I had something more. All right, people are jumping in. All right, slow down. Trying to read the, people are jumping in right now. Just want to say quickly, we're doing coverage, live coverage tonight.
Sam is too old for this, guys. Cut him some fucking slack, man. Like, he can't handle the high volume of questions. Come on.
Of the RNC, starting at 8 p.m., it has been reported that Joe Biden has COVID. He was supposed to give a speech in in Las Vegas. He had some mild symptoms. He is going to Delaware to isolate. I'll answer a couple of questions. I did not play Eddie on Torres on New York Undercover. This was not a Bob's Burger mug. This was from Letter Hack. It's a Posit mug. This is available, of course, at shop.majorityreport.
By the way, shout out to Letter Hack. Excellent channel, excellent content, wonderful stuff. Check them out, okay? They're good. They're good. They're good beans.
Radio.com. Okay. I can't read this. It's
yeah, you guys are getting me on, like, can I just say, Guys, it's rare that I drink on a stream to excess. But I'm having a good time right now. Just throwing that out there.
Too quick. You got to slow down. I don't know how to slow it down. Let's see if I press this. No. Let's see here.
Slow it down for Sam.
I don't want to press any buttons that.
He's a good
right,
boy.
I'm gonna do a tutorial on this. But
I'm not more red than I usually am.
You can't slow it down? Okay. Do you think it was a glass? Do I think it was a glass or bullet that hit?
Wait, what makes the whiskey not good? It's just kind of like watery. It doesn't really have that good, like, burn. You know? Like, when a whiskey is good, chat, it's both smooth and punishing. Does that make sense? Like, if you're feeling like you're drinking too much, like, water when you're having a whiskey, that's a bad thing. You know? Like, your whiskey should require, like, an ice cube in there if it's good whiskey. But often, the whiskey is not good, so you just have, like, you know, it's water. It's kind of watery, you know? It's not that great. Like, this is bad whiskey. I'm not happy about it. I'm getting rid of it as fast as I can. Would I say whiskey's my drink of choice? No. Well, maybe. Either I want it to be, like, punishing to drink whiskey, or I want it to be something that's kind of nice, like fruity, basically like a non-alcoholic drink that has alcohol, you know? But whiskey is good. I just need it to... I need it to hurt me, you know? That's what I need. So, anyway.
Trump, I don't, you know...
I apologize for being weird.
No, it's not. First reports I heard it was glass from the teleprompter. Then that seemed to go away, but we have not gotten any medical report on exactly.
I do have to say, this has been a piece of news that I don't understand the conspiracism around, you know? Like, a lot of people are like, oh, well, there's not a medical report about a bullet going through his ear, so, like, it doesn't make any difference. Like, I don't know, like, it seems to me that either, like, a bullet through the ear or a glass shard through the ear, either way, it's pretty bad. Like, that's pretty bad either way. And, like, I think it's most likely that it's a bullet, but also, if it's glass, who gives a shit? Either way, it's a close shot! Gray Fox.
Exactly what? All right, scroll my finger on the... Oh, there we go. Okay. We've gotten no report from Donald Trump on his medical condition, which is weird. So we don't really know.
Olive Rider, same.
My guess is that if it was a bullet that tore apart his ear, we would hear it. But we didn't. Did Tim Heidecker apologize yet? No. The only way is to throw the phone, Boomer Sam, looking like an off-brand Adam Goldberg, nice. Killed by Shrek, are you gay?
Oh my god. Why? Why would you send that in to Sam? And Sam, why would you read that comment? If only. Oh, God. This is... Sam doing his own live streams is a godsend. I fucking love it, man.
Looks like an off-brand, looking like an off-brand Adam Goldberg, nice. Killed by Shrek, are you gay?
I like that he reads off the full name, Killed by Shrek, and then proceeds to read the question. It's a 10 out of 10 moment, okay? Are you gay? Are you, Sam? Are you gay?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh my God. I fucking love him so much. Sam Cedar is too good for any of you, all right? For any of you, including me, all right? I wouldn't say that. Fair. Fair, Sam. Fair.
Don't worry about the chat. They don't want Biden talking, so now he has COVID all of a sudden. I doubt that. COVID numbers are going up.
This is true, by the way. Like 7 states have been peaking with COVID numbers, so make sure you look up if your state is doing really poorly when it comes to COVID, and consider masking when you go out, okay? Consider masking. Make sure you're safe. I want to make sure you're all okay. All right? Yeah, COVID is on the comeback. It's not great. People keep saying the pandemic is over. It's not. It's just mutating. And that sucks.
I am been pretty, well, I've been more aggressive in trying to remember to bring my mask on the subway, but I usually walk home anyways. Scroll your finger on the comments. I don't know why it would be glass. It would be the teleprompter. John Crook.
This is another thing, right? Like, people were saying it was the teleprompter that got hit by a bullet, but like, we went back and checked. The teleprompters were fine. They weren't broken by the bullet, so I don't believe it's the glass.
Is the better boomer. I don't know who that is. Go back to the top and start there. Let's see here. Scroll on the finger. Gotta be quick, Martha. Sam is too stoned for this. I'll tell you something. I'm not gonna lie, folks. This has been exhausted.
I will say that. I will back that up. I am absolutely exhausted. So the fact that I am only slightly drunk on whiskey right now is kind of a miracle when you think about it.
This has been an exhausting couple of weeks of news. What is your episode on Sex and the City? It was the one.
Oh, God. Real quick, do you guys want to see Sam's scene on Sex and the City?
So on today's episode of Sam Could Have Been Somebody, this is actually something that I still get stopped in bars over these next clips. And it's always by women because I actually played Letterman Lou on season 3, episode 44 of Sex in the City, Sex in Another City. Yes, it was shot in L.A. I was actually living in New York at the time and coincidentally happened to be out in L.A. So here it is. Of course, we have some of my office mates are pretty excited about this. Right, ladies?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Let's hit play.
Oh my god!
Lou asked Miranda to meet him at the Flowing Tree. Surrounded by all these tan, fit, happy people, she knew she would recognize pale, chubby, unhappy Lou immediately.
Oh no!
Miranda?
Oh my God!
Do I look that different?
Well, let's just say it's a good thing you still wear that hat.
Oh, please. If you ever see me in a Lakers hat.
I know. Shoot you.
Exactly.
You look amazing.
Thanks. Want to grab a drink?
Oh, please. Yes, let's go. The sight of all these bleached teeth is blinding.
No, I mean, grab something here. This place is known for its green tea infusions.
Please, infusions? Could LA be any worse? Take off that hat. I'm going to shoot you right now.
Actually, I really like it here.
Hang on. What happened to the guy I used to share beers with and make fun of happy people?
I know. The thing is, I think I'm one of those happy people now.
Wow. I mean, good for you.
I know it sounds crazy, but I think I was just supremely unhappy in New York. I mean, I came out here and I let a lot of that old toxic anger go. I take things slowly, get outside. Ellie agrees with me.
Miranda realized she was the one standing out in that room. She was the only angry New Yorker for miles.
Hey, let's go for a hike.
It's true. That's how it works, folks. You move to LA and then you suddenly develop a love of hikes. That's how it works.
See that? The ladies love Sex in the City. And wait to... Colin, what are you doing?
I'm a fan.
All right. Well, and now is the... actually, this is... this next scene, I guess the...
He's so little. He's such a little boy. It's wonderful.
Coup de grace, if you will, of my two-scene arc on Sex in the City is extremely well known. People know me as the guy who, well, I'm not going to say. You're going to have to watch. Ladies?
While I was going native with Keith, Miranda and Lou went back to New York. Or at least to the New York strip steak.
Oh, this looks great.
Oh my God, do I miss this smell.
So you were saying?
You should really read Zen and the Art of Modern Living. It is so calming.
I'm still trying to get used to bath beats.
You are so New York.
Come on, don't you miss it? Just a little?
No, I get to write about it every day.
That's not New York, it's a soundstage. 20-somethings with tiny salaries don't live in huge Soho lofts painted bright colors. It's totally fake.
I think 40 million viewers would disagree with you on that.
Is something wrong with your steak?
No, it's great.
Did Sam move to LA and suddenly hate steak? He moved to LA and lost the taste for meat? Is that how that works? Are you kidding me? This is fucking amazing, chat. I love this.
What are you doing?
I'm tasting my food.
Why aren't you swallowing your food?
Do you think I look this good by eating?
Miranda realized Lou hadn't found inner peace. He'd found an eating disorder.
Are you serious?
Miranda, don't put your toxic shit on me. This is fucking LA, okay? You have no idea what kind of pressure I'm under here.
Who cares what you look like? You're a writer.
For a hit show. Trust me, no one wants to hire a fat story editor.
All Miranda wanted to do was rip that Knicks hat off his head, because no self-respecting New Yorker would ever spit out that good a steak.
Jesus fucking Christ. Now I've lost my appetite.
I'll tell you what, I've been stopped in bars as recently as a month ago over that Sex and the City thing. And I still get almost $32 a quarter in residuals from that show every time it plays on somebody's DVD, or I don't know how they figure it out, but
Can I just say, I'm fucking loving this. I'm loving this so much.
So I'm doing quite well with that.
Amazing. I don't know where the hell these background shots came from. This is incredible. What a tour de force of emotion I've been on. Now I've lost my appetite. 10 out of 10 Sam Cedar moment right there. The 5 o'clock shadow helps him here. The now gray beard also is nice. I agree.
Where they were in LA.
Also, his hair is better now.
Wasn't Matt supposed to give you a tutorial? Yeah, good point. Apparently, second man got COVID. Joke, don't get it. Let's see. Do you think this COVID diagnosis is going to be an immediate factor? My guess is no, but I have no idea. I mean, who's to say? Genuine question, as an Aussie from the outside looking in, do you reckon Biden saying a medical condition would maybe force him out, open the doors a little bit? Arguably.
Yeah.
Can you call RFK
will.
and convince him to drop out for the good of the country? I don't have the ability to do that. I think it's been widely reported that the video that we played on the show yesterday, which showed RFK in a conversation with Donald Trump in the wake of Trump's the assassination attempt, RFK sounded like he was okay with being a part of the Trump administration, didn't push back when Trump said we're going to win, and in a now deleted tweet that has been reported, it was his one of his sons that released the video. So I suspect at least that son has some questions about his run, and RFK is not going to listen to me.
True.
More than his family, that's for sure. Hey, Sam, can I get like a few grand to leave the country? Marco Ramirez. Why would I pay you to leave the country? Cedar Sebede 20. Trump is shook. Shots fired at Tim. It was a bullet. Let's see. Are you and Emma? Oh, shoot. What? I don't know. How do I get that back? I don't know.
I love watching
Khalid?
him try
Oh, wow.
and deal with
Is that what a super chat looks like? Oh, it went away. Are we cooked? No, I don't think so. What's my hair routine? I shower in the morning. Occasionally, I'll put a little conditioner in it, and
You should always put conditioner. You should always put conditioner in your hair, chat. I need to drink water. That's what I'm finding out right now, as I'm trying to articulate my ideas. Okay.
And I used to use this product from the Body Shop, but they stopped doing it. So coconut oil and beeswax. Do you think that the Trump is playing up the wound with the Band-Aid? Yes, of course. RNC has already started. We're going to Shauna, the chat box goes fast. People buy super chats or stickers to be seen on here. Left is best. It went away very quickly. No, not everything is conspiracy. I think he's got COVID. But there are implications of him having COVID. They can be, the COVID could be completely mild, but yet he won't be able to meet with anybody. The DNC is clearly trying to run out the clock. Biden is too, so we'll see. I don't know if the odds are that he'll drop out. Sam, why do you look?
Yeah, so like part of the issue here is that the DNC wants him to drop out, right? But they pushed it back. They pushed the digital like nominee process back. So like we have more time to figure this shit out. Oh man, I drank too much whiskey. Let me get this back real quick.
So good for a 60-year-old. Well, I'm 57, so that's what it is. Things are going to get a lot rougher for me in a couple of years. If Trump seems sad or dejected after his trauma, it's only because he knows he can't. All right, it went away quick. All right, so look, we're going to be on in 55 minutes.
Good night, beep.
Please show us your what? I don't know what that is. Let's see. Okay, slow. Trump balloon was self-inflicted and the gunman coerced. I don't think so, no. Sam, what do you think? Okay, hold on. Shh. Oh, this is coming to Sam, how the hell do you have a full head of hair? Balding at 25. I get, I just got lucky. All right, I can't. It's going too fast. Sam, okay. Whoa. Do you feel Biden to be replaced with a super chat? Again, don't know. I'm not bungling this. All right, look. All right, son of a gun. All right, I thought if you put your finger on it, you could stop it, but now it's just like it's coming too fast. Whoa, Florence, I'm a big fan. It went by so, wait a second. I'm a big fan of the show, just wanted to show my support. Thank you, Florence. I just figured out that their super chats are...
I'm really sorry. He's very funny. I don't know what to say. I'm definitely snorting water over myself. I'm sorry. Chat has devolved. So clearly I must step in as chat mom. I am going to drink more water and not finish my whiskey, so I can properly moderate the chat.
on the bottom. All right, so look, folks, we will be live at this channel, in this space, with the full deal at 8. Am I grumpy?
Pete S. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm grumpy. This is, some elections are fun for times, and some are not. This is, so far, has not been fun. I mean, I think a lot of people say that, so. Okay, hold on. Sam, what band, let's see, do you think campaign is, okay. Sam, all right. Get a walker. Yep, all right. It's, this is like a cognitive test. What do you do in 55 minutes? We're doing the show. Notice that Sam was cranky earlier. I hope he feels better soon. I'm going to be cranky for the next 3 months. I'm telling you that right now. So, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, hit the like button. Come back in 53 minutes.
Oh,
We'll
Sam,
see you soon.
you
Wait a second, let me see
card.
that. Oh, all right. I don't know how that goes away. Yep. So the three big stories today: Schiff calls for Biden to step back. Interview released today on BET. Biden says if a doctor tells him that he's too sick to run, he will step out. And third big story, he just got reported he has COVID. He is now headed to Delaware to isolate. Kyle Craven, they super chat. Can you tell Emma to please do more of her MTG impression? It rivals a Michael Brooks impression. I will tell her. That's a lot of pressure, though. Maybe I'll just tell her to do it. Good. I get to tell you what a hack you are, says Jeffrey Desi. Well, mission accomplished. Did Sam have a stutter? Should he end the stream? And JCast, I appreciate you do. Thank you. That's nice. All right. Do you use a stencil to shave or a level? I don't even know what that means. LMC Figs. Read my chat. I did. No, I use actually one of these bad boys from Henson Shaving. Pretty easy. This, that's it. All right.
I fucking love Sam so much. You guys don't even know. I listen to this motherfucker when I work out. When I work out, I listen to this guy. When he talks about politics. I don't know what to tell you guys. It is very endearing. He is an endearing figure. He has decent politics. I would even describe his politics as endearing. Also, can we just talk about this for a second? Ico is a wonderful game. Ico is one of my favorite games of all time. It's one of the reasons I have an image of it right here on the screen. Okay? I know that you know that I'm drunk, okay? I know that. But this is just beautiful. This is beautiful, okay? Look at this. Look at this game with its loon sounds from my home state.
She played with the bird? Bro, this game is so cool.
Literally, in the game you play, right? Your NPC escort quest, the main premise of the game, can just go off and fucking play with birds. It's wonderful. I love it. I love this game. Ico and Shadow of the Colossus, my favorite games of all time. Let's go.
That's so cool.
What game? Ico. ICO. I've never played The Last Guardian because I know it will eviscerate my soul. So I haven't played it yet. Sorry. Now, You guys are insisting on the RNC. Fine. I will plague you with knowledge, I guess. Bong. I don't know who Ken Bong is. I don't care. I do care about Trump Jr. though. Let's go. Let's hear what he has to say.
Guys. Thank you, sir. Tonight we gather here in Milwaukee at one of the most crucial moments in American history.
With the sweatiest boy in American history.
Just days ago, something that once seemed unimaginable became a terrifying reality. My father came under literal fire as an incredible, patriotic rally turned into a tragedy. On a field in Butler, Pennsylvania, a brave firefighter died. Others were injured, and as those bullets rained down, we came millimeters away from one of the darkest moments in our nation's history. But we did lose an American hero that day. We wish that he were with us tonight, but his memory will live on forever in the hearts of his family, his community, and the nation that he loved.
Can I just say at this point in the speech, I don't think, and I will never believe, that Don Jr. knows the name of the guy he's talking about. I don't believe that. I don't think he knows the name of the guy who died.
So I would like to take just a moment tonight to express our gratitude for the life and service of American hero Corey Comparator.
Okay, I stand corrected. Fuck me, I guess. I'm the asshole. You know what his name is. Good job. I'll just be here then. I'm sure you'll care about him a lot in the future. Fuck. I got immediately contradicted. Fuck me. God damn it. I know that if you asked him about it now, he wouldn't know the name, but also, like, I feel like a real asshole for calling my shot and immediately missing. Okay? I feel like an asshole for immediately calling my shot and missing. God damn it.
They say you can't truly know how you'll respond in a moment of danger until you're actually confronted with it. So what was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion.
Yeah, the heart of a lion, baby. You going rah out there on the plains, on the Sargon, you going rah, motherfucker. This guy, you expect us to believe this guy is a lion? Come on, man.
That the next American president has the courage to put the American people first once again. And in that moment, my father didn't just show...
Yes, I am drunk. I'm sorry.
show his character.
I have
He showed America.
I have overindulged. I apologize.
America's character. When he stood up with blood on his face and the flag at his back, the world saw a spirit that could never be broken. And that is the true spirit of America. America knows what it's like to be down. We know what it's like to be confused and to be afraid. Long before...
Ooh, Nikolai Prime. A snacky snack sounds really good. I'm gonna be really back. I'm gonna be back. I'll be right back. Hello. I have returned. There we go. I have eaten food. That has helped. Not too much. Let's go. Hello.
For the attempt on my father's life, every American I met was filled with fear and anxiety. They were afraid our country was being torn apart. They were anxious about the massive and chaotic invasion of illegal aliens across our border. They were deeply concerned about partisan lawfare, education indoctrination, and attacks on freedom of speech. Most terrifying of all, they saw that our leaders didn't care, or worse, that they joyfully aided and abetted the erosion of our rights. And the lies. Oh yeah, the lies. We won't ever forget the lies. From left-wing politicians, from their allies in the media, when you hear them in a row, you fully understand the extent they have gone to divide this great nation. They lied.
No, Brian Huffman. Literally everything changed under Donald Trump. Everything changed. He changed everything. He was like the paradigm of change. Everything. Sea change. Nothing was the same. Or was it? Maybe Donald Trump was bad? Question mark?
About Russia collusion. They lied about Hunter's laptop. They lied about Joe Biden's fitness for office. They lied about the border being secure. They lied about inflation being transitory. They lied about how they would safely withdraw from Afghanistan. They lied about...
Trump was the one who organized the evacuation plans for Afghanistan. What are you talking about? Trump was the one who laid out the blueprint for withdrawing from Afghanistan. That's not Biden's fault. Come on, man.
Biden being a, quote, moderate. And they told one nonstop lie after another about my father. But they could only run away from reality for so long. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible to hide anymore. Remember Build Back Better? Instead, we got broke, bumbling Biden. Nothing is built, nothing is back, and nothing is better. Bridges are collapsing, our credibility is crumbling, and our money is worth less and less every single day.
Hot take. Hot take. But I feel like Biden has actually handled the inflation crisis pretty well. Like, the inflation is going down. We're about to stop setting interest rates higher. Like, things are pretty good considering where things were. Like, it's not great right now, but it's way better than what Biden inherited, you know?
It was just one giant bait and switch and normal Americans are the ones left holding the bag.
Yeah, that's just how money works,
Housing
bro.
costs, gasoline prices, grocery bills just keep going up. Wave
That's
after wave
inflation.
of illegal aliens, deadly drugs keep pouring across our border.
Deadly drugs keep pouring across our borders with or without immigration reform. The main people bringing illegal drugs into America are Americans, not Mexicans. Come on, man.
Meanwhile, pro-crime district attorneys have turned our cities into giant crime zones. They've turned criminals into victims, prosecutors into criminal defense attorneys, and police into public enemies. Left-wing activists are pretending to be educators, teaching our kids that there are 57 genders, but they can't even...
It's true. I'm here. That's me. He's talking about me right now. I'm here to tell you guys there are 57 genders. As many genders as you could think of. And as I know, that's only 57. You can only think of 57 because that's what you guys are, that's where you guys are at. Only 57. I'm sorry, salty internet pirate. Unless, of course, you decide to drop subs, donos, memberships, or hit the like and subscribe button, or the follow button. You gotta hit the buttons, and you gotta subscribe in order to unlock the secret special genders that are behind, of course, those paywalls. Because, of course, this is a free-to-play game and not, in fact, your gender identity that we're talking about. Only 57? That's outrageous, unfair indeed. Flaming Flamingo. You've identified the core crux of our market demographic. It turns out, we know you're gonna buy those genders.
There are 69 genders,
See, Matt Yahoo just unlocked 2 more genders for $5. Alright, you too can unlock genders at home for a small donation to Riverboat Jack Enterprises. What's Don Jr. been spewing today? Nonsense.
Even define what a woman is.
That's right, a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman. A man is anyone who identifies as a man, too. Crazy. I know. Wild. Who could have predicted? I got my gender in a humble bundle. Salmon Moose!
Unlock my secret genders, mommy.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Unlock your secret genders. All of your secret genders have been unlocked. Every single one of them. There are no secrets left from chat. We have all of your genders. We have your Cree genders. We have your Bree genders. We have your Glee genders. That's right. We have all the genders from the daytime television show Glee. You can't hide them from us anymore. We got them. That's right. Trusty Jack's discount genders, baby. I'm Bree gender. You are Brianna Huffman. It's true.
On one hand,
also Salmon Miss, thank you for 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Let's go.
They think free speech protects their right to expose your children to explicit drag shows. On the other hand,
that's right. They're giving your kids sexy XXX drag shows without your oversight or permission. You thought you were just driving your 15-year-old over to a drag time story hour. Who hasn't been in this situation? And you drop them off, and you later come back, only to find them suddenly purple-haired, topless, and they're spouting nonsense about the Biden leftist agenda. Who could have foreseen this? They all think that they're valid. They all think that they're gay. They all think that they're trans. And it turns out they're all of those things. They're gay, valid, and trans all at the same time. Anything's possible in Biden's America.
And they want to put you in jail for making a meme. It's like the entire world has been turned upside down.
It's true. Every Biden supporter wants you in jail if you've made a conservative meme. Every single Biden supporter. No exceptions.
Does any of this sound like a country?
There are 42,069 genders and mine is the 420th, which is Giga Gazonga Honka Girly Goo Boopkin gender.
You think you're Giga Gazonga Honky Girly Goo Boopkin gender? No! I was the first Giga Gazonga Honka Girly Goo Boopkin gender, and I'm here to tell you that you've never been up to being a Giga Gazonga Honka Girly Goo Boopkin gender. Okay, I'm here to gatekeep. I'm the gatekeeper. You have to seduce at least 5 members of a Republican Congress in order to be a Giga Gazonga Honka Girly Goo Boopkin gender. Alright? Oh wait, you've already seduced all of the members of Congress. As a Giga Gazonga Honka Girly Goo Boopkin gender. Okay. Okay. So I'm in the wrong. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I made some assumptions. And you've passed the test. My God. I'm so sorry to contribute to the oppression of the Giga Gazonga Honka Girly Goo Boopkin genders. I'm sorry. I apologize, and I formally apologize to all people who fall under that umbrella. Did you just assume my agenda? I did. On the side of progressivism. It's one thing to figure out what gender you are. It's another thing entirely to figure out what it is to actually live with that gender. It's true. It's true. The Giga Gazongas have been through a lot, okay? They've been through a lot. They've had to deal with countless titty fucks.
Country that's going in the right direction? And honestly, who is actually running the country anyway? It's obviously not Joe Biden. So who are they asking?
What's the over-under on this guy being active on Republican Grindr? Just out of curiosity, what's the over-under that you guys have? Like a 20% chance? A 50% chance? 30% chance? Like, what do you guys think is the likelihood this guy is on Grindr right now? Oh, it's occurred to me? It's definitely occurred to me, okay? 57% Togor? I can see that kind of split. A 30-70 on the house. Does the Secret Service come on a Tinder date? I genuinely don't know. High 70%? Wow, you think it's a 70%? Okay. I gotta be honest, I do kind of peg Don Jr. as like a intro trans level guy. Like, he's into the idea of trans women, but like not enough to hire like a high class trans like escort, and instead like just kind of seeing what's out there, you know? You'd peg him? Not like that. Not like that, okay? He'd have to pay me a lot of money, and I would absolutely tell you, all of you, about it. I'm not very secretive. I'm not good at keeping secrets, chat. I want to say, like, he's into doms. I mean, absolutely. This guy loves having his balls crushed by a dom, okay? Having known many a dom in my time, not to be full of myself, of course, but Don Jr. absolutely fantasizes about having his balls crushed under a high heel, okay? That's his thing.
Asking us to elect. Seriously, who's running things?
Who's running things? I don't know. Maybe you better text back Mistress Alexa your itinerary plans. I think she might be interested, Don Jr.
Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter? Barack Obama? Maybe it's the ghost of Corn Pop.
Damn, it can't be the ghost of Corn Pop. We already know the ghost of Mouse, who's still alive, so I guess technically not a ghost?
Whoever is running the show, the only thing they are effective at is persecuting my father. They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into felonies. They concocted new legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gag orders on my father.
Did he just try and say the word felonies and instead say phenolies? Which is, I'm not gonna lie, not something to like criticize him on, but it is funny.
Because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is
I wasn't the only one who heard it.
Right?
Okay, good.
They punished him for merely speaking the truth.
Fentanyl.
They say they hate Vladimir Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook.
In what way? Tell us in detail.
In this country, we don't criminalize political differences. We debate them. We vote on them. But we don't make you choose between picking a party or picking a jail cell. There was a time when the Democrats really wanted what was best for America, even if they had a different way of getting there.
Really?
It was the party of Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Jr. You may have disagreed with that party, but at least you could respect it. But this new extreme...
Yeah, we all know Martin Luther King Jr. died the most respected man in America, right? Right? Didn't Martin Luther King Jr. die the most respected man in America? Oh, Don Jr., you're lying. Oh, he died one of the most hated men in America. That's right. Silly me, I only have a female brain. A feeble-minded female brain. How could I have possibly foreseen this coming?
Democrat Party. They want us to somehow believe that the only way forward is going backwards, where hiring decisions are based solely on race, where justice is only for those with the right opinions, where streets are a luxury only for the elite, where economic opportunity exists only when you know the right people. Right now, the America we all grew up with, the America that we love, feels like an old photograph where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember a country that was confident and proud, an America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could all feel like a distant memory.
Yeah, you know, when you sit down with a picture of America in the 1960s with your kids, and you have to explain to them what the 1960s or 70s or 80s were like even, it all feels like a distant memory. Maybe because it's 40 fucking years old, motherfucker.
Somewhere along the way we stumbled. Somewhere along the way we lost ourselves. But we can't live on nostalgia. Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come.
Then why are you talking about the past? Seems like maybe you could talk about that later? After you talk about the greatest days that are yet to come? I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. I'm a dipshit. I don't know shit about shit. What the fuck is he doing? Distracting, deflecting.
Because no matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania.
Dude.
He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd, and what did he say?
Ah, there's the picture. I'm not gonna lie, this is the most fashy part of the speech we've looked at so far. Like, I knew this image was coming. I guess I didn't predict the fight, 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 fight chorus from his supporters. Feels really dystopian, you know? Worship your new god.
And we will fight. We will fight. We will fight with our voices. We will fight with our ideas. And on November 5th, we will fight with our vote. I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough. And the good news is, America is Trump tough.
What the hell does that mean, dude? Like, Genuinely, what does that mean? What does it mean to be Trump tough?
In 1912, more than a century ago, another legendary Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be assassin's bullet. But he didn't quit either. He finished his speech and he kept fighting. My friends, I don't believe in coincidences, but I do believe in God's plan. Today, Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena has a name, and it's Donald J. Trump.
Does it, though? Is it, though?
Remember, my father didn't have to run for re-election this year. He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power. Frankly, he doesn't need the witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political prosecutions either. But he knew he had to run if there was any chance at saving America. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for everyone here tonight, for everyone watching at home.
Oh, really? Did you know? You did it for me?
No matter who you are, you can be a part of this movement to make America great again.
Whoa, me? I can be part of making America
Look at me.
great? Tell me how.
And my friend, J.D. Vance.
I'm
a
looking.
kid from Appalachia and a kid from Trump Tower in Manhattan.
Yeah, a kid with all of the roadblocks in front of him. You know, the kind of kid from a Trump Tower in Manhattan. Yeah, you really had to struggle to overcome adversity, didn't you?
We grew up worlds apart, yet now we're both fighting side by side to...
Did you grow up worlds apart, though? Because J.D. Vance literally worked for a billionaire tech mogul in Silicon Valley. Like, did you really grow up that far apart?
Save the country we love. And by the way, J.D. Vance is going to make one hell of a vice president. For those of you who have tuned out politics or have never even voted, I want you to know, if you're looking for a better life, a more prosperous future, a safer, more wholesome and patriotic place to call home, there's room for you in this party and in this movement.
Really? Is there room for me if I'm transgender? Because, like, you guys have said you want to make it illegal if you ever come into power. I just need to know, am I safe if I'm trans? Oh, the answer's no! And fuck me. Well, fuck you, buddy. Gonna fight till the end.
In fact, you're the ones who matter most of all. My father has always said that the people he gets along with best are the people who really work for a living. It's because of his background as a builder in construction, right? In construction, It doesn't matter how smart your architect is if you don't.
It doesn't matter how smart your architect is, folks. As long as you remember, don't pay your contractors.
Don't have the best guys laying the bricks. People with grit. People who get their hands dirty. That's a big problem with Washington, D.C. Most of the bureaucrats who rule over us have never built anything in their lives. It's time to build something real, something tangible, something that will last and leave this country better off for our children. That's my father's mission. This November, we have a choice. It's a choice between one team that wants to build this country up and another that wants to tear this country down. It's a choice between people who are proud of America and people who are ashamed of America. And ultimately, it's a choice between America last and America first.
Oh, shit, I recognize that slogan. That's for me. Arf, 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 arf.
So if you love this country from the bottom of your heart, if you want to bring back common sense, if you want to save the American dream, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect my father, Donald J. Trump. And together, we will make America great once again. Thank you.
Huzzah!
Thank you, Wisconsin.
Can I just say, I hate that empty suit of a man. Magoa! I dislike him a lot. Stoudman, you got some style. I like your moves over in Twitch chat. Now, folks, I had too much of this whiskey. It's bad whiskey, but it's still alcoholic. And I really should have considered that before drinking as much of it as I did. So I am going to go to bed, and we're going to resume this tomorrow. We're going to resume this with the J.D. Vance speech and with whatever shenanigans are happening tomorrow. Because frankly, there's been too much Biden chaos, and I don't like it. I will also be drinking a lot of this water. Please, folks, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because this has been a 12-hour stream. I appreciate all of you. Thanks for turning out to support me. I appreciate you guys. And also, thank you for tolerating me, even though I miscalculated how tipsy this whiskey would make me. I apologize. Fun fact, 12 hours is half a day. It's true! You know what? Even more fun fact, 12 hours, believe it or not, is half a day in the great vacation country of Andorra. It's true. 12 hours is half a day there, and it's also half a day in your country of choice. It's true. It's true. Anyway, I will do my makeup and look hot tomorrow. Thanks for tolerating me not being hot today. Have a good one, folks. Bye.